breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know. News update. This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
Mike T is the man. Any hate, disrespect, and the ilk is complete and utter. Mike T is the man. From day one that we talked on the phone in the offseason, was never talking to a head coach. I was talking to a friend. I have crazy respect for him. The way that he leads the room, the way that he talks in the team meeting, the way he is at practice. The surprise has been just what a great dude he is, what a great leader he is, on top of what I already expected, which was already high based on what I thought from afar. But being able to see it in person is incredible.
That's Aaron Rodgers singing the praises of Steelers coach Mike Tomlin. He's the man.
Okay.
Now turn that into W's, right? They're thirsting for playoff wins in Pittsburgh.
Everybody is. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but it's a nice recommendation and support of his head coach. And Tomlin's been there for, is he the longest active head coach with the same team?
I don't know the answer to that, but off the top of my head, I don't have anybody who'd be around longer. So I race through the clubs. Cincinnati Bengals released former Utes star Zach Moss. He was there 1 year. They waived him after he began camp on the non-football injury list. He suffered a season-ending neck injury last year. Maybe he'll be back, but that sounds like the kind of thing that could be a career-ending neck injury. We'll see how that plays out. Raiders give offensive tackle Colton Miller 3 years, add $66 million to his deal, $42 million guaranteed. He's the longest tenured Raider right now, and they are locking him up.
Ooh, lock him up?
Lock him up, in a good sense. Titans quarterback Cam Ward not pleased with the team's offense so far in training camp, telling reporters, I just think we're very mid right now. At the end of the day, it all starts with me. Cam Ward trying to raise expectations, set a higher bar.
I would go the beginning of the day. That's a bad usage of the end of the day because the end of the day is over. You want to get going. You want a new start. Go beginning of the day.
Broncos quarterback Bo Nix not shying away from holding lofty goals and ambitions for the season, saying the expectations are definitely higher, but we like that. It means you're a good football team. That means you have something to play for. We put together a really good football team. The expectations are definitely higher. That means you're doing something right.
Right on.
Coming off 10 wins in a playoff appearance last year. They're raising the bar. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Do you have a timeline in your head for when you'd like to decide on a quarterback?
Yeah, as soon as we can. I know that we can wait until the first game, but we'd like to get it sorted out as soon as we can. But you can't really put a deadline to it. It's not like we have to have this much done in day 1, day 2, day 3. I just like to see them kind of go with the flow of the offense and can't just be all the focus is on them. We got a lot of different players that we need to get ready.
I feel great. I mean, surgery that I had, bouncing back for that, is like I'm hungry for it. Right. I'm ready to go again. I'm ready to catch 1,500 yards this year. I want to touch that 1,000 for sure. Okay. Yeah.
That's it, huh?
Yes. Coming here is a special place for me. One of the running backs that came out of my high school, Devontae Booker, made 1,000 yards, and I want to top that for sure.
Wayshawn Parker guaranteed 1,000-yard season from himself. Yes, he did.
Right, well, with the offensive line we got, that's very realistic, and the offensive line better be good. Everyone's telling them they're good, including me. As the offensive line goes, so will go the running game. But we've had a 1,000-yard rusher here many times, and so not something totally out of our character.
How about 2,000?
Haven't had that. I can't remember having that, but if he goes for 2,000 yards, we've had a great season. How about that?
A little back and forth with Patrick Kinahan, setting goals with Kyle Whittingham.
And Jake Hatch with...
Jake Hatch before with the Cougars.
Kalani Sitake.
holding him accountable. Where
sure.
do we stand?
1,000 yards, maybe 1,500. I actually think it should be higher than 1,000 for Parker. Now, he said it himself, and then he backed it, 1,000. But he did originally start higher, and I see zippo problemo with that.
Over 12 or 13 games, I get why you would want to raise the bar on the 1,000-yard
right.
season.
That's all they're playing. Good one.
Nice. Games 14 and 15. And 16.
Oh, man. I took the mic off.
That was kind of defensive.
But you always have me on the defensive.
Hardly. CU Buffalo's defensive back Carter Stoutmeyer called the return of Deion Sanders to the Buffs and leading practices after his bladder cancer ordeal. He said it was a breath of fresh air for the whole team.
Well, you got that clean mountain air out there, so yeah.
Don't have the smoke blowing in from the fires, turning everything gray, right?
Smoke on the water. Had a big discussion with somebody about that yesterday.
We will get to that coming up. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
The legitimacy, the legacy of the Lakers' 2020 NBA title in the bubble in Orlando has been a subject of debate for years. And Philadelphia 76ers executive Daryl Morey poured gas on the fire, telling The Athletic this week, "Had the Rockets won the title, I absolutely would have celebrated as legitimate, knowing the immense effort and resilience required. Yet everyone I speak to around the league privately agrees that it doesn't truly hold up as a genuine championship. Perhaps the lasting legacy of the NBA bubble is the NBA should be proud of its leadership at both the beginning and end of the pandemic, even though the champion will forever be marked by an asterisk." You believe in asterisk championships?
Sure. I mean, I think
sports?
if you don't play 82 games consecutively, then, yeah, it's different. Okay.
So we've got three or four asterisk champions. I mean, they play 82 the year after either in 21.
How many did they play?
I think they played 72 that year.
Yeah. They didn't play 82? What's wrong with that?
It's like some teams get held accountable for it and others don't.
Who cares? All the crap going on in the world, we're going to argue this?
Yeah, absolutely. It's sports. That's what we're here for. We argue stupid stuff. It's what we do.
Embrace debate, PK.
There was a 66 game about 2013. I don't remember who won that title.
Well, we had a Spurs
Was that a
title,
Heat title?
with a 50-some-odd
Yeah,
game.
Spurs with 50.
If you don't play the full schedule, sure. It's the same with the Dodgers in Texas Rangers Stadium that they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers in 81 when they only played about 110, 120 games in those two half seasons.
If it's different.
And Joe Gibbs, 2 of his 3 Super Bowls.
I don't remember what they were. That's you. I wouldn't have been able to come up with that in 100 years.
Yeah. Some teams get held accountable, others get left off the hook.
What? Who's getting left off the hook?
Apparently Joe Gibbs.
You just brought him up. So you got him on the hook.
I'm apparently the only one.
Blah, 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 blah.
I'm the only one. New Atlanta Hawks forward Kristaps Porzingis telling reporters he likes his new role and his new team, saying to reporters, "I think expectations are high. Atlanta's been on the edge of the playoffs for the last few years, sometimes getting through the first round. It's a great situation for me to come in and contribute. Maybe even better than Boston, where it was championship or bust."
Good. I come to Atlanta, no pressure, nobody cares, and we're all about the Bulldogs up the road, and I can just gotta fly under the radar, make my millions, go home.
Well, he
Life
started
is
with,
good.
"I think expectations are high." But it's not championship or bust high.
I don't care what he said. I care what the meaning is.
Former NBA guard Gilbert Arenas was arrested Wednesday in connection with a federal indictment that alleges the former NBA star hosted illegal high-stakes poker games at his mansion in Encino.
And, I think the thing here is, why does Gilbert Arenas have a mansion? What did he ever do?
Won a first-round playoff series one time and scored a bunch of points. And as part of that poker game, he was taking
So he's better than Tracy McGrady.
Because he won one.
Yes,
One
according
playoff
to your
series.
logic, big guy,
Yeah.
he's better than Tracy McGrady.
That's a good debate.
Yeah,
We'll have that debate.
if that's a debate, Coming
we've
up
said
at
a lot of things.
7:30, is the sun hot?
Nice.
There's no debate. No one is going to
You
say
Gilbert
Gilbert
Arenas
Arenas
is better than Tracy McGrady. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Swinging a fly ball, right field. Watch it fly. Gone. Kerry Carpenter breaks the tie. Tigers take a 4-1 lead in the fifth.
And Altuve hits it high in the air, pretty deep to left. It sends back one at the wall, looking up. See you later! Into the Landry's Crawford boxes. A 3-run shot for Jose Altuve. And a 4-1 lead for the Astros. Altuve's 18th of the year.
Fly ball center field, this will do it. Jazz tags. It's well over the head of the center fielder. Jazz walks home. Yankees win. McMahon with a long fly ball to center, and they come back one of their weirdest, wackiest games I have ever seen. In 11, the Yankees win it 5-4.
Yankees score 2 in the 8th to take the lead, 1 in the 9th to tie the game, 1 in the 10th to tie the game and extend it to the 11th where they finally win. Yankees coming up clutch in the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th inning and beating the Rays 5-4. Hence the wacky game. You heard the Astros in there. They win big. They blow out the Nationals 9-1. Diaz with the 3-run homer there. And the Cubs, who'd been struggling with the Brewers, avoid the sweep. They win 10-3, so they're 1 game back in the National League Central. Dodger star Shohei Ohtani, a little bit of panic maybe, a little stress, a little worry. Trainers visiting him on the mound, but they said it was cramping in his hip that ended up causing the pain that caused him to leave the game. The Dodgers end up losing. Shohei on the mound scares you. His bat's too effective, right?
Yeah, I just don't necessarily see the need for it. I mean, does he need to prove something? No. You got a good thing going there. Maybe even as a reliever or something. If you need him. But they're determined to have him do both and see what happens.
He gave up 2 runs on 5 hits, only pitched 3 innings, and so that raises his ERA, but only to 2.40. And that is why they keep running him out there. That is an excellent, excellent ERA. He did stay in the game in DH, 0 for 5 with a strikeout as they lose 5-2.
Yeah, that's basically the Shohei Ohtani role.
Right.
Which I'm fine with. It's about entertainment. Now, if you pay money to go see the Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani doesn't bat, you'd be upset.
You're disappointed for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball trade deadline and a lot of deals. Your Diamondbacks send Eugenio Suarez to Seattle.
That's Eugenio. It's kind of like eugenics, and my genes are awfully good, and so are Suarez's when it comes to hitting long balls.
Stop it right now.
Seattle is 5 games over 500. They're 5 games back of Houston in the division, and they are tied with Texas for the last wild card spot.
And they get Suarez back after they originally traded him to Arizona.
Been traded 3 times. Came up with the Reds to Seattle to Arizona, back to Seattle.
Any of the other moves catch your eye? Or are they all little moves around the edge? We'll see if they pay off. But
well, I mean, in baseball now, particularly out of the bullpen, they're specialists. It's been this way for a while.
Yep.
So, you have to have someone to face a particular
you need someone to get a lefty, someone to get a righty, someone for the 7th, someone for the 8th, and someone for the 9th.
So we'll see if these moves pay off. I mean, he's the biggest position player, unless I'm forgetting somebody, to be able to move. And he was 34 years old and he's a free agent, and the Diamondbacks are going nowhere. They've had a slew of injuries, and their season has been destroyed. They've lost 4, 5, 6 in a row. They're not interested in playing anymore. So they had to, and I suspect that there'll be a couple more moves that they'll make today. But pitching, pitching is a big, big deal, obviously.
So is it a bigger deal then for all the injured pitchers? I mean, really, every team can complain about this. It seems like pitchers are just going down all the time. To get somebody back, Yu Darvish was dealing for the Padres. It was only his 5th start. He didn't pitch until July, and now here at the end of July. He had 7 shutout innings. I mean, we just don't see starters left in that long very often. But he only gave up 2 hits. He was struck out 7, so he had it going.
Well, the Mets were resting a couple of their bats. But, yeah, sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's had his issues in the postseason. We'll see if the team gets there and what his situation is. But, yeah, and the Cubs got one back, too. I think Milwaukee's got one back. And so now down the final 2 months of the season. It goes fast.
Bees beat the Comets 10-1 in Oklahoma City. They play again tonight at 6 o'clock. Tony Parks on the call. DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
And there's a back pass given away. It got into the area. Out comes the keeper. Shot blocked. Rebound. Open net. Back post. Luna. Open net. Yes. And RSL scores. Another bad giveaway by Club America. And it took 3 bites at the apple, but RSL finally got it in.
Farah steps up. Goes down the middle. Smashes it home. And it's 3-1 RSL.
And another save by Cabral. Down to his left to win it. He turns away 3 out of 4. Cabral, man of the match. The big save with one paw. And now this. And everyone's jumping on Cabral.
RSL gets the win after playing to a 2-2 draw. They win on penalties 3-1. They get 2 points in the first of 3 games in the Leagues Cup Group Play Phase 1. And Club America, man, that was a heck of a goal to score in the final minute right at the death, PK. Time running out, and they get it to 2-2 after trailing the entire second half. They never led in the game. That was one of the highest energy, most focused performances I can remember from RSL. Certainly the best performance of this season, and then I don't know about going back in previous years, but that was they were dialed in from the start. They got pushed, and they were able to answer the bell at a pretty high level. There were mistakes. It wasn't a perfect game to be sure, but that was very competitive with a good club from Mexico.
I can tell, man. You were fired up.
Yes. And there were probably, I would say it was at least half the fans were rooting for Club America. It energized the stadium, to be sure.
So who was the other rooting for?
The other half was rooting for RSL.
Oh, split down the middle? Well, that could have been, the way the bracket's set up.
It's a little early for that, but I get your point, yes. RSL will now host Atletico de San Luis at America First Field on Saturday night, and they got crushed in Portland. They got shut out. Portland scoring again and again and again, ends up winning 4-0.
Is paw, is that like nil? You can't say 0 because that proves you don't know a damn thing about soccer?
Yeah, you can't say right hand.
Oh, okay, I did. I mean, you people got all these
the laws of
all
the
these
game.
American wannabes have all these rules with soccer.
That was the
rest of us. They got. Why didn't you just say 4-0?
Unbelievable save,
like the rest of us do.
It looked like back of the net to be sure.
That's like a white guy trying to pronounce, Hispanic and
Club America
and Polynesian names. You're a white dude. Stop it. We don't do that.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
It's the last chance of the PGA Tour, the Wyndham Championship. The last tournament before the FedEx Cup playoffs start. The top 70 players will get into the playoffs, and those become $20 million events every week, 3 weeks in a row. So top 70 will qualify for the first tournament, top 50 for the second, and top 30 for the third and final.
And why don't we announce golf in a Scottish accent?
And why do you always have to whisper?
Yeah, I mean, the sport was invented over
Aye,
there.
laddie.
It's the same thing with soccer, right? The sport was invented over there, so Americans are a bunch of wannabes and have to talk in their language. Why don't we talk like they do over there? Mate?
Pull out your Scottish bro, go.
Yeah.
Is Mate from over there?
Mate's from down under.
Right. I don't understand it. There's inconsistencies in this world, and I will not tolerate them.
Tony Finau, Patrick Fishburne, Zach Blair are all going to play this week at the Wyndham Championship, so multiple guys with local ties in the tournament. What is Trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Jason Beck, University of Utah offensive coordinator, meeting with the media. Big questions about the Utah offense. We'll hear from him at 8 o'clock. Morgan Scally, defensive coordinator at 8:30. And PK and I talked with Fesi Sataki, BYU passing game coordinator and wide receivers coach. about the receivers and the quarterbacks. We'll hear from him at 9 o'clock. A lot of college football on the way. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Hillstead has played. Bachmeier has not played. So you may not actually know how some of these guys look until they are taking live snaps in an actual game. Maybe Hillstead looks more experienced and seasoned, but Bachmeier's upside is higher. So maybe he gets to play the second half against Portland State, and then you end up with this bleeding into week 2. And I think that's always the danger there.
There's no putting it to bed in week 2. It's going to be weak all year. I've seen it a zillion times. The star Frosch doesn't get the job. The guy that's a little bit more senior, but you're not really sure of. The conversation is always there until the Frosch replaces the upperclassman. And then you know what happens, Ben? The freshman struggles.
Yeah.
And then for the rest of the year, you're going, well, maybe we should go back to the other guy.
Yeah.
Tale as old as time, Ben.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Now, talk to me about this scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK, presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, The Zone. Time for the question of the morning. PK, college football has begun. The practices, at least. The game's still about a month away. But the practices have begun. Day one. We meet new players. We learn new things. We talk to coaches about said new players. We learn more new things. You and I made the trip to Provo. Did you come back packing extra knowledge?
I did. Well, confirming what I've already believed for months. And then some other stuff I felt a little more encouraged about from the BYU perspective. So, yeah.
What did you confirm and what encouraged you?
I'm not going to share that.
Okay, then. Awesome radio right there. Why don't you people mind your own business?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, how does this radio thing work? Explain it to me again. Wait, we learn stuff and we tell them.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I don't feel like it. What are you going to
give me? The show is in trouble.
Give me something. Show up at the KSL building. Give me a breakfast burrito.
We'll trade sports knowledge for food. Yeah. Signed, PK.
Right. I mean, we have to sign those payola things, but they never said anything about that.
Right.
This isn't a business. You know, we can't do that. I can't get free whatever and pump your whatever, but this is all I want is a breakfast burrito, and I'll give you all the information I have. That's a fair trade. Come on, people. Just ring the doorbell, and DJ will go down and give you a signed autograph and get me a burrito. And that's a win-win right there. Wouldn't you say? I would say, yeah, I think so. You can sit over there and be quiet. That doesn't bother me. I can talk. Yeah, well, I can talk for 2.5 hours. No problem. Ready to go.
And bring it.
I got... I've already been to the gym. I got a lot of energy right now, and I got water. I'm good.
You figured Tiger Bachmeier would be a good interview. You confirmed
I didn't know.
He's not only good, but he's actually great.
He's great. He's a great interview. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
If he's as good a wide receiver as he is an interview, then BYU fans are going to be on their feet cheering a lot this year.
And we'll be playing that in the next day or so. But, yeah, that's an outstanding interview right there. He's a great, a lot of personality. And a smaller kid compared to his brother or brothers, because Hank, quarterback over there, last Boise for a bit, and then he went on his way, transferred. And Bear is a bigger kid. But, Tiger's been around, and he's got experience, some years at Stanford there. And, play with them while you're in the woods. You got a Tiger and a Bear squaring off, who's going to win. And he graduated. Obviously, he went with the Tiger, and then he graduated in 2.5 years. And I said, well, your brother went to Stanford too. Yeah, but he didn't graduate. I just put him in his place. So he had personality, and he's got experience. And we'll see what he can do to work his way in the depth chart. I mean, we talked to Fesi Sataki, then we'll play that interview in about 2.5 hours. That
1.5, 9 o'clock.
I knew my math sucks. Obviously Roberts is there, and I said, who else you got? You got to have other guys, obviously. And then he mentioned Kingston and Phillips. Did he mention somebody else?
Those are the two. He mentioned multiple people,
Right,
but those are the
we
two.
put them on tiers.
Right. Those are the two who are the other guys. I think have to catch those two.
Yeah, he said it's their time. Their time has come. He said their time is up, but what he meant is their time is now. When you hear him say their time is up, he mean it's time for them to
the development
step up.
time. Yeah, the development time is. I mean, you always want to get better, but it's come and gone.
We've
They got to
seen
produce.
Kingston and special teams look great. I mean, if you got those initials, they're obviously great.
Nice.
And then Phillips, he certainly looks the part. There's no doubt about that. And he's been in the program now a couple of years, so I get where he's coming from Fessie's perspective. And then they've got 4 or 5, maybe even 6 other guys. How's it going to play out? I mean, you want that competition. And Hagan in there, kid from Corner, who's super fast and is, a couple years now removed from his mission. So he should be whatever he is, has that ability to display it. Still a young kid, not necessarily chronologically, but in the program. But he's had time to, what they talk about, that mission, rust and legs and stuff. I've never done any of that, so I wouldn't have any idea what that's about. I guess I'd have an idea because I've talked to so many of them over the years about it. And I'm encouraged there that they've got other guys to pick up the slack with Lassiter not getting the year back. And
he made a lot of plays for them, so they really need someone to step into that role.
He did, but I think they've got other guys. And Fessy is not one of these dudes who's going to run his mouth with no backing. Not been my experience. He's a good interview, a very personable guy. But, he knows what he's talking about. He's been there a number of years now. Been there coaching at BYU, I think, longer than he said any other place. And so he's a veteran. The staff is a very veteran staff, and that's really cool to have so many guys that these are professional college coaches for sure. They're not in training. And then, and then with these so-called analysts, the guys, the Gary Anderson type, if you got a Gary Anderson who's down your coaching depth chart, so to speak, that's a pretty good person to have because he's been around the block 100 times and he knows football.
And combine these guys now have all seen a lot. They've been in a lot of situations. They got stuff to draw on.
Yeah. And they know how to make changes and they can anticipate so they can tell us stuff off to the side and we can bring it on there and share some of it no. But that's cool there, and it's across the board. And then I still don't think there's I know others have disagreed, I don't think there's a leader in the starting quarterback spot.
And you think that in the long run, they're going to find a way to get Bear Bachmeier on the field, and then it'll be his job to seize with his play once he gets there. But long term,
well, if we go into next year, this year, who knows how it's going to play out. But and people were, when we got there with the open segment there, they let you see, and he was with the first team. And I know that was news, and it should be reported, but it is zero surprise. He will receive every opportunity
to seize that job.
I've been saying this for months.
The only question is, can a true freshman who wasn't here for spring ball get his arms all the way around the offense in 30 days? Okay, and if the answer is yes, or maybe even if it's just close to yes, then he can be the guy.
Can a true whatever?
Yeah.
Can that and it's more amplified because the young man is that.
Right.
But
it's always the question.
Yeah, it is. It's across the board.
A senior who can't quite get his arms all the way around the offense can lose the job. Right. Yeah.
I mean, they had that with Retzlaff. The minute Retzlaff, the news broke, they knew he was gone. I know some fans held out hope, and I got asked 100 times, and I checked immediately.
But the coaches on the inside didn't really believe there was going to be a path forward.
Right. And so then they go get, when Bachmeier put his name in, it was celebration time. Hey, we got a shot because they'd had a relationship. And they talk about this. That's what these bounce-back things are in recruiting, is that it never ends.
The line used to be, it doesn't matter if you finish second, and now it does.
It does. You're right. Yeah, it does.
And that was something, that was such a cliche. Yeah. Hey, we came in second on that kid.
Whoop-de-freaking-do.
Right. But now with the transfer portal, all right,
know.
Let's wait and see. Maybe that does matter.
You never know. And they changed coaches on him up there, over there, down there in Stanford, Palo Alto, and so he got out of there. And We'll see. I don't know. I am not saying one or the other is going to be the starter. And it very well could be Hillstead all the way. Absolutely. But the other guys are going to get a great opportunity of that. They're going to get all the opportunity they need to be a starter. That's a fact. So I think those are the couple of things. And then I got some Utah things. Yeah, because I went up there too. And I was in the side of the camera on one of them. And guy texts me, or I saw a thing on Twitter, and PK, he's looking old. Yeah, well, I am old. I'm taking the Kenny Dillingham thing. Yeah, it's hot.
Deal with it.
What?
Deal with it.
That's even more awesome. I'm old as crap, and I still have a job, and I went to Utah and BYU yesterday, so nothing's changed. The lines on my face, they've been earned. The giddy up in my hitch is less. It's been earned. The gray in my hair.
Earned.
Yes. You should be so fortunate. I'll just leave it at
fact.
that.
That's
right.
Fact right there.
My attitude is still as salty as ever. And you know where you can go and you know what you can do to yourself? Yeah.
Hey now.
Right. That's what I'm telling you.
Didn't get enough of a reaction out of me, so you just kept pushing it. You just keep looking at me like, well.
Did I break down your resistance as you started off the week telling me?
Eventually, yes, you did. I think you did. And I think that was the moment right there.
Did you break your resistance down like you do with everybody else? I got to laugh when I said that at home. I think that in my time being around Utah football to an extent, that Devin Dampier has more charisma than any quarterback who's played at Utah in my time.
That's saying something right there.
Yeah.
They've had some charismatic guys. Brian Johnson for sure.
I give the edge to Dampier in charisma. Brian, and I've said this often, was the best leader of a team at the college level that I've seen. And he was, we made a big deal about 17. At no point was he ever 17.
Yeah, 17 going on 20.
Right. And he was always ahead of the game that way.
Right into his coaching career.
Right.
Well, he can't even rent a car, but we're sending him on recruiting trips.
He probably was that way at 12.
Probably.
In Texas.
That's why there's that phrase, he's an old soul.
Yeah, and he had the ability to rally people, people much older. Everybody in the media loved him. And Dampier, he has charisma. They tell us he has leadership, and I can see based on the charisma, he's a talker, he's full of energy, people are drawn to him. And Kyle made a point, and I can totally see this, because we were around Dampier a little bit in the spring, around Dampier down in Texas, and just the first day. I mean, he didn't even get to the 2-minute mark, and they're screaming last question, which I think is a little silly.
Why, when a guy has that much charisma and is brand new, in an era when no one can raise enough money, put the people out there that the fans are going to bond with? Why do you think they're going to open their wallets?
And he's a person you would bond with. He has a $1 million smile. And he can talk, and he's a dynamic player, all this stuff. And so the one thing that caught my ear when Kyle said that was you would expect him to be the leader of the offense. But Kyle says that Dampier has made it a point to know most of the folk on the other side of the ball, too. And so he feels like Kyle, speaking, Dampier is a leader of the team. And based on the evidence that I've seen, I totally believe it. They got 30 new guys they got to incorporate. Dampier is one of those guys that people will rally around. They probably did it in New Mexico. If we were to talk about anybody down there, that's just who he is. And you want that out of your quarterback. They all are leaders in their own way. Cam was, you see that wall? Yeah, I'm running through it. Ready, go.
And if my hair
Yeah.
If my helmet pops off and my hair flops around in the middle of the Pac-12 title game, you will all be energized by it.
Yeah, he wasn't necessarily a verbose guy.
No.
A lot of talking, that type of thing. That's not who he was.
No, but he had a way of looking at people and having a little smile and a wink, and that confidence came across. That his charisma wasn't verbal as much as it was the nonverbal.
He believes in himself so much that I believe in him.
Yeah.
And I remember
that was repeated up and down the roster.
Yeah, the first time I talked to him when he was redshirting and they were bringing in other guys, and I did a little one-on-one in that little mud room where they take off their shoes before they go in the locker room, and a bunch of guys there, noisy, and just like they were bringing in, I don't even remember who they were bringing in now because it was so long ago. And he's like, I don't give a crap. Hey, friggin' bring in Peyton Manning for all I care. I mean, he didn't say that, but that's what I took from him. So he had that level of
more
leadership.
obvious when you first talked to him, Cam Rising or Rudy Gobert?
It took a bit with Gobert, but I had a longer conversation with Gobert. But they're very similar in the individual beliefs in themselves. I will show you.
Yep.
And Rudy had a level of animus towards the disrespect. Cam got recruited by Texas and comes to Utah.
Yeah.
So not a whole lot of disrespect in the recruiting process.
Not to the same level of being drafted 27th.
Right. And so...
Although the Jazz really believed in Rudy. I mean, they traded up to get him. And Locke came back at the end of the press conference that night. You and I were there and came back. And he was just over the top about what a great pick that was.
Yeah. Rudy had a massive chip. I don't think Cam had the chip. He just had the utmost confidence in himself. And even when, who was the other dude who went 15 for 13 in the spring game, Yak? Who was that guy that our friend here was all excited about?
Charlie Brewer.
Is that, man? Because they had two of them, one like consecutive years.
Yes.
Neither one of them were worth a crap. And he got beat out.
Correct, yeah.
And I come in, what are you guys doing? You're picking the wrong guy. It's over here.
And we found out after
he's
the
your
fact
guy.
that, as Kyle is usually prone to do, you throw interceptions in practice, and he's going to be like, and ultimately proved out that, they picked the wrong guy.
Yeah, interceptions are not like a terminal diagnosis. Sometimes you try to make a play.
Yep.
And
squeeze the ball in there, and it didn't work.
And do you want somebody who's going to try to make a play, or do you want somebody to just be so pedestrian?
When your favorite games are
cautious?
3-0 and 13-10, I think you've just answered your own question.
Yeah, well, he's a nincompoop. And Cam had that. And this kid, Dampier, this guy's got all sorts of charisma. Everybody around him on that team is going to be drawn to him. Great interview. Put him out there more. Let him go, dare I say, 2.5 minutes.
Whoa. That's crazy talk.
Whoa, 2:30? Ooh.
Last question.
Hey.
Because I got the recorder and I can see the time on it.
Yeah.
And I was timing, when do we go last question here?
For comparison's sake, yesterday, all three BYU quarterbacks, the shortest one, 4 minutes and 39 seconds.
Well, there's a time it runs its course.
Especially depending on the answers.
And
like some
and the person being interviewed.
And the person being interviewed and what the storylines are. But a lot of college athletes will give you the simple sentence, and it's just, as you would like to say back then, it says noun, verb, maybe an adjective, boom, it's done in 9 seconds.
It's boring.
So you can rattle through 10 or 15 questions, and you're 2.5, 3 minutes in. Meanwhile, you're over here talking to Tiger Bachmeier, and you ask him a question about, is there a connection with your brother when you're on the field? Let me answer that by telling you 2 stories.
I'll cite you 2 examples.
Yeah. And
6th grade and then high school.
Yeah, football and basketball, elementary school and high school. And it's like, that was the 2-minute answer right there.
Yeah, he gave great answers. Now, he's a little more mature.
Sure.
And you expect that. But, I don't think that necessarily Stanford is having a ton of media. Because it's way down the pecking order.
Way down the pecking order. Yeah. I mean, they're just a few miles away from the Niners, who obviously cast a massive shadow over everything. But Giants, Warriors.
Well, Santa Clara.
Santa Clara.
They're super close.
They are super close.
They're actually closer.
San Jose State's not far away either. It's very crowded down there. Yeah, it's very crowded.
Yeah, but San Jose is the closest. I mean, Santa Clara is the closest. It's one time Kelly Papinga told me, he said, at Virginia, what were they there, 6 years? He said, I would get interviewed once in a preseason, and that's it. And here, it's every week.
Yeah.
So
the passion for college football here runs deep.
Yeah, which is why I love working here. Yeah, absolutely. The guy who called me old hurt my feelings, and I cried myself to sleep. But then I realized, well, he's right.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. But, I still got the do. Not too fat. A little paunchy. Not bad.
Jason Beck, Utah offensive coordinator, top of the hour. Morgan Scalley, defensive coordinator, 8:30. And Fesi Sataki, BYU assistant coach, passing game coordinator, wide receivers coach, coming up at 9 o'clock. DJ and PK, you had a debate that needs to be settled. Talking to rock and roller.
Sweet little rock and roller.
All right, we'll do that next. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Roller crash on the transition route from northbound US 89 to I-84 eastbound in the mouth of Weaver Canyon. There obviously is going to be some delays with that. Vehicle also appears to be on its side over on the left shoulder. Northbound I-15 also is very slow all the way from Lehigh as you head into Sandy towards downtown Salt Lake City at this current time. This update is brought to you by Deseret First Credit Union. DFCU is turning 70 and it's now their turn to say thank you. A special member giveaways happening all year long. Visit DFCU to learn more today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hanson Scotty.
Let's do it.
Kalani Sitake. What is the most you've paid for a concert ticket, and what concert was it?
For me, MC Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I had the parachute pants, you know, all that stuff ready to go. I mean, don't get me started, guys.
No,
you can
we won't.
still listen to the stuff right now. It's good, clean, wholesome music.
Exactly.
You know, the whole family can have parachute pants and go out.
That's true.
And then do their dances and stuff like that. You know, Can't Touch This. I mean, he even had some slow songs. You know, songs about praying.
Pray.
You know, come on, man. Like, he's got it all.
What kind of a show is this? Catch Hans Olsen and Scotty G every day from noon to 3 on 97.5 1280 The Zone, powered by KSLSports.com.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. At Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call At Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO, because Utah deserves better.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek, it's right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know, well, I'm a chicken fried.
Cold beer on a Friday night.
A pair of jeans that fit
Pair of
just
jeans.
right.
Yeah. Can't be fitting just right, though, apparently. But go ahead.
The band of the day today is Zach Brown Band. Zach Brown is 47 today. It's brought to you by Live Nation for all the live concerts and events in 2025. Check out livenation.com.
You know I like my chicken fried. I've seen Zach Brown probably 10 times. And thankfully, I have to credit Jimmer Fredette.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because that his junior year, we were in Oklahoma City, and they beat somebody in the first round. I don't even remember.
Florida.
Was it? I thought it was the second round.
Oh, okay.
But Florida, you're right. Because then they lost the next year. You're absolutely right. And I don't even. Why did I even? I apologize because you know that stuff. My bad, 100%. And so the in between time, you do the press conferences, blah blah blah, and then you kill some time. And I'm sitting in the hotel flicking around the TV, and they have this thing, this concert comes on with Jimmy Buffett, and I stop, and he's introducing this up-and-coming dude, and it's Zach Brown.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There you go.
I'd never heard of Zach Brown.
And you wouldn't have been watching TV flipping around if they had lost in the first round.
I'd be on a plane coming home.
I think it was an OT game. And what I remember is the post-game interview with Jimmer on the baseline, and he's talking so matter-of-factly in his Jimmer way about winning the game. I remember thinking, BYU doesn't win NCAA tournament games, and they didn't luck into some program that doesn't know what it's doing or something like that's an SEC team with a real budget, with a tournament pedigree, and they went toe-to-toe and didn't blink, and this guy's coming back for another year? This isn't BYU. That's what I really don't even remember buckets in the game. I remember the interview and how calm Jimmer was. Like, yeah, we did that.
Mike Lloyd had a big game or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now that you recall it. But anyway, there you go.
All right, so you got into a little debate over music, not country music. You went to a previous chapter in your life. Rock and roll.
Younger days, yeah.
Yeah. The best riff, the best intro, which is unanswerable and an awesome debate.
Not according to one guy.
If you know someone you like to argue with, it's perfect because it's unanswerable, but people will act like it's answerable, and so hence the argument.
Well, it was started yesterday and continued into the morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't think there is a correct answer to this, but I will say that when I read this, because I saw you put it up on Facebook, the first thing I thought of was Smoke on the Water. That was the first thing that came to mind.
And what is that, Yak?
There it is.
So then I followed up with, I like Layla by Eric Clapton.
That is good.
And then the argument, no, you're not understanding. It is the most iconic, not the best. And then
that's a fine line.
I got a snooty definition of iconic.
Oh, nice. The second thing that occurred to me was Back in Black by AC/DC. That's pretty epic right there.
So then I responded this morning, after a restless night of reflection and contemplation, I'm willing to move slightly off my stance. The literal rift part is more well-known, but in part because Layla is a much better tune with an excellent riff of his own. At this time, I will have no further comment, and please respect my privacy.
Nice. That is such an excellent response by you. Well played. That got a laugh, didn't it?
Along with some other stuff.
I bet. Respect my privacy.
Now,
nice.
Now, you cannot.
Don't knock on my door.
And under any circumstance, reveal the response. And I'll let you read it.
That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Well done. I will say that when this happened, and you've not told me who you had this discussion/debate with.
Nobody.
But I assumed, given your itinerary yesterday, do radio, talk about college football, go to BYU, talk about college football, go to Utah, talk about college football. I assume this had something to do with college football and somebody in college football. Although you text with people from all sports all the time, so there's no way to know for sure.
At this time.
I understand. But that was just my assumption as I stared at my laptop last night at some outrageous hour when I couldn't fall asleep. And then it occurred to me, the song that needs to be introduced into this discussion is Enter Sandman by Metallica, which Virginia Tech comes into, and it's quite the production. If you ever watch a Virginia Tech game right from the start on ESPN or ABC or Fox or whoever's got the game, they love to make a production out of showing you that.
Oh, yeah.
It is theater. Whoever did that for Virginia Tech with the lights, the crowd gets into it. It's an artistic performance. Before we kick off, before whatever happens for 3 hours of football, there's a show, and it will be good.
Yeah. I agree.
And I can't believe that Enter Sandman took me that long to think of. Once I realized, well, it was a college football kind of day. And this song is now so closely linked to college football.
Okay. It's not, I like it. If I'm going to go with that, I'm going to go a little harder. And I realize Jacques played the acoustic version that they did of Layla, but there is a plug-in version. Obviously, the original was that very song where they play it much harder.
Put this up on Twitter. You can weigh in. Settle the debate. What's the best rock intro riff? It's also up on Facebook, and we will get some of your responses later in the show. All right, DJ and PK, Jason Beck, Utah offensive coordinator, meeting with the media as practice opens up. So many questions. What is the offense going to look like? How productive is it going to be? Is Devin Dampier going to make the jump from the Mountain West to the Big 12 and shine? We will get to that coming up next. Stay with us.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Planning a party or an office lunch? Let Kenny J's Barbecue bring the flavor to you. From 10 to 1,000 guests, we've got your event covered with slow-smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and all the home-style sides your crowd craves. No matter the occasion, Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue that speaks for itself. You bring the guests, we'll bring the fire. Zone listeners get 10% off their first catering order. Just mention the Zone when you book. Visit us online at KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where every event becomes a flavor-packed celebration.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Get Mr. Mac's Performance Missionary Package. 1 performance suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 ties, 1 mission belt, and 1 pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy shoes. Just $695. Visit one of our 9 convenient Mr. Mac locations near you.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK, presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
and the front yard needs a trim.
Join Hans and Scotty Thursday. That's today from noon to 3. RGS Exteriors, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. The Utah offense, PK. High hopes, lots of question marks. Kyle Whittingham has pumped up the offensive line. If you got a great offensive line, I suppose you can run just about anything behind it. Great offensive lines have been the key to great passing games, great running games. You get a great offensive line, dominate the line of scrimmage, good things usually follow.
Yeah.
Now Jason Beck shows up with a new offense, a new quarterback, a new running back who's not getting nearly as much run because of the new quarterback, but Parker figures to be a really important part of this equation.
He does.
Jason Beck asked about these issues and many others. Here's the University of Utah offensive coordinator with the media on the opening day of practice.
What have you seen from them that gives you hope coming into this fall?
Doug, who's been here the whole time Wet has, he does a phenomenal job in the weight room. Talked about how strong this group has been, how hard they've worked, and really likes where they're at. So that feedback from him, those comments are really promising that we got a really good group. They're working hard, they're bought in, and we got good leadership.
Spring ball is about, installing the offense. What is the next phase in fall camp in terms of your offense and getting it integrated with the guys?
You obviously need to be ready for all the situations that are going to be coming up, and it's really identifying who are the trustworthy guys, the playmaker guys. When you put those 11 guys together, all doing their different roles, who can you depend on and count on? So it's a matter of finding consistency. Who's showing up every day, consistently getting their job done. So we know we can count on them to put them out there for the game. So that's what you're trying to develop that and tease that out of who to count on when you put them out there.
The last 6 months, Devin's really taken some time to establish his foothold and leadership. I guess heading into fall camp as the offensive coordinator, just what are you looking for him to continue to make steps in establishing himself in the offense and so forth?
Yeah, just continuing to lead, both first by example, through his play, being that real consistent playmaker, doing the right things, and then being a good teammate, which means if you see something, you're not their friend, you're their teammate. Whether that's positively reinforcing what they're doing or whether that's asking them to live up to a different standard. And so Dev shows up every day and works hard, and he leads by example. And so just continue to do that and bring everybody else along and develop the chemistry with all those skill guys.
When it comes to QB2 spot, what are you looking for, and how quickly do you want to try to establish that?
Yeah, you're not too far away now from you start game planning UCLA and in the seasons here. And so we have 2 scrimmages along the way, and by the end of that second scrimmage, you would really like to have an idea, plan of here's what we're doing. And same thing, it's all about, who can you trust, who can you depend on, who's being consistent in that role. When their number's called, their opportunity comes up, who's going to be ready to take that on.
Tobias Merriweather and Larry Simmons were the 2 receivers that you brought in during the spring portal. How important are these next few weeks in getting them up to speed with the offense and their chemistry with Dampier?
Oh, it's really important to see what they can bring to this team to help this offense score points to win games. And so them, Bryce Duke, running back, has experiences in. So yeah, it's really these next 2 weeks, you're not making huge judgments right away because it's going to take a little time to settle in and get their rhythm and get going. But once you kind of see that thing turn, now you're looking at that feedback of how are they contributing, what can we count on them for, and to know how we can use them in the offense.
What led to your interest in your pursuit of them? What qualities do they possess that you think translates here?
We're looking for guys who can consistently win, get open, catch the ball. The more they can stretch the field or be versatile, play both outside and inside, is great, but it's all about who can consistently win, make plays, catch the ball to help move the chains and score points.
Kyle talked about this offense will be pretty similar to what you ran at New Mexico. How similar to that, and kind of what are you trying to do that's maybe different, or are you trying to do anything different?
We're still in that process of that playing out. For instance, when we started New Mexico last year, we had 5-6 skilled receivers that we thought were going to be some of our better players. And as we headed in that first game, that was kind of the trajectory we were on. Well, as we got early in the season, some of those guys were struggling to consistently make plays, and our running backs were way rising up in what they were doing. And so that thing shifted, in that course, and there became 2 receivers and a tight end that we really relied on, and then it was all these running back guys. And so the offense kind of molded more that direction. So, with the Devin and the O-line, that's the most predictable right now. It's the other spots that are more what direction is this going to take with the dependable playmaker, guys you trust, and kind of the offense molding, shifting that direction.
For fans that haven't seen it yet, how would you kind of describe your offensive philosophy?
We really just want to put the right guys in the right places to make plays. We want to adapt to what our strengths are and play to those strengths. Real like eye test. We're going to go not at a fast tempo, but we're going no huddle. We're moving guys around, kind of spread. The QB reads and RPOs are in there. But year to year, that thing always shifts to who's your personnel and what are their strengths. And some years that's more passing, some years that's more running. So, that thing will vary because we want to play to our strengths.
When you have a star receiver or a star running back, it's pretty easy to feature them in the offense. It seems like you've got 2 star offensive tackles. How do you go about featuring your offensive line and their strengths as players?
Yeah, we look at the quarterback first and we look at the O-line second of what they can do. And the O-line's obviously a strength, specifically with the tackles. Man, they're athletic. So you can do things with your tackles where you utilize that athleticism that you may not do with other guys. So, getting them out on the edges and screens to block in space, having them pull in the run game, to add to your run scheme. So using their athleticism to block the second level, to block on the perimeter, is something you want to take advantage of.
You guys moved Otto Tia to tight end towards the tail end of spring. What kind of led to that change, and what are you looking for him to do, as fall camp gets ready to open?
He's kind of this hybrid guy that has good size, and he's 220, and he's big, strong receiver. So we know the flexed out in the slot outside stuff is going to be natural for him. So we thought, let's move him to the tight end room so we can develop more of those things that he's not as experienced at. Knowing from that room, we can always flex him out and do stuff. But to have him in the outside receiver room and then try to move him inside to do things, a little different. So that was just the kind of have him in that room as a home base to expand his versatility and how he can help.
In the spring, you said Wayshawn was limited. I guess where is his health at, and do you expect him to be full go for?
Yeah, he's healthy. He's had a really good summer and ready to go. Yeah.
How much does Nate Johnson change this offense for you?
Well, that's going to be part of this discovery of how consistent playmaking, what is he bringing at a high level, because he definitely has, some juice, speed, and can do unique things. So we definitely want to utilize that, take advantage of it, and discover, how much and what ways and all of those things that we can count on at a high level, more than just kind of a gimmicky thing here or there.
Last season, Devin ran a lot and also passed a lot. Is there a development that you're looking for, maybe to have him be more pass first or maybe more run first? Walk me through your thinking on that.
He'll, just him individually, he'll continue to progress and develop and is really capable. So this is not a thing where we were running him more because he was not capable as a passer. It was just, and he'll continue to develop that way. It was really just the the pieces around him and what we could do led to him being more involved in the run game. Certain times in the season, we had some critical injuries, and so he became, if it's 4th and 2, who do you trust most to get this thing? And with a couple, there's a spot where Nakari was out with a high ankle sprain. In a couple of those games, no, you absolutely knew Devin would get you the first, so you called his number a little more. So it's just kind of dictated by, the matchup, health, all those things.
Two more here. Dev talked a lot about just improving his decision making, now that he's been here for 6 months. Have you seen any improvements in that and just turnover ratio or just how he's reading the offense?
It's hard to put a total thing on that right now because spring was so new with all the skill guys getting on the same page. Right. So we'll kind of see where it picks up, in fall camp. But no, that's what it's all about, right? It's all about being a dynamic player, being a playmaker, and protecting the ball because that dictates winning at such a high rate. So just going forward that way.
Talked about what Larry and Tobias brings to the wide receiver room. What does Bryce bring to this running back room now that he's joined?
Based off the film, it'd be great to see him and get him, but based off the film, he brings an element catching the ball out of the backfield. He's proven where he's done that in the past. And then his running skill set, he can, he has some juice, so he can pretty good quickness and spring it. So being able to put him in situations to use, I wouldn't say he's quite half running back, half slot receiver, but he has a little more of that receiving quality than the typical running back does. And so being able to see what he can do with those skill sets.
There's Utah offensive coordinator Jason Beck. So many questions about what this offense is going to look like, and he makes it clear it'll be a work in progress into October. Talking about last year, adjustments had to be made. He thought there were some receivers who could make plays. It turned out there were more running backs who could make plays. So he featured the running backs more as the season went along.
Yeah, but he was new at New Mexico.
It will evolve. He's new at Utah.
Oh, you got me there.
It's like this seems too easy. I'm not used to you setting me up.
Yeah, it's wait and see. And if you're a Ute fan, obviously you're hoping for great things. And I think there's a possibility of it. But, I want to see. That's why the intrigue this year. And as I said the other day, Utah should be so grateful for the transfer portal. I don't care if they lose 50 guys. Because I think without the transfer portal, without Beck and Dampier coming over, it would have been, oh my gosh, what are we doing here? And it would have been more of the same and hope for better, just simply through the days go by. Now you've totally revamped everything, and it's brought such a new energy throughout the football program and the perspective of the fan base. They're all excited, and they came from a place where it was such a downer during all of November and most of October as we realized what was the reality of the situation, and that's all changed because of the transfer portal. And with that, the excitement level is night and day. It's just incredible.
It's energized everything.
It has. It's energized me.
You were gone, and you don't read The Athletic, but they did a ranking with the anonymous quotes they love to do, where they'll go to people in other programs and get quotes. And there was we were talking quarterbacks while you were out, and there was a little pushback, as you might expect. Oh, the local media is getting excited about Dampier. It's the national media. They ranked Dampier 25th out of 136 starting quarterbacks. That was the good news for the Utes. The bad news was that made him 7th in the Big 12.
No problem with either of those.
The Athletic thinks what you were talking about at Big 12 Media Days and what we've been talking about since you came back, and probably talking about it before you went to the Big 12 Media Days. The Big 12's loaded with quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's obvious.
And they had 6 of them in the top 24, and Dampier was 7th, and there were a couple more right behind him. I mean, it was like they had good things to say about 10 quarterbacks in the league.
A kid who ran for 1,100 and passed for 2,500, whatever there was there, why wouldn't you be excited? Does that mean he's going to be able to translate it here? I'm not sure, but that's the exciting part of it. If it were a guarantee, there would be no intrigue. And it's all in the unknown of what's it going to be because it is brand new. That's the exciting part of it. It's not boring. Utah, obviously, last year as the season went on, was boring, and their own fans will acknowledge that, and they couldn't wait for the season to get over. People weren't going to some of the games. I know people were literally saying, do you want tickets? I don't want to go. And I think that has the opportunity to change. To what degree? And I've got no problem saying, to an extent, I'm a homer, because I want it better than last year. I don't have any personal interest in the team being good. It's more for the show and the station that we thrive as a station. And all the media thrives. I mean, every single last one of them thrives. I want everybody to have success in their jobs. And with a team that wins, you go a long way towards that. And so, I want it to happen. Tell me right now, BYU versus Utah in the conference title game, I sign off on it. Absolutely. Because it would be awesome for work.
No, that would be epic.
Yeah, it would. It would be incredible. I think it would be great for the Big 12, too.
Yeah.
They'd have double stuff to hang your hat on, because people, you follow football to any degree, you certainly know the BYU-Utah rivalry and the craziness that's involved there. And I'm looking for that. Will it happen? Will Utah's offense be prolific? I don't know. I think so. Maybe not prolific, but be good. My standard is good enough to be in contention for first or second as each week checks off in November. That's my standard. Can they do that?
That's the old Lavelle Edwards standard right there.
You're
borrowing from a great one.
Because if you're not in contention and you're just fighting for bowl eligibility, well, that's a whole other story. But if you're in contention, those games, all 4 of them, become gigantic. Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't matter who you're playing. They're huge. And that's what it's about. That's you can talk playoff, you can talk whatever you want, but you've got to take care of the business in the conference to be able to get that. So clearly that's the most important thing.
How far could the Utes go, though? How far can they ride an O-line, a quarterback, and a running back? I mean, it was clear listening to Jason Beck right there. Decisions to be made at wide receiver and tight end. They need guys to step up and make plays, and he's not 100% sure who those people are, because if he was, he would name them the same way he names his quarterback and his running back, because he's pretty confident in those two.
Well, he's new and they're new.
Yep.
The O-line is not new. They're all returning, and he is returning with Dampier, and Parker has got a level of a resume to an extent to believe in, should be good there. So they're going to have some people do something. You just can't go with nothing over there, those positions. But I believe it's good enough to be in contention in November.
Kyle Whittingham's teams haven't needed a lot from those positions. They have gotten quite a bit from tight end. We shouldn't undersell that.
Tight ends have really exploded in recent years because they've been very good. They've been NFL tight ends.
Yeah.
And that's why they've been very good, because they were literally, in the case of one, a first-round pick. And if Keithy could have had some good breaks, he could have been right there. But he kept, unfortunately for him, had 2 major injuries. That sucks big time for the young man. But they have had production there. I don't know how it's going to play out in those positions. I'm pretty confident in the other positions, but I don't know. My standard is to have them be in that contention in November, and the schedule, it's extremely manageable. You close with Kansas. You can beat them. You can lose to them, too. It's not a surprise. Kansas State, you could beat them. You can lose to them. I'm going from last to the end of November upward. And then Baylor, you could beat them, and you can lose to them. Cincinnati, I think you win that game. Those are your 4 games in November. The other 3, put them, those are toss-ups. As a fan, that's great. It's fun. That's what it's about, man. To have that, what's going to happen today? And we'll have that. Check them off all the way down, starting November 1st. Cincinnati, I think they get that. But then going down to Baylor the following week?
No telling.
Yeah, Baylor's expected to be good.
DJ and PK, when we come back, Utah defense coordinator Morgan Scalley talking about his defense next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got delays breaking up northbound I-15 between Lehigh and downtown Salt Lake City. Also, eastbound I-80 has the standard delays in the right lane between Kimball Junction and US 40 in Summit County at this moment. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products, offering Graver window coverings, high-end quality with the best warranty. Save 30% off when you mention KSL. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
We're seeing people talk about Utah. The vibe has been, last year was an outlier for what we typically get from Kyle Whittingham, right?
How do they address the offensive issues? When's the last time Utah had an offense that's had 7 rushing touchdowns in a season? So you can understand how important it was to address this offensive situation, and I feel like what you're seeing right now is people like Joel Klatt and others look at what they did and what they did to address the offense, hiring Jason Beck, and brings that quarterback with him, and you're thinking, okay, you take that offense, you plug them into this team with that defense, just that alone is going to get you a winning season.
Right.
The question is now going to be, can Devin Dampier improve his passing stats and numbers to take Utah from flipping it to a winning team to a championship team?
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah deserves better. If your lights flicker, breakers trip, or something just doesn't feel safe, the last thing you need is someone trying to tell you your electrical panel needs to be replaced, your house needs to be rewired, and you should probably rewire your neighbor's house too. But sadly, that's exactly what's happening since a lot of home service companies have been bought out by private equity groups that are focused on profits and not people. At Your Service Pros is different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not quotas. That's why we offer a full electrical inspection for just $49. We'll check everything, your panel, wiring, outlets, grounding, and give you an honest report. If it's safe, we'll say so. If it's not, we'll explain exactly what needs to be done and help you fix it the right way, without pressure. We've served Utah families for over 20 years, and we're proud of the 4.9-star rating from people who trust us to do things right. So call out Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO to schedule your $49 electrical inspection. That's 801-YOUR-PRO, because Utah deserves better.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Home sellers, do not lose money selling your home the old way. Make more money when you sell your home with a Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Average interest rates are in the mid to high 6s, but Save Right Realtors will market your home with a fixed rate as low as 4.75%. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate gives buyers monthly payments that are hundreds less than comparable homes. When your home is much more affordable, you get a larger pool of potential buyers who can buy your home. When buyers compare homes and see your home is hundreds less per month, you'll get a quicker offer and a higher sale price. Do not lose money selling your home the old way. Sell faster and make more money. Sell with Save Right. Sell with the Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, it's Jay Broadbent here with Alpine Home Medical, celebrating 28 years of keeping Utah and Idaho comfortable and at home. Back in '97, I started with a truck, a dream, and a lot more hair. Today, we've got 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. From the moment you step into our clean, welcoming showrooms, you'll feel the Alpine difference. Our team will be there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for your needs. We believe that the right equipment can transform lives. We're honored to be a part of your healthcare journey and to help you live the life you deserve. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Get Mr. Mac's Performance Missionary Package. 1 performance suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 ties, 1 mission belt, and 1 pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy shoes. Just $695. Visit one of our 9 convenient Mr. Mac locations near you.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK, presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I got my toes in the water, toes in the sand. Not a worry in a world of cold beer in my hand. Life is good today. Life is good today. Well, a plane touched down just about 3 o'clock, and the city's still on my mind. Bikinis and palm trees danced in my head. I was still in the baggage line.
Okay, business owners. Yeah, let's get together. Let's get married, business speaking, me and you. You got a product you're passionate about, I would love to endorse it. All you got to do is text PK to 57500. Our sales staff will take care of the rest. Here's what you do, man. Let's get together, make you some money. Text PK to 57500.
DJ and PK, we just heard from Jason Beck, Utah offensive coordinator. We're going to hear from Fesi Sataki in the BYU passing game. He's the passing game coordinator and wide receivers coach. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. But right now, PK, after all that talk about the offense, it's time to talk about the defense. Morgan Scally, University of Utah defensive coordinator, with the media right here on the Zone.
What might still be top of mind come fall, and you mentioned depth at corner and defensive tackle. Obviously, you haven't been on the field yet, but where do you feel you are there?
Same spot. Same spot. That's good. Very good.
Way to set him up.
Yeah. But, good to have a couple few new D tackles, Dylan Battle, transferring from LSU, Pupu Sepulona, Semi Taulanga. So those bodies will help out a lot in the depth category. Now it's just a matter of developing them and seeing who can play right away. The good thing is we're not having to do much physically with them. Their weight's where it needs to be. It's just learning the defense.
What led to your pursuit of Dylan Battle in the transfer portal, outside of just the need of depth?
Well, depth, the relationship he had with a former teammate, and he was being let go. It was also an opportunity to look at something. He was coming off an injury, and we felt like we could be pretty aggressive in the treatment of it, that we could get him going right away. So there are a few things there, but obviously the relationship we had with his coaching staff back in high school, and then his relationship with Nate.
When you look at fall camp, how do you want to approach it in terms of trying to get guys aggressive, kind of get them ready, but also still kind of save some for the season?
Yeah, it's a physical sport. You got to be able to practice tackling. I think a few years ago when we played Florida, first time we played Florida at their place, we tried to dial it down physically, and we missed a ton of tackles in that game, and it exposed us a little bit. So yes, we want to get to the first game healthy, and we're spacing out the practices and the periods in a way that we feel like we're being smart with their health, but at the same time, as a physical sport, you got to practice physicality, you got to be able to tackle and do the things that football players do.
Your defensive end room looks noticeably different, obviously in terms of the faces, but also just leaner builds, more athleticism. Has that been a point of emphasis this offseason, increasing the athleticism?
Not necessarily. I would say getting stronger, definitely. You're always looking for speed off the edge. This is, again, a point I've talked about before. I'm much more focused on a productive, efficient pass rush than sacks. If I'm hitting a quarterback, if I'm being disruptive, then you're forcing him to get rid of the ball quicker than he wants to. So I felt like we did a pretty good job of that last year. Obviously, the sack count wasn't what it was in previous seasons, but I felt like we were effective at getting to the quarterback. I like the depth that we have there. I think that we've gotten better. Coach Powell's done a great job of developing that group, and it's going to be a competitive fall camp for those guys.
You guys added a pair of corners also in the portal, JC Hart and Jalen Mosin. What do they bring to this corner room?
We'll find out. JC obviously has a ton of speed. He was a track guy out of high school, had shown that at Auburn. The speed and the fluidity that we were looking for. He's got to continue to make sure that he's doing everything he can to be healthy, with shoulder and everything. But and then Mosin obviously provides some quickness, some athleticism. So those are two guys that need the development as well, but we would not have gone that route if we didn't feel like we could use them right away.
You've seen a lot of offensive looks in your tenure, but what does it mean to have a guy like Devin Dampier who can kind of make things just different to kind of help your defense?
Athletic quarterbacks just cause issues, particularly when you're going to use them in a dedicated quarterback run game. It's one thing for him to just pull it on his own, escape the pocket, things break down, and he's able to make plays just with his legs on his own. But when there's a dedicated run package, or that you as a defensive coordinator really have to focus on, okay, how are we going to add a guy in the box? How are we going to take care of the quarterback in the run game? It really forces you to practice that. So he provides both. He can, if you're going to four-man rush the kid, he does a great job of understanding when things break down, when to take off, but they also have a very good dedicated QB run game.
At the beginning of spring, you talked about having an emphasis on more havoc plays this season. How do you feel that went in the spring, and then how is that work going to continue going on into the fall?
I felt like havoc plays were a strong emphasis in spring. I felt like we did a really good job of it. The takeaways were really good. That's got to continue in fall camp. The studies have shown us that your takeaways come from. Your number one takeaway in the Big 12 last year was an interception in zone coverage. It's zone eyes. It's quarterbacks forcing things into windows. The second was interceptions in man coverage, which man coverage, usually that's more of an incompletion coverage. Your completion percentage goes down. And so the majority of interceptions you see there are, tipped passes, free safety coming over the top. And then, so the next thing that you're looking at is forced fumbles from the second guy in, not the first guy in, second guy in. So there are certain takeaways, certain aspects of takeaways that you can practice. Zone drops, catching a football, including footballs in your drill work. And then a focus on second guy in, how to strip the ball, how to take care of the ball, how to go down, how to recover a ball in traffic versus how to recover a ball in space, right? And so those are the things that we have to do a really good job of. The things that you can practice in terms of takeaways, you better be practicing. And I feel like we're doing a good job of that.
You talked about completion percentage, in coverage. Smith Snowden allowed, I think, like 40% in coverage. Teo Johnson was also really good. What's going to be the key for them becoming more playmakers on the ball and getting those takeaways?
It's just a matter of making the plays. There's a couple times last year where Teo's got the ball right there, can make a play, didn't make the play. And so it's just a matter of making the play. He's got the athleticism, he's got the ability. We just got to be able to make the play. So again, drill work where they're flipping, finding the ball, right? Look, lean, locate drills on the sideline when you're working fades. Vertical routes, jumping in front of the vertical route, when to steal, when to strike. Right, there comes a time where you have to make that decision as a safety. Am I going to be able to get to the ball? If not, strike him. If I can get there, steal it. So again, drill work is a big part of that.
In spring, you had talked about you guys just weren't good enough in stopping the run. How do you feel like you can change that this year what is the personnel like? How do you kind of get to that point?
Some of it was technique, some of it was missed tackles. So again, we got to be able to tackle better. The not throwing shoulders, making sure that we understand proper tackling technique, and then proper technique in maintaining gaps. A bunch of the big hitters were guys not maintaining their gaps, and that's just an alignment assignment deal.
There's Morgan Scalley talking about the defense at the University of Utah. Better against the run, more takeaways. Only forced 18 turnovers last year, kind of in the middle nationally. Want to be up with the leaders.
Well, I think last year you had offenses on the opposition knowing we don't need to take many chances because the only way we're going to lose this game
is to take chances and make negative plays.
Yeah, and let their defense score 17 or put them in a position to score 17 points. So I think that is a direct cause and effect deal on the offense not being good enough. Certainly by the time you got to Halloween, everybody knew, hey, just take care of the ball against these guys, and you are going to win most likely, and that's exactly what happened. So I wouldn't be too alarmed on that. I know they go through everything, the possible studies up, inside, outside, and up and down to figure out their ways to get better. I mean, this is their jobs, and they do it to a very detailed level. But I don't necessarily have a concern about that too much.
Can they turn that 18 into 25? Because if you force 25 turnovers, usually top 20 in the country. Then you got an advantage.
That's why the thing that became the catchphrase, certainly last year, if not before, the phrase complimentary football has taken on a life of its own. And there's a lot of factual information involved in there and how a defense plays your offense based on your offense playing their defense, right? It only makes sense.
Yep.
So their offense has to put some points up to make sure that other offense on the
has
opposition
to take some chances.
Yeah, and you didn't really have to last year. Just run your basic stuff, and you should be okay. And most of them were. I mean, when they had a 7-game losing streak, something like that.
Yep. Get your 20 points, and you got a great chance of beating Utah last year.
Yeah, it was Snooze City. I mean, we could go another 50 years without seeing another season like that. Yeah. And my guess is we won't see a season like that, particularly this year. And then we'll see where we go after that.
All right, DJ and PK coming up, 9 o'clock. Fesi Sataki, BYU passing game coordinator, coach, and wide receivers coach. We will talk with him about the Cougars and their ability to pick a quarterback and then throw the football. That's on the way at the top of the hour. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got some unusual slowing on the eastbound 201 freeway between 3200 and 900 west due to a minor fender bender on the left shoulder. Be aware of that if you're headed in that direction. Also, traffic on I-15 southbound out of Davis County is easing, but brake lights remain between 2300 and 600 north. This update is brought to you by our friends over at UTA. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You know, I've been hearing people tell quarterbacks to run less forever, but then all of a sudden they turn into below average quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The reason that they're D1 starting quarterbacks is because they run.
Yes.
You can say, hey, we're going to need you to go out there and sling it and hand it off more, but that's not what makes him good. That's not why he's the quarterback at the University of Utah. He's the quarterback at the University of Utah because he can throw well enough and he ran for 1,200 yards. He's capable of that. I mean, get ready for it. I think the coaches are cheering for him to have 1,200 yards, I would guess.
Huh.
Yeah, why not? Go be dynamic. Go get 1,200 yards for a quarterback.
Yeah, of course. If you
Think
do
Michael
that,
Vick in college.
Yeah, right. No, I get it. If he is getting 100 yards a game on the ground and can do anything through the air.
Hey, we're going to need you to be less productive, pal. No,
No,
come
of
on,
course
that's
not.
crazy.
No,
They're
of course not.
absolutely rooting for that to happen.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Parker McCullum. Get the man I am. What kind of man do you need? Live 2025. Friday, August 1st, 7:30 p.m. Maverick Center. Multi-platinum selling artist Parker McCullum. Special guests Cameron Marlowe and Hudson Westbrook. On sale now at Ticketmaster. Parker McCullum Live.
Planning a party or an office lunch? Let Kenny J's Barbecue bring the flavor to you. From 10 to 1,000 guests, we've got your event covered with slow-smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and all the home-style sides your crowd craves. No matter the occasion, Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue that speaks for itself. You bring the guests, we'll bring the fire. Zone listeners get 10% off their first catering order. Just mention the Zone when you book. Visit us online at KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where every event becomes a flavor-packed celebration.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking and the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Feels great. I mean, surgery that I had, bouncing back for that is like, I'm hungry for it. Right. I'm ready to go again. I'm ready to catch 1,500 yards this year. I want to touch that 1,000 for sure. Okay. Yeah. That's it, huh? Yes. Coming here is a special place for me. One of the running backs that came out of my high school, Devontae Booker, he made 1,000 yards, and I want to top that for sure.
Maryland Supply will be with Hans and Scotty Friday to talk about the Valley View Open Golf Tournament that raises thousands for the Giving Hope Foundation. Look forward to that coming up on Friday. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, The Zone. PK, we just heard the guarantee. 1,000 yards. Holding himself accountable. Wayshawn Parker, Utah
running back.
It's
a soft guarantee because I think it's almost a guarantee that he does get it.
They've only
so
been,
it's not an outrageous statement by him. It's a legitimate goal. And I would say if you just, and I don't think he has this, but if you just said 1,000, that would be underselling it.
There have only been a couple times in the last decade that the Utes haven't had a 1,000-yard back. Obviously, when Zach Moss was here, he was doing it every year.
The only thing he needs is health. That's
Yes.
it. That is exclusively it.
If he's healthy, 85 yards a game and 1,000 yards seems like a gimme.
I agree. I really believe it is.
Now, 1,500 yards, that'd get your attention, wouldn't it?
I think he's got a shot, man. Depending on how much they're going to give him the ball. If he proves himself durable, then I think that's legit.
125 yards a game. Go get it. And that's we're looking at a 12-game number. We'll see how many games they actually play. Obviously, that number can go higher.
Well, I think he can get it into 12 games.
Right.
Yeah. I like his confidence. He should. He came here with Ohtani, the running backs coach up there from Washington State, for specific reasons. And those reasons are going to be on display. They knew what they were getting. He knew what he's getting into. To me, it's not much of a mystery or surprise.
Coach believes in player, player believes in coach.
I think we will see it unfold exactly like Ute fans anticipate.
Run it some more. Wayshawn will get his carries. Dampier will get his carries, and we'll see who else gets carries along the way.
Right. I mean, if he treats an ankle or something, some of that might limit him. But I don't anticipate that. He is standing next to him. He's a solid kid body-wise. And so, what can he do? My thing to see for him is how many tackles can he just run through and blow off? And what is his ability to get extra yards, the yards after contact?
Run violently, Kyle Whittingham will say in the postgame.
Yeah.
He loves that expression.
I don't know that he's necessarily a speed guy, put him on the edge and do those types of things. But that's where I'm wondering what they've got in Nate Johnson. Because he's super fast, but it doesn't seem like they have a defined role for him. I was surprised he came back.
Well, number one, weren't we all? Because guys don't usually come back. And it isn't clear that he's the quarterback. Is he a receiver?
Well, he's not the quarterback. I can tell you that much.
And he's not the backup quarterback either.
What is he? Right. Well,
so he's running fly sweeps. What is he doing?
I don't know.
Slot receiver?
I want to see.
Some kind of Britton Covey role?
Because I thought his speed last time around was underutilized.
Agreed.
He's just got some mop-up time. And get him in the open field. And he's a speed burner there. And it would be a shame not to use him. And you can use him in different ways. Maybe they can put him in a wildcat type situation and have him run. Although it's hard-pressed to be better the runner than Dampier. But maybe just give him a different look for the defense to keep them honest. And then, if they show it in first 3 games, then the defenses in the conference may have to prepare for it, particularly that first game. Because that first game, it's funny, and I'm just going to totally contradict myself because the evidence will show. But last year, and I was there in Stillwater, we pointed to that 4th game as if it was the telltale sign that everything was going to happen. You had the 2 big dogs in the conference, or 2 of them.
We thought.
If not the 2 biggest.
We thought.
And the winner of that would not have a leg up, man. It would have more, whatever is more than a leg. It would have it.
And the Utes won it, and they went to 4-0 and 1-0.
And I was fired up.
And then they lost 7 straight games.
Yeah, that's a shocker of all shocks. None of us, literally no one on the planet and in the galaxy would have thought that. So what am I going to do with that in mind? I'm going to build up the first conference game this year against Texas Tech like it's the biggest thing ever.
Nice.
Just like I did last year, and that turned out to be ridiculous. I love having takes that are very strong only to be ridiculous to the point where you can't even argue. That was ridiculous. But I'm going to do it again.
There's no reason to learn lessons.
What am I, a fool? Is that the definition? Am I insane?
Sure. What do you got to lose?
I know I'm nuts, but am I insane? I'm crazy. I'm loco. But it just seems to me that those are 2 good teams that are going to be in contention. And if Texas Tech gets a road win, I can't remember who told me, but they used to root for the home teams to win because they didn't want the road teams to get an advantage.
Well, I remember people talking about that, and the person I remember talking about that is Dave Rose as a basketball thing.
It was a basketball thing.
And Dave Rose used to talk about that.
Yeah, maybe it was him.
Somebody asked him about the standings once. He says, I don't care who's 4-0. Right now, I think teams are +1 or -1 based on whether they've won or lost home games.
And I think it's harder to win a road game in college basketball
he says
than
some of these teams are getting fed 4 road games out of 5 to start the season. Others have 4 home games out of 5.
Right.
He says it all evens out. You can't overreact early on. So he was a big +1, -1 guy.
But that is a big game for both teams. The winner can puff out its chest a little bit. Doesn't mean a whole lot if you don't follow it up. But I think that is a little bit of a peak because I think I picked Texas Tech to finish first, which to me, that's a big accomplishment. And that ought to be taken into more consideration than it is. We sort of blow that off and go to the next week after the 9 games are done and who won. That, even though the Devils won last year, and great, so puff my chest out, but you just played 9 games, and then you get down to 1 game, and they cause some turnovers, the ball bounces their way, and they blow out Iowa State. Well, good for them. But I think the committee, and especially the ones deciding the playoff brackets and all, you should take into consideration 9 games.
Well, they did. SMU got in. And there was speculation.
BYU didn't.
Speculation about whether they would or they wouldn't. Right. But they finished, SMU, didn't they finish alone in first place? BYU was in a 4-way
but then they
tie.
lost.
Yeah. So they didn't let it all hang on that conference title game.
I think that,
They took into consideration
and I'm fine
first
with
place.
that. I'm fine with that. But the problem is that they had the head-to-head matchup.
Yep.
But nevertheless, your point is made. I think winning a regular season conference title
is hard.
Should be celebrated. Yeah. That should be a plaque, or when they put the conference titles up on the press box wall or wherever, that should be put up there because that's a heck of an accomplishment. So I picked Texas Tech. The reality is, though, you got to win it the next week to get in, or at least to assure yourself of getting in. And I think probably this year with the 12-team format, we'll only see one again. We'll have to see about, when it expands, where they go with that. That remains to be seen. So I do believe that winner on that first game, I love that game. That's a power game right there. Right off the bat.
Texas Tech, with all that money they spent on all those transfers.
Yeah.
And they've been solid. So now the thinking is this should elevate them. We'll see if that plays out.
In my mind, it will. I view Texas Tech in the manner of, will they win 4 in a row, 5 in a row? Probably not. Will they be in contention for 4 in a row, 5-0? Probably yes. Because sometimes football comes down, Broncos talked about this, to a play or two, and they make it, you don't. Or you make it, they don't. And so you get out of there with a win. I was talking to somebody yesterday about this very thing. I'm always leery of teams that won a bunch of close games being able to repeat it the next season.
Yeah, it's funny because we were just talking about turnovers. You were leery of teams that forced a lot of turnovers a year ago because there can be, the tip ball that hangs in the air just long enough for the safety to get there versus the one that doesn't quite hang in the air long enough for the safety to get there.
But I think in turnovers, you have to look at a much bigger sample than last year. What is your defense known for? That's what I said the other day about I'm a big identity guy.
Yeah, there are styles. There are teams that play for the turnovers.
Who
and there
was
are
it?
teams
Peace
that
loved the 4 and a score.
4 and a score.
Yeah.
Which then, when they weren't getting turnovers last year and they were talking about that, and I can't remember which defensive player I asked, I said, have you ever heard the phrase 4 and a score? He's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. It's like that just went away. And then Morgan and spring balls, we're bringing it back.
Well, that was me down in Tempe on a given weekend.
Really? 4 and a score, huh? Yak throws us right to break. That's it.
Well, we got to 9 o'clock and it went off the rails. So.
Oh, that's not off the rails. Come on.
Fessy Sataki, BYU passing game coordinator and wide receivers coach. Talking with PK and I about the Cougars in transition on offense. New set of receivers coming in. Obviously got Chase back, but what about everybody else who's going to step up? And analyzing the different traits of the three quarterbacks as they throw the ball to the receivers he coaches. Fessy Sataki coming up next. Stay with us.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK, presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules here of the week. You can submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules here of the week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
DJ and PK. We went down to Provo yesterday. Fessy Satake, BYU passing game coordinator and wide receiver coach, good enough to talk to us for a few minutes. Give us his perspective on the 3 quarterbacks battling for the starting job and the search for a wide receiver to replace Lassiter. Who's at the front of the line, but who might be coming up on the outside? Here's Fessy Satake. DJ PK, and we're joined now by BYU assistant coach Fessy Satake, back at it again. Do you feel like a grizzled veteran as a coach? At one point, you were the new kid on the block. You're way past that.
Yeah, I was just discussing with Spencer, actually. This fall will mark the year that I've been at one place more than half my career. So this will be my 15th season coaching college football. This will be my 8th season at BYU. So I can't believe it. Do I feel like a grizzled veteran? That's up to debate. But I can't say I feel like I'm in a little bit of a stride.
So Fessy Satake is known for 300-yard drives regularly. Will he also be known for producing a bunch of 300-yard passing games this year?
We'll see. If a passing game has a major slice to it, then that might be in there as well. So
I saw a long drive every time on that thing at Cedar. Your name's always on it.
No, that's the hope. Hopefully we can have some of those this year.
He's not kidding. We did see that. Your name was on it. He checked. When we drove up, he's like, it's going to be Fessy.
It was on both years.
See, now you guys are, this is a tease. I have this golf itch now, but I got to go watch film.
Yeah, you did. So when you watch film, this offense, what is distinctive? You know, offenses tend to have a type. Schools tend to have an identity. If you had to sum up what you think this offense is going to be, and it may be different in 2 or 3 months, but how would you sum it up?
Yeah, I would just say, one, we are an explosive offense, and we do that in being very multiple in what we do. I think we have the flexibility and the ability to adapt our personnel, formations. You know, we're simple in scheme, but we're complex in how we present that. And so I just think that allows us to capitalize on what is super important to us in being explosive and getting that ball in the air. And you can only do that, obviously, not just by being deceptive and being multiple, but by running the ball. And we've got a great offensive line coach, great running back, tight ends, and they've done a great job at allowing defenses to respect the run, which opens things up for us. So as we watch film, that's always what we're looking for. We're looking through that lens of, are we setting up and getting what we think is going to allow us to put that ball deep in the air.
I think Chase Roberts has been at BYU almost as long as you have, so he clearly is an established guy. Lassiter's gone, so you're looking for some other guys to move up the pecking order and establish themselves. And off the top of my head, I think you probably got, 4, maybe even more than that. Could you speak to who you're looking for, who needs to step up to be able to complement Chase?
Yeah, after Chase, I'll start with Parker and JoJo right away. Just they've earned the right. They're on that, that clock of their time's up. I think this is going to be a breakout year for both of those two, just their skill set and the experience that they have in this offense. After them, I would say Cody Hagan is someone who's I think we can see a lot from if he stays healthy. He's really dynamic. He's really smart. I'm excited for him. Tay Nakua is someone who is on the right trajectory. He's got to put some things together, and I think he can put himself in position to play a lot. And then those two transfers, Tiger is definitely experienced. You can tell he's even though this offense is new to him, the game isn't. And he's a high achiever. He shows it in off the field, how he carries himself. People, when people think, well, what does it take? Not a lot of people can relate to getting a computer science degree in Stanford in 2.5 years while playing football. But I think a lot of people can say, oh, it's going to take these attributes to do that. Well, Tiger operates that same way on the field. And I'll never have to talk to him about effort or about, things that require intellect. So it's just going to be a matter of him getting comfortable with this offense. But I think he'll see the field a lot this year. And then Reggie Frischnecht is the last one, who's a transfer who's got so much ability. He's just raw in the position. But, man, he's fast. He's explosive. He's got great ball skills. And so all those guys, I know I named about 5 right there, 6 after. But all of them, it's up for grabs. After Chase, Parker, and JoJo, I would say it's up for grabs with those names I just mentioned.
I think given the number of plays he made and how proven he is, Chase is going to be a marked guy this year. He's going to get the best corner, and there's going to be a safety over the top on him. But that also tells me that whoever emerges out of those 5 guys, and maybe it's one guy and maybe it's 2, depending on how many wide receivers you put on the field, those guys, if they can win their one-on-one battles, then those big plays you're talking about are going to be there. Because Chase is, he's going to be a magnet, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, to Chase's part first, that's what he wants. He wants to go against the best. He came back for another year for a reason. He wants to show the scouts and GMs and those NFL teams that he can play against the best, those guys who they're looking to draft as well. And so I know he looks forward to that opportunity. But as you mentioned, the possibilities, for guys to make plays because he's going to be getting attention, the guys understand that. They're aware of that, and that's why there's this good, healthy competition going of, who's going to get the bulk of the reps this season.
I think you have the title of passing game coordinator.
I think I do. Okay. I don't know if that's been stripped from me.
Well, I'm wondering, how is that going to play in as far as determining who the starting quarterback is? Because obviously, at least from the fan base, I know coaches like to talk about other stuff because it's a team game, but the rest of us are going to dwell on the quarterback. So how is passing game coordinator going to factor in figuring out who gets that first snap in a month?
Yeah, obviously, ultimately, A-Rod's going to make that decision, but he does a great job at being really inclusive, and he wants to hear people's opinions and how much weight each coach's opinion carries is obviously up to him. But I know I'll get my chance to give my opinion to A-Rod and give him what I see from my perspective, and he's going to take that in with others and make that decision. But I can tell you this, I do not envy his decision to have to make,
Because?
It's just it's 3 capable guys and in a small window. But that's what's new. We making a decision on who the quarterback needs to be isn't new in our time here. That's happened several times. But in this window and under these circumstances is what's new. But he has the support of all of us. He really does. I know he'll feel that, and we look forward to that battle playing out.
Sometimes it's just obvious one quarterback ends up being better, but sometimes you have to choose, do we want the guy with the high ceiling and play for a longer trajectory, which is the way quarterbacks transfer. People don't seem to be doing as much anymore. And sometimes if you have a really good defense, you think, hey, if we have a quarterback who can just execute and not turn the ball over, our defense is going to win games. And sometimes you do need the guys like, hey, he's going to make some mistakes, but he's going to make some big plays, and that's what we need. So the quarterback has to fit into the system also. When you try to make it fit, what kind of things are you looking for there?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Like when the quarterback makes it really easy and they're the clear-cut guy, that's awesome, right? But that doesn't happen a lot. And so I think what is more difficult is, okay, who gives us the best chance, who operates the way we want them to operate, and then from there, maybe because there's not a clear-cut winner, what does this quarterback bring that can still make our offense better? And maybe we use him in games or in packages or in systems that allows him to get his feet wet a little, and the competition is still open, and within the season there could be a change, or maybe he's the incumbent, right? And so there's some strategy on whoever we do decide to pick. How are we going to utilize the other quarterback, if it's a 2-man race, or the other 2 if it's a 3, and we'll see how that plays itself out. But I'm excited because each one of them brings something very unique and different. It's just going to be a matter as these practices go on who gives us that best chance and who operates how we want them to.
So A-Rod played for Norm Chow, and Norm was known for, you got to take shots, you got to get vertical, and we've seen it in A-Rod's play calling. You got to get vertical. Just speak to these quarterbacks' ability to do that very thing, get vertical.
Yeah, that's you're talking vertical on the throw.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, they each of them, like I said, McKay to me is the most natural, just feel of chucking it deep and putting it in the right spot. Him and Bear, I think, are probably tied in their arm strength. And then Trayson, I think, has a great feel in the timing of it, And so, but all three of them, like I said, they have the idea of how to get vertical. I think A-Rod does a great job, and Matt Mitchell in that room of our expectations of being explosive and where to put the ball, not overthrowing every time. It's everyone wants to hit a guy in stride, but there's a skill to make sure you hit a receiver deep to give him a chance to actually catch it. And so that's something after one practice we didn't see a lot of today. We don't have a lot of play action shots in today, but I think throughout the course of fall camp, we'll get a feel of when it's live bullets, who's really getting vertical the way we want them to.
With quarterbacks, there's the pocket passer is just out of style. You've got to at least be able to extend plays and maybe run. And you don't want your guys hurt, so those plays get blown dead. So until you get to the games, how do you really assess that? Do you have an idea which one of these guys is best at extending plays and who might be able to go down the field and get a first down and extend a drive?
Yeah, it's a great question, and that's the value of having a deep room is we can get all that done. I'm very conscious of the reps and managing them and the guy's legs, and so if it's not Chase or Parker or Cody on one play and we're trying to find out who our quarterback is, it's okay if it's Cody, Tiger, and someone else. Like that. Those are still three really good receivers who aren't going to affect our judgment of the quarterback. He's still going to have good guys around him, and so we're going to put him. That's premium for us this camp, is to put the guys in these team situations where they have to react to see if they can throw, with these awkward arm angles and make off balanced throws. And I'm excited for that.
All right. Well, Fessy, we appreciate the time. Good luck. Sorry about the golf, but, one day next spring sometime.
Thank you for your tease. Appreciate you guys.
There is Fessy Sataki, BYU passing game coordinator and wide receivers coach. You listen to him talk about the quarterbacks there, and you look at the schedule. Do you think they play two in the opener just to make sure? You think one guy blows away the other two, and he's the guy?
Well, I hope they blow away Portland State so they can put in somebody else. And whoever they have as a starter, I hope that he looks good and they have a good season. And it's good for business. I think there's a little insight there that he believes that Hillstead and Bachmeier have like the same arm strength, but Hillstead has an advantage right now and be able to have the touch to complete the long passes. It's not a punt, pass, and kick contest to see how far you can throw it.
Chuck it down the field.
It's about completing the pass. You don't want to overthrow a wide receiver who's 30 yards down the field, obviously. I also think that he doesn't have much experience with Bachmeier. How could he? How could anybody except his high school coach, right?
Too new and transferring around.
Yeah, so that makes sense to me. Bourget, in my research on him, I told you coming up from Tucson, brother was a walk-on there at ASU as a quarterback, had a big win. They only won 3 games the year before, and he quarterbacked the win over Washington, and that was his highlight. And they've retained him on the staff as some type of coach. And the brother is a receiver, so this is a football family. This young man is a student of the game. They've been studying the family, the sons, the brothers, been studying the game. So when Fessy says that Bourget has a good understanding of what we're trying to do, that doesn't surprise me at all. From talking to people from down in Phoenix with his older brother, it makes sense.
There's some parallels there to the Bachmeiers. As far as the football family.
Accomplished from the Bachmeiers, but yeah, I get that.
But it's where everybody's playing football, everybody's talking about football, and they're quarterbacks and receivers. So they're talking about the passing game.
Right, and the brother who ran out of eligibility immediately went into coaching, which goes to show you, have a good attitude even if you're not playing, and be a good dude, and you'll get taken care of because Dillingham wants the kid around.
Yep.
Right, and he was a backup and never said a boo. And helped the team in preparation and all that, and boom, now he's got a job. His foot is in the door, and now he's a name, in 10 years to keep your eye on. See where he goes. So I'm not surprised with Bourget being able to have a grasp of what's been going on. I do have a level of skepticism that it's as rosy as they would cliche-like have you believe. I just don't see where a team has 3 capable quarterbacks. They can just run anybody out there.
And really 4 because they were counting on somebody else who left the program unexpectedly and very suddenly. Yeah. And who has that many quarterbacks stacked up?
Ohio State did a few years ago because everybody takes off. But these two, all these kids, these top 3 kids are already one-time transfers. And I don't think Hillstead and Bourget are NFL guys. Bachmeier remains to be seen. So I think those 2 kids may be inclined to stay around. So you want somebody who can help you win games. I don't know that they're going to have 3 great quarterbacks. I don't know you have time to develop 3 great quarterbacks. So I'm a little nervous right now. Maybe mildly nervous, maybe a little bit more than nervous, because you're going to need a quarterback to make plays, man. We saw in Retzlaff in his 4 games the year before. He just didn't have the ability yet. And last year, he made a few plays.
So is Bachmeier got some similarities to Retzlaff in terms of if you have time to develop, the talent is there.
I think he's better than Retzlaff.
But does he need the time to develop, or will he have it right from the get-go?
No, everybody needs time to develop. I wouldn't say he's not different.
If he needs time to develop, then I can see why Hillstead would win the job.
Me too. Or Bourget. Yeah. I'm not calling this by any stretch.
But if the talent is there, then they got to find a way to get Bachmeier on the field at some point.
I believe the talent is there. But, you look at John Beck. The talent was there. Wasn't very good early.
Yep.
Got better. Senior year was awesome. Right?
Right. And Robbie Bosco would tell us, well, maybe he just shouldn't have been playing his freshman year, but the roster is what it is, and they needed somebody, so he became the guy.
And what I will say is the situation in the program is substantially better now. There's not somebody who wants to throw deep so he can impress the fans.
Right.
They want to win games. Kalani, what do you want from your offense? Score points. How do you want them to do it? Don't care.
That part is healthier. But what's similar is that they're caught a little short, and they may have to play somebody who's young and just not quite ready. Even though they're talented, they're just not quite ready yet. That part might end up being similar.
It might be, but I think that they can overcome that.
Strategically, though, they're set up now to whoever they choose, let's show off that player's strengths, whichever one they select, and let's minimize that player's weaknesses. Whereas, to your point, before, the system was priority, and then they just shoehorn the player into it. You're going to do this, because this is what I want to do, whether it fits your strengths right now or not.
Yeah, the win by 9, not by 2, that wasn't complimentary football. You had that game won.
Right.
And you put your defense in a bad place in a game in which Stanford set a program low of like 25 yards passing, and they have had a slew of great quarterbacks.
So play complimentary football and punt the ball down to the 20-yard line and make them go 80 yards, which they probably can't do.
And you'll win the game.
Yeah.
And that didn't happen. So.
No, that would be handled differently. But what's comparable is there was a guy who had eligibility, who had the experience, who could do it at a pretty good level. Maybe would have done it at a great level. We'll never know.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's somebody it's like, well, hurry up and get ready. And which one of the 3 of you can do that?
That's why I've lowered expectations for this team this year.
To 8 wins or to 7?
I'm going to be optimistic and say 8.
8.
But a 7-win season wouldn't surprise me.
At this point, we know so little about college football with, so many schools having 50 transfers. I feel like when you're only arguing one game now, you're just splitting hairs.
Right.
There was a time when the whole roster was back and both these teams were in the Mountain West and the league was really predictable that arguing one game was a big deal.
Yeah.
But now it just doesn't feel like that.
I can see them going 5-4, 4-5 easily. Pick one. Whichever one you think, I could say, okay, yeah, I can see what you're thinking there. I'd be surprised if it was better than that, but we were surprised dramatically last year, and it's all fresh in our minds. So what could happen? I think that, they're set up nice. This year they got cut short because of Retzlaff doing his thing, and they'll have to manage it. But I think the idea was to have Bachmeier start in 26, 27, and then that time Lions have him see where he's at as his ability to play early, and does he really just go on the one-year mission, blah, 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 and where does he go? Sometimes that determines how quickly you can get back, and then turn it over to Lions, and at that point, you're looking at, what, year 28, 29?
And the way quarterbacks transfer, there's no point in doing that.
Right.
We're getting out to the point where we don't even know what leagues people are going to be in and what leagues are going to
Right.
exist.
But that's best-case scenario.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. You slackers, we'll get you up to speed. You missed some stuff, but we'll tell you about it next right here on The Zone.
This is Hanson Scotty.
Let's do it.
Kalani Satake, what is the most you've paid for a concert ticket, and what concert was it?
For me, MC Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I had the parachute pants, you know, all that stuff ready to go. I mean, don't get me started, guys.
No,
you
we
can
won't.
still listen to the stuff right now. It's good, clean, wholesome music. You know, the whole family can have parachute pants and go out.
That's true.
And then do their dances and stuff like that. You know, Can't Touch This. I mean, he even had some slow songs, you know, songs about praying.
Pray.
You know, come on, man. Like, he's got it all.
What kind of a show is this? Catch Hans Olsen and Scotty G every day from noon to 3 on 97.5 1280 The Zone, powered by KSLSports.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
The Hanson Scotty Invitational is back at Cedar Hills Golf Club Monday, August 19th.
$400 is going to get you a 4-person team with lunch, prizes, gifts at check-in. The shotgun starts at 8 a.m.
18-hole scramble style with prizes for 5 closest to the pins and the top team. Only 36 teams max, so grab your spot now.
Get registered at Cedar Hills.
Send an email to Wade Doyle, wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov. That's wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
She got eyes that cut you like a knife and her lips that taste like sweet red wine and her pretty legs go to heaven.
9 a.m. Slacker Red Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. 801-899-7600. Visit the website at TrajanWealth.com.
She got whatever it is. I do.
We've talked a lot of football today. One day in, you'll listen to the Ute coaches talk and some of the Ute players. You're up there for 4.5 minutes of Kyle Whittingham and full 2 minutes and 8 seconds of Devin Dampier. Last question before the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, actually 2 questions got in with Kyle. I thought there might be an investigation.
Yeah, they said last question, but he took 2.
Yeah, somebody else slipped one in.
I don't really what's going on there. I've heard stories, and it's classic.
You've heard
really.
Stories about what?
About coaches saying things like, "Who do they think runs this program?" That was a heck of a quote.
Ah,
it wasn't. It's not an issue with just one program. We'll just leave it at that.
But I'm fired up, man. I got home after Utah practice, and I just immediately got in a 3-point stance. I went in the back, and I got a little dirt, put my fingers in it. I put my hat on. Not a helmet. I got a hat on today. But
nice. Hat on hat?
Yeah, and I was just, and I put the other helmet on my wife, and I just try to get around me. She was the D end, the rushing linebacker, and I was just moving my feet, keep my hands up, and then we switched, and I made sure I had gap integrity.
In college, when we were killing time as freshmen, there's a thing called hallway football, which at 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon seemed like a good idea. By 4 o'clock, we'd given up. But that was full contact up and down the hallway, and run over the next guy.
Good for you. It toughened you up.
Yeah, you flashed me
need
back.
A little toughening up.
I did. I
can tell.
Jim Elliott blasted me into the drinking fountain a couple times.
I think your mom took good care of you for many years.
Yep. And then I'm up there losing teeth. You learned a little something listening to Fessy Sataki.
Fessy, I will cut flesh flowers for you. Oh, Fessy. That they've got players to complement Mr. Roberts, and he won't be left alone. They feel confident. Who's going to merge? Well, you got Kingston and JoJo Phillips. Not one, but 2 Joes. So that gives you a little advantage.
Bonus Joe.
Right out. When he goes outside, he's going to be 2-on-1 because there's 2 Joes. Which Joe you going to lock down?
Hopefully he'll make plays because that's a fun name to say.
Went to the same high school, I believe, as LeBron's son, Bronny. And so those guys, they got first shot. see what they can do. You got 3 or 4 other guys in the wings ready to go, clamoring for an opportunity, including Bachmeyer on Heaven's Door's brother. Tiger, El Tigre.
I like that.
Yeah.
As nicknames go, El Tigre, that could stick.
Yeah. Well, he's got hands that stick.
El Tigre.
Yeah. Ready to make some plays. We'll play that interview coming up tomorrow, whenever you guys decide. I just go along with this show with what I'm told. It's time to speak, I speak. Other than that, I don't really have much planning that goes on.
Yes, you never played anything.
You inform me of, here's what we're going to do. I appreciate that.
Yeah, is that exactly how it works?
That's
About 10:05 or 10:10? Yeah.
Well, I offered a suggestion.
Oh, yes, suggestions. That's what they are.
Get so-and-so.
And then if
that's a suggestion.
If he approves it, then away we go. You're the driver of this show. I mean, you're the lead.
It feels like we're playing complimentary radio when we book the next day's show.
I'm second fiddle.
Different people have all
I know my role. I'm a role guy.
Complimentary radio.
Nothing more than a role guy. I could be replaced like this as easily. I understand that. This chair could be occupied by somebody else and take it to newer heights. In fact, although I was thinking about this, I do hope my replacement, whenever that comes, I hope that replacement is a total failure.
That sounds vaguely familiar. Where have I heard that? Right over there in that chair.
Go back a few weeks. How about this? Whatever. Hey, can't fault somebody for being honest.
No fault.
Right.
I just remember it. That's
rather have that than some cliched response.
If that's how you feel. That's how you feel. Yeah. I do think when I'm done with it, I will be sleeping through this and I won't know what happened.
Yeah, I disagree on that.
Okay.
Unless you move.
I wouldn't anticipate that, but who the heck knows about the future.
So then you'll hear stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
That's true because I have slept through stuff and then been told about it.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to drop all the face of the earth.
They told you. They were talking about you. Like, Gordon, I needed a nap, man. I was asleep. I don't know what happened.
Right. So you'll hear stuff. I assume I will hear stuff. And I actually wish whoever my successor is great success because...
Well, they'll still be working with, presumably, they'll still be working with people we care about and like. Right. Until you want...
I'm not in the mood of seeing my friends fail.
Yeah.
So... That was what Fessy's talking about. He likes Hillstead's touch on the deep passes, and maybe he is the starter. In a way, I mean, I'm not glad that Retzlaff did what he did, but it added way more intrigue to the camp. I think we can all agree on that.
Agreed.
Yeah. Now, it's unfortunate circumstances, granted, but nevertheless, that's what it is. So you got to deal with it. As I said earlier. All summer, once that news came out, I quickly said, these coaches have pivoted because they have a season to prepare for. And here we are.
Everybody else has time for emotion. They're trying to figure out what's going to happen at quarterback.
Right. They got to prepare for a season.
As they are still figuring out.
And they've been preparing for it, and they will continue to prepare for it.
We talked a little baseball. Shohei Ohtani left the mound. There was a little worry there. The trainer's out looking at him like, uh-oh. Now, it turned out he didn't have to leave the game. He stopped pitching after 3 innings, but he still got his 5 at-bats. He DH'd. It was cramping in his hip. You're ready to wave off. You're ready to wave off the whole pitching thing.
Yeah, I don't know that I need it.
His ERA, even with the bad outing last night, he gave up 2 runs on 5 hits in 3 innings. His ERA is still 2.40. Everybody's looking for more pitching. I get why they're doing it. It's a bigger risk because he's such a big part of the offense.
He is the focal point of the offense. He's not such a big part. The offense
the fulcrum
starts with him.
The pivot.
Yeah.
The biggest bat in the lineup.
I mean, they've got other guys, obviously.
But he's the biggest bat in the lineup.
Yeah. But they'll do what they do and see what happens.
Trade still going down. Padres and A's just made a deal. Padres get a starter and the closer. Sears and Miller to San Diego, but the price tag was high.
Yeah, it's better than Sears and Roebuck.
Nice.
Yeah, they gave up the number 3 prospect, a shortstop out of the Dominican. DeVries, I think his name is.
They have been mining that. They've got an academy down there. Yeah, they've got an academy. They've been finding tons of players, as other teams have.
That's been done for years. I've never been to the DR, but I have this impression of driving down the road.
And everybody's playing baseball, and there's just one diamond after another.
Right, yeah.
People just take an infield on both sides of the road.
Right, right, yeah.
It's true. But the Padres keep making these trades, and they keep trading these youngsters. They keep trading these, and it doesn't seem like there's any end to them. So maybe they're doing something different and getting more players out of it. I don't know what it is. There just seems to be no end to the prospects.
I think once you hit the border, all the way down to the end of South America, there's tons of Venezuelans that play, and obviously Latin America is packed with them. There's some remote islands you hear about that guys play. Yeah, they can play baseball to a large degree. Puerto Rico, obviously. That island has produced a ton of MLBers.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We're going to take a break. When we come back, your feedback, and the question that has drawn the most attention this morning was you getting into somebody on the text, somebody in the world of sports that you do not want to reveal, about the greatest opening riff in rock and roll history. And PK, that has set social media on fire. We'll get people's takes next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
A school wants to get to the Big 12 so badly. The Memphis Tigers want to get there so badly. I've seen different reports. $200 million was the initial one. I've seen as much as $250 million that they offered. Can we buy our way into the conference? It was a fascinating thing. What's crazy is just as quickly, those rumors were squashed. As soon as they came in, thanks but no thanks, immediately. $250 million turned down by Brett Yormark. That does not sound like the Brett Yormark that I know. Would the Big 12 brought to you by Memphis? It's in another conference.
Brought
That's
to you
what
by
they should
FedEx.
do. It should be the Big 12 championship game presented by Memphis University, the American champions of this season.
Our biggest sponsor.
They play it in Memphis. Memphis is not allowed to be in the conference. This is all great. But
We'll take your money, not your school.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Planning a party or an office lunch? Let Kenny J's Barbecue bring the flavor to you. From 10 to 1,000 guests, we've got your event covered with slow-smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and all the home-style sides your crowd craves. No matter the occasion, Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue that speaks for itself. You bring the guests, we'll bring the fire. Zone listeners get 10% off their first catering order. Just mention the Zone when you book. Visit us online at KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where every event becomes a flavor-packed celebration.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at kslsports.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's time for your feedback. PK got into a conversation / text message exchange with someone from the world of sports. And now he needs us to settle the debate. What's the best rock intro riff? And obviously, Crazy Train got a shout out. Calvi J. Ozzy and Crazy Train followed closely by Smoke on the Water.
Okay.
Connor, are we just going to leave off Smells Like Teen Spirit? Nirvana fans will not be ignored.
Is Nirvana classic rock?
It's finally crossed that threshold.
It wasn't, but now it is.
Well,
it is aged.
Our friends right across the hall, Arrow, they play Nirvana now.
It's got to be 20 years old to be classic, though, doesn't it? Doesn't the song have to turn 20?
Well,
this song's turned 30, but
yeah, I was gonna say so.
Johnny says it's money for nothing, hands down. Put him down, PK. It's over. The debate is done.
Yeah, I guess you get your chicks for free, man.
Todd likes "Walk This Way" by Aerosmith and "Under Pressure" by Queen.
Does Under Pressure have a a guitar intro?
I don't think of that as guitar.
Right.
No, there's money for nothing.
See, but
there's more drums. It's drums.
Right.
It needs to be a guitar riff. It's a great intro.
Right. You gotta have the guitar right at the start, not because if you want to go greatest guitar, I think it's Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd. But that's more in the backside of the song
than the opening riff.
Yeah, we're talking about open. They've already just played the drums a whole bunch.
Right.
So I don't know if that qualifies. This is nice, but it's...
Well, it's beyond nice.
It's
iconic, but the point is, right, yeah. The drums are batting leadoff.
Yeah, right.
If you're batting third, that's great.
We want to see who's Ricky Henderson, Shohei Ohtani.
Right. Not Dave Parker. The late, great Hall of Famer.
Right, he was down in the order.
Right. He was hitting third.
Yeah.
Paul, I don't know if this is classified as rock, but the intro to When Doves Cry by Prince is insane.
I wouldn't classify that as classic rock.
More pop?
Yeah. But I think it's got to be exclusively guitar, though.
Even though the guitar batted lead off, the drums came in.
It wasn't
percussion
long.
too quickly.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Now, clearly, you got some kind of keyboard thing going on here.
Yeah. I think it
but
has
my leg
to be,
is bouncing. This is awesome.
It's got to be like 99% electric guitar in order to qualify.
The Stones. Now let's get some classic rock. I can't get No Satisfaction.
I mean, a legendary tune, but I know.
No? You don't hear it right away and know what it is?
I think, yeah, you do, yeah, but
again, the drum comes in too quick.
Does it stand on its own? I almost think that with the Stones, they got so many that they've canceled them each other out. Whereas Deep Purple, that's the one who does the Smoke and Water, right? Yeah. They're not running out a slew of hits here. Yeah. And that's what they're known for. So I wouldn't put the Stones in there on that, particularly on that one.
Chris and Bearded Mangus both want ACD. There it is. Smoke on the Water. Bearded Mangus and Chris both want Thunderstruck. AC/DC metal band, not classic rock. It's the era of classic rock.
I think they can be in there because I don't really think of them.
We're getting a ruling.
I don't think of them. I don't think of them as
absolutely rock.
I don't think of them as a metal band. I think they push the limits of classic rock.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got the Eagles over here and AC/DC, so that's way up there. They're two different styles of music, but I think they fall in the same category.
I mean, a little with the drums, a little with the vocals.
But I don't want
this
vocals.
Is Mowgli.
I don't want vocals. No, I want guitar.
But if you're in your car, you can't ignore the vocals. You know, in your car.
Well, you're anywhere. I'm in my honeymoon suite. I can't ignore it. Doesn't matter where I am. Because, you know. So, no, I wouldn't put them in there. All right, what else you got?
Bob O'Reilly by The Who. JBC, Jay Clouser says, Baba O'Reilly by The Who. You're not a big Who guy, are you?
Who?
Who?
Get on with it already.
This has got a really
I go to the bathroom,
long...
take a shower, and I still come out and they're playing it.
Yeah, it's true. And here's the thing. This is not a guitar at the first.
No.
All right, how about Vic? Vic has a whole list here. He says, Sweet Child of Mine by Guns N' Roses.
Decent.
Do you get a decent for that?
Yeah.
Massive career hangs on a song like this.
Come on, Slash
decent.
Going off. Come
but I
on.
think they got more than just this.
They do.
They do, but...
This is good.
Welcome to the Jungle?
Yeah, of course. Paradise City. Yeah, this is good. Sure. I'm okay with it. But I think that they've superseded that song. Smoke on the Water, that group has never superseded
I know,
that.
but you can't just reward a one-hit wonder.
Well, they're not a
And
one-hit
they're not a
wonder,
one-hit wonder.
but
That's
it
a
is
little harsh.
so prominent in who they are.
Bachman Turner Overdrive getting shouts out from Vic for both You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet and also Taking Care of Business.
Ha 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 baby.
Wow, child of mine.
Is that acoustic?
I just found that. That's from Hands.
Hell's Bells, AC/DC.
I'm not going to put AC/DC above that one.
And Hell's Bells start with a gong? Again, where's the guitar? The gong.
I just meant AC/DC in general.
Yeah. Trevor Hoffman used this for his music
I didn't
coming
mean
out
a
of the bullpen.
specific song. I just meant them as a group.
Never really thought my dad would get into AC/DC. I'm not sure he knew, but he would stand up with tears in his eyes, as did the whole stadium.
And your kid never thinks you would get into whatever. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
no,
a generational thing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But he loved it. He said, "Oh, this is going to be great."
My
the first
niece-
time I'm at a game and they're playing it.
One time, my niece, I was 17 years old when she was born, right? Because my sisters are way older. And she was going to a John Mayer concert. And I said, "Oh, that should be good." "Oh, like you even know who he is?"
Come on. He's got a bunch of hits. You know who John Mayer is. You know who he is.
But, you know, she views me.
Yeah, I know.
And so I immediately sang like 3 tunes. Oh, I guess so.
Jimi Hendrix getting a shout out. Long time to get to Jimi Hendrix, right? You should have come on earlier in this conversation. Rich says Voodoo Child, Slight Return by Jimi Hendrix.
Okay. I don't know.
Jimmy's got to be in the conversation somewhere. And we're talking guitars here.
I still like my the rock hard electric version of Layla.
No. Wasatch Rebel's right with you. He went straight to Layla.
Yeah. I mean, what do you do when you get lonely? Somebody waiting by your side.
I think Thunderstruck has probably gotten the most shout outs here. Here's a new one, though. Cream, Sunshine of Your Love.
I thought about that in making my argument yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You almost waited in there.
Yeah.
Why didn't you?
Because Cream was Eric Clapton. And so I just went with one that was more pronounced. I mean, that was a group he was in.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, a ton. Does another one Bites the Dust qualify? Connor wants to know. I mean,
Is that guitar? No. That banging right there? You know what they call that?
I believe that's percussion, a.k.a. drums.
Yeah. I.E.
I.E.
Yeah.
E.G.
A.K.A. So, yeah.
You really want your guitar solo?
Well, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah. I know.
You gotta qualify in order to be considered.
Yeah.
It's not a cool intro, and however it sounds.
A cool intro with a guitar being part of it.
And that's fine, but that's not this
Spotlight,
category.
center stage. The rest of the band steps back.
Yeah.
The star is the guy with the guitar.
Right.
We did have some other comments out here. Utah's Wayshawn Parker guaranteed he'll rush for over 1,000 yards this season. Anybody have a problem with that? And will he back it up? Ryan, no problem. The Utes are going to have 2 1,000-yard rushers. Kevin, I have no problem with him having that as a goal or even guaranteeing it, but no, I don't think he gets there.
Oh, I think he gets there.
I do too, barring injury. We both agree. Yeah. They have 1,000-yard rushers routinely. I think it's like 10 years out of 13.
Right.
And the years they don't, they've usually had an injury midseason and switched guys.
They can scout guys for that, and it's their identity. And Beck is not going to – that's where I might disagree with Kyle a little bit. I don't think that he's going to overhaul their identity.
They're already known as
they're going to
team.
get in a game where they're nursing a 6-point lead late. Ain't throwing the ball unless they have to. Come on.
Jake and Ben coming up next right here on The Zone.
All right, the show is over. This isn't over. This isn't over by a long shot.
It's over when I say it's over.
Okay, the show's over.
So what, that means the show's over? Yep.
Okay, take care.
See you soon. So long, farewell.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Jim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Thursday to everybody listening. Thank you for doing so, no matter how you may be doing it. I don't know if that sentence made sense, but YouTube, KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, podcast, stream, and of course, over the air.
You can come listen live in studio.
I don't think you can do that.
No?
Not.
Christian doesn't?
Well, he works here.
Oh, is that why he's here?
Yeah, like he works here. Like,
I thought he was just a Broncos fan.
Like we know that Kevin Eubanks listens.
Okay.
He could probably wander upstairs and listen in person.
Okay, you're right.
But like everybody else, not really.
Don't come in.
No.
It's hard to get in this building.
And watching on YouTube makes you feel like you're here with us.
It does. And I realized something today, that the shot behind Christian when he turns on his mic, which by the way is somewhat new. Now we have a producer cam, is super wide.
Yeah.
So watch where you're standing in the background when you're over there hanging out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Good.
Or at least make sure your fly is up.
It is.
Yeah.
I had to move garbage cans. They were showing up in the background shot.
Okay, now here is what needs to happen. We need a giant whiteboard behind Christian.
It's true.
Would that mess with the lighting too much? I don't know. But it's like a huge wall that's right in the shot, and it needs to have something. Like a whiteboard would be funny because we could change it, but we got to put
change it every day.
We could put like a jersey up there or something. But the blank gray wall, I think, has got to go.
Agreed. I like the big whiteboard.
Well, you guys got a fancy backdrop.
Yeah.
Why can't I?
Exactly. But we could be creative with it and funny.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll get into camps in just 1 second. We'll talk football. But Ben, can I ask you real quick to put on your Jack McCoy hat for a second?
Okay.
Will you be a prosecutor and tell me how you would prosecute this?
This is from Law and Order.
Yeah, Jack was always my favorite prosecutor. Dateline Bali.
Okay.
Now, apparently a big tourist attraction in Bali is a cliffside temple.
All right.
Okay. Now, the guardians of the temple, like it's a thing, it's like part of the lore, are monkeys. Like lots of monkeys. Now, people have trained these monkeys, in a sense, to steal from tourists and come back and exchange goods for, like, fruit.
Okay.
Like mangoes and bananas.
This does benefit the monkeys.
The monkeys are getting something out of this.
Okay. There's commerce here.
It's a monkey crime ring. It is. It's a monkey crime ring. Yeah. So how would you prosecute this exactly? Because this feels wrong. Oh, I should add this part of the story. Sorry. That it's basically a scam because these people are not necessarily selling the phones and sunglasses, etc. They're going, oh, I found these, and giving them back to the tourists in exchange for
donations.
Right.
Okay. This is organized crime.
But I mean, you can't prosecute the monkeys, and they're certainly not going to talk.
Well, yeah, the monkeys are going to stay quiet.
And
that's a nice thing.
And your person running the monkey ring just says, what do you want from me? The monkey's dropping off the stupid phone at my desk all the time. I'm not telling it what to do. It's a monkey.
It might be the perfect crime.
Right.
So, yeah.
Like, how would Jack McCoy come at this
I'm Sam
case?
Waterston.
Yeah.
And you bring this to me as the police or whoever lines this up for Jack. Can't do anything with it. Impermissible.
I mean, it's wrong. You know, these poor tourists are like,
wrong does not mean illegal.
I've lost my phone in a foreign country.
Wrong does not mean illegal.
This is a huge disaster.
This is how Planet of the Apes started.
And then, this nice person shows up with my phone.
Yeah. Because
that monkey stole my phone. Well, I'm going to give him $20 or
couple
whatever
of bucks.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how you prosecute that. That's what I'm saying. You have plausible deniability because the monkey is doing the dirty work.
Yeah, it's the perfect crime.
That's kind of what I thought.
When I mean, you can just shoot the apes, right? You just kill the monkeys is the easy
Well, no,
Easy
it's
answer.
like a cultural part of this temple. You can't.
The monkeys are?
Yes,
The
that's what I'm
crooks?
saying.
The
The
monkey
monkeys
thieves?
are a part of the temple. They are the guardians of the temple.
Okay.
So no, you can't just do that with the monkeys. They're like part of the reason the tourists visit there.
Guess there's nothing you can do. Truly.
Christian, how do you prosecute
Leave your phone
that?
at home.
Have you ever seen The Hangover 2?
It wasn't the exact same movie as the Hangover one?
It was, yeah.
No, it was in Thailand.
But it's the same story.
But it's the same movie, right?
Right, but there's a monkey.
There is.
That's a drug dealer.
Okay.
And let's just say they skip the prosecution and go right to judgment.
Yeah, the death penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you do. Because it's wrong, again, but I don't think you can prosecute it. I don't think it's possible.
Well, actually, this is easy to self-regulate. Stop donating the money to get your phone back.
Well, then you're out the phone.
No, you're not.
Well, the guy just turns around and runs. I mean, what
Well,
are
then
you,
that's a crime. Then
what are
you prosecute him.
What are you going to do about it?
Then you prosecute him, right?
Oh, so you set some sort of trap?
Well, if he holds onto your phone, that's a crime. It's not his phone. It's your phone. If you tip him, that's your choice. Just don't tip him. He still has to give you your phone back.
I have an idea.
All right.
Okay.
You need your own personal defense monkey.
You bring a monkey to a monkey fight.
Another monkey in the wall.
Yeah. Sure.
All right. So it's impossible to break up the ring if they don't just cut and run. If you say no.
Yeah.
Okay. So further ops are needed before prosecution can commence.
Yeah. It's actually a pretty easy fix.
Yeah, I thought this is pretty genius, honestly.
But this is what the mafia does, right?
But the crazy thing
Somebody
about
comes and says, "Hey, sure hate if your window was broken every morning. I guess you better subscribe to our garbage service or whatever it is." And they
It's a
say,
protection racket.
okay, no one's broken my window before, and then the next morning your window's broken. You say, "I guess I should subscribe to your garbage service or whatever."
What's really crazy about this thing is they have a whole reward system as the way to train them not to steal like hats and stuff.
Okay.
So they know that they're getting a bigger reward if they bring a phone or like prescription sunglasses and stuff. But if you bring them like a pack of gum, they're not getting squat. Genius.
Long-tailed macaws, by the way, are what these apes are.
Genius.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Genius.
It's a good crime.
All right, Ben. We want to talk about what, if anything, we learned from opening day of camp for our local schools. And we can play some of the sound probably a little bit later on in the show, but I think we found out a little bit more of what the offense is going to look like at the University of Utah, which, of course, is the biggest story in that camp. And I don't think we found out really anything about BYU's quarterback race other than they love everybody. Everybody's John Elway day one of camp.
I do like that, the emphasis is going to be on the offensive line. Now, whether you want it to be or not, your emphasis is always on your offensive line, right? It's where everything starts. If you're bad, it's obvious. If you're good, it's very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And Utah should be conceptually very good. And I guess my concern was if you are not using them as road graders, are you hurting them? But Jason Beck seems to believe, as do the projected first-round pick tackles, that they can operate in space a little bit more and use their athleticism to pull or get on the edge and help and open up that running game. There doesn't seem to be pushback, not that there would be day one.
As far as the O-line goes, we'll see because he talked about RPOs a ton yesterday too, and that's terrible for O-line. Smart coaches figure out a way to utilize their best players.
Yep.
And I think Jason Beck is a smart coach, and he talked about how he was going to try and utilize those tackles. But a coach is still going to run his or her system. I mean, Beck's still going to run his system, and his system is not road grading offensive line. That's not what offensive lines under his coaching have done. So you can talk about it. Is it doing the tackles a disservice? Probably. But are they going to be really good at what Jason Beck asks them to do? Yeah, I would guess so.
They better be.
Yeah, I would guess they'll be really good.
Otherwise, you're wasting their talent. The other part of this is, use your best players how they are supposed to be used. Not that you can't do that with your offensive line or your tackles. And if you had a dominant offensive line and you can just push everyone back 4 yards every play and pick that up and just run and march up and down the field, that's easy. However, I think there's a real argument, and I would guess potentially a mandate from Kyle Whittingham when they went out and started this process of finding a new offensive coordinator, and namely finding a quarterback, that they do want this to be more quarterback-driven. And Devin Dampier there may not be the most talented from a future NFL draft perspective as a first-round pick, but is certainly the most important player.
The thing is, part of the reason that you run a spread option offense, part of the reason that that's tempting to a lot of schools is because they don't have offensive lines. And it's designed to kind of neutralize that disadvantage because of the option. You leave the defensive line in doubt, and then they can't go after the football, essentially. I mean, part of the reason you run it is because you think your offensive line stinks, and so you've got to find a way to neutralize that.
Air Force doesn't get the same talent everywhere else in the country. Georgia Tech doesn't get the same talent as Georgia.
I don't think Georgia Tech runs the option anymore. But your point still stands.
That's why they did.
That's why Air Force runs the option. That's
why Georgia Tech did. They weren't getting the talent that was gotten everywhere else in the South.
And this is a little different because it's the spread option. But part of the reason you run the spread is to get people out of the box because you can't block them when they're in the box. So part of the whole concept of the offense is actually to negate the consequential nature of the offensive line. The test of a good coach will be, well, you've got a really good offensive line. So how, instead of negating that import, how do you emphasize it? And I don't know, but that's his challenge. I mean, that's an interesting challenge. There's a reason that when Dr. Bob brought Rich Rod's offense back from Arizona to BYU, they all of a sudden trimmed all their offensive line down to like 280 pounds.
Yeah.
Because they didn't care.
Right.
And we were doing shows at the time, like, you're BYU, you get road grading offensive lines. That's what you do. It's what you've done for decades.
Uh-huh.
Why would you do this? And the answer is because that's what the offense calls for. So how do you marry those concepts? That's an interesting challenge because, you can't let all conference tackles go to waste. Are you kidding?
But there's another reason you do it also. Even if you're right, absolutely. One is to cover up from a bad offensive line. The other is to maximize an uber athletic quarterback. And that is what Utah does have now. Devin Dampier should be probably the most athletic quarterback Utah's ever had.
Oh, I don't know about that. Darnell Arsenault could move.
Tyler Huntley could move. Travis Wilson was, for his size, an incredible athlete.
But a 1,000-yard rusher as a quarterback, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Devin Dampier might be the best athlete Utah's had at quarterback.
Alex Smith was actually a pretty underrated runner/athlete when he was at Utah because they ran kind of conceptually what they're going to run this year. And Alex was good enough with his legs that he was a real threat.
And still, Devin Dampier should be better on the ground athletically than either of those guys. Now, actually, my favorite thing to come out of yesterday from Utah, and we'll get to BYU sound as well, certainly, was that Wayshawn Parker guaranteed that he's going to pick up 1,000 yards on the ground. That is what Utah does need. If Wayshawn Parker has 1,000 yards on the ground, Utah should be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, whatever. I heard Brent Castile promise he was going to win the Heisman. I don't care. I guarantee I'm going to run for 1,000 yards. Okay.
And to be fair, Mekhi Bernard did run for 1,000 yards last year, and Utah was not good.
Yeah. Well, he was the only good part about the offense last year. Give Mekhi his due. He had a pretty good year.
He did. But it alone did not guarantee success for Utah.
Well, no, because eventually you have to score touchdowns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
they were not good at scoring touchdowns. So, I don't know. He'll be in position to run for 1,000 yards. Sure. The running back at Utah should always be in position to run for 1,000 yards.
Unless the quarterback is the one getting 1,000 yards on the ground. Then it becomes very hard to do as the running back. So, if Wayshawn Parker's getting 1,000 yards, I think Utah's probably found a pretty healthy balance.
Well, Jamal and Taysom did it.
Yep.
So, I mean, sure. He's going to get the ball a lot. You talked about it yesterday. Utah's going to run the ball a lot. They are. They should. They always should. Now, I think they should go back to like a pro-style Big Ten 1980s kind of offense myself, but kind of like what they were doing under Norm Chow in his 1 year there. But neither here nor there. They need to run the ball to be successful. the most important thing I heard was Jason Beck talk about how they're going to go no huddle, but it's not going to be high tempo, which I kind of laughed. Do we have that? Because it kind of stood out to me that this has been talked about, and this is definitely an issue, how fast this offense is going to go. Here's the clip.
And we really just want to put the right guys in the right places to make plays. We want to adapt to what our strengths are and play to those strengths. Real like eye test. We're going to go not at a fast tempo, but we're going no huddle. We're moving guys around, kind of spread. The QB reads and RPOs are in there. But year to year, that thing always shifts to who's your personnel and what are their strengths. And some years that's more passing, some years that's more running. So, that thing will vary because we want to play to our strengths.
You can hear him there. He's like, we want to go fast. But he hedged it. He's like, well, we're not going to go that fast. We're not going to go that fast. But, yeah, we're going to no huddle.
You know what? You got to be able to.
We're going to go not at a fast tempo, but we're going no huddle. We're moving guys around, kind of spread.
You can tell that that's been a discussion.
Yeah. Right. How fast can we go?
How fast can we go?
Yeah.
I'm not saying we're going to go too fast.
We're
going to go no huddle.
Carte blanche to do whatever you want with the offense. But not really.
But not Lambo.
But not really, because you never do.
Yeah. But
not Lamborghini fast.
Yeah, right.
Like Camaro.
And play with tempo. You got to have tempo, obviously, and when things are working. And the advantage of these types of offenses, and we've seen it with Air Force when Utah was in the Mountain West Conference, and BYU was in the Mountain West Conference, their ability to go quicker when they need to or entirely drain a quarter was great. They did have the ability to keep you off the field entirely. That would be ideal for Utah. Just keep you off the field entirely, score a touchdown, and then the defense gets off the field in, 4 plays.
Man, it's you guys were onto something with the car. It's such a great comparison. That's like a 16-year-old who gets the keys and permission to go, go drive on the freeway for a little while. That's the 16-year-old who's like, I'm going to go fast. The speed limit, of course.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, I'm going to be flying.
Going really fast. 65.
I'm going to be speed limit, of course. Hey. But yeah, I'm going to go fast. I don't know. The marriage of philosophies I find intriguing at Utah.
If you can do it.
If you can do it. I think that's going to be the difference between a kind of good season, a good season, and a great season is how do those philosophies merge? Because, give Andy Ludwig his due. He merged his philosophies with Witt better than any other offensive coordinator that Witt's ever had, and that's why he was there for so long.
Yeah.
A-Rod at BYU was a much freer play caller than he was at Utah. His philosophy didn't merge perfectly with Witt's. So how do those philosophies merge, and how does that go, and for how long?
I don't have a ton of faith, largely because we haven't seen it very often work successfully, that you can do all of it. Play with tempo, play slow when you need to, no huddle, but don't go fast. I think you're kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have a ton of faith that I think ultimately Utah is going to end up with a pretty bland is probably the wrong word, but simplistic offense that is more effective than what we saw last year and enables the defense to be Utah's defense. And it's going to be a lot of what we've understood. I don't think the priorities at Utah are changing at all.
The protect the defense philosophy remains on the wall.
And don't
that
turn the ball
means
over.
They're going to go fast for a game or two until Witt realizes that he's not protecting the defense anymore. And then you're going to see them go no huddle. What he said there, no huddle. So they're going to stand at the line of scrimmage and look at those stupid posters on the sideline for 30 seconds every play.
Hands on their hips. All right.
No, it's not even that. They're going to line up, get down, and then that's how it works.
Yeah.
Because that's what you have to do to prevent the other team from substituting, which is part of the reason that you do that.
Yeah, Utah's going to win a game early, 17-13, that the offense was not clicking and the defense gets a takeaway late, and it's going to be the comfortable old pair of pants that Witt loves to put on, right? It's like, yeah, well, these are the old classics. These always work.
Oh, see, I think I might think it's a little different. I think the first time that they give up 35 points in a win or loss, he's going to go, wait, how did that happen? And then he's going to look at the stat sheet and he's going to go, wow, the defense was on the field a lot. Yeah. And he's going to say, that's my defense. This cannot stand. You got to put the brakes on there.
And then you go 17-13.
And then you go 17-13. Yeah. All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
We're seeing people talk about Utah. The vibe has been, last year was an outlier for what we typically get from Kyle Whittingham, right?
How do they address the offensive issues? When's the last time Utah had a offense that's had 7 rushing touchdowns in a season? So you can understand how important it was to address this offensive situation, and I feel like what you're seeing right now is people like Joel Klatt and others look at what they did and what they did to address the offense, hiring Jason Beck, and brings that quarterback with him, and you're thinking, okay, you take that offense, you plug them into this team with that defense, just that alone is going to get you a winning season.
Right.
The question is now going to be, can Devin Dampier improve his passing stats and numbers to take Utah from flipping it to a winning team to a championship team?
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Shamrock Plumbing, we are serious about plumbing. We want you to know that we hire only the best plumbers. We want the guys who are the best at what they do, even if it means they are boring. As a matter of fact, once we interviewed a guy who came across as just a little too charismatic. So he says, "Do you love me?" And she says, "No, but that's a real nice ski mask." Right. When you call Shamrock Plumbing, we dispatch one of our experts. We promise they will not be entertaining. No jokes, no smiles, no charisma. Will they be male models? Sure. But no unnecessary jocularity will be sneaking its way into your toilets when Shamrock Plumbing is on the job. Just listen to our commercials. Solemnity is in everything we do. In fact, Solemnity was my great-grandfather's middle name. Ernest Solemnity Flannery. What a guy. So I guess you could say it's sort of in our blood. Shamrock Plumbing. We're serious about plumbing.
So, Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson. I'm going to ask my wife about this monkey thing. I wonder what her legal opinion is on the. I mean, if we have anybody in the prosecutor's office that wants to
weigh in,
direct message Ben. Let him know. How do you prosecute a monkey theft ring?
I like that you said Ben.
Well, Jake doesn't check his email or DMs or social media. He doesn't have Instagram. Doesn't have the Snap Talk.
Do not.
So, yeah, if you want to get in touch with the show, I'm your man.
Reach out to Ben. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, let's get into some takeaways from BYU camp.
Yeah, as soon as we can. I know that we can wait until the first game, but we'd like to get it sorted out as soon as we can. But you can't really put a deadline to it. It's not like we have to have this much done in day 1, day 2, day 3. I just like to see them kind of go with the flow of the offense, and can't just be all the focus is on them. We got a lot of different players that we need to get ready.
He is right about that. And though BYU has a lot of talent returning from last year, we mentioned at least, 3 faces on the offensive line that have to step up, and you're losing some major talent.
I actually do believe that what that coach speak that Kalani was making right there. I don't think they do have their mind made up. I bet they're open for more information as camp goes along. I believe that. Maybe I mean, you always have to throw the human element into it, right? You know, it's never operating in a complete vacuum. And maybe they're leaning one way or another. But I do believe him that they want to take their time to make the decision.
Yeah. I mean, no, in the sense that you wish you just had a guy now, but you don't. Right. So you got to wait. I mean, other than had the Jake Retzlaff stuff happened over the next 3 weeks, it really couldn't have been worse timing.
Mm-mm.
To the point where Jake Retzlaff couldn't enter the transfer portal, right? He had to leave school, commit to a school, and then go.
He walked on it.
Tulane.
So,
yeah, they were so late in this process that I'm sure BYU honestly would have loved to have gone out and found a better player. Right. Transfer to step in. With all due respect to Bachmeier and Bourget and Hillstead.
No, they could use another experienced body.
But,
for sure.
As Mitch Harper reported yesterday at practice, though, during the media viewing, they only saw Bachmeier and Bourget playing. Kalani did say that all 3 quarterbacks were getting reps with the first team offensive line.
I think you got to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you do. And then, well, see what your strength is going to be going into the year.
We will see somebody fall off before they name a number 1. It will be narrowed down to 2 players, I would guess.
The good news is if you get it anywhere near Chase Roberts, he should be able to make some plays.
Yeah, and they should have a good running game.
And, yeah, L.J. Martin's really good. So that is helpful. And the reason they were so optimistic about this season going into it in the first place. The quarterback thing is a giant, wild card in all of this. Which it sucks that we're talking about it, honestly, in a weird way. And the Jake Retzlaff story was awful. But it would be cool if we were talking about BYU going into this season with an upperclassman quarterback.
For sure. Yeah, with this
the
talent
potential
around them.
would be pretty great. But hey, maybe you find Alex Smith out of nowhere, and all of a sudden you're great. I don't know.
Is BYU in a worse position today than they were a year ago today?
Yes.
With the quarterback? That's what I mean with the quarterback.
Well,
I mean, we didn't think Retzlaff was any good at this point last year.
But we know that he was good enough. So, yeah, they were in a better position. We just didn't know it. Because we didn't know how much he had improved in the offseason.
But he had been terrible the last time we had seen him.
And he was obviously a lot better.
And Bohannon was not very good.
A year ago, we were talking about BYU maybe being bowl eligible.
Yeah.
I have no idea, honestly, if Bohannon was any good.
His previous stops, he had one good showing and really had not played well since.
Yeah, but we saw him
BYU being his third team.
Didn't we see him take one snap at BYU?
No, but that's what I mean. A year ago today, when it was Retzlaff going up against Bohannon, that was not necessarily an optimistic position for BYU to be in.
No,
either.
but it turns out they had a guy.
They did, of course they did.
We just didn't know it.
Yeah, but we didn't know. That's why I'm asking, a year ago today, did we think BYU was in a better spot than we are now? I don't think so.
No, probably not.
And we didn't know the rest of the team was as good as it was going to be.
Except for, I guess Hillstead has played. I was about to say at least Retzlaff played, but Hillstead has played, and he did play well for Utah State. So
kind of
give him his due. Well, I'll tell you this, that the Aggies hated losing him.
Yeah.
They loved him.
Yeah.
So his problem obviously is his stature, which maybe we need to get over. He's just not a tall guy.
I'm never going to get over that for quarterbacks.
Yeah, but you did for Ty Detmer. Again,
I didn't. Yeah, I was 4 years old or whatever. I don't know.
Well, I don't think even now you would come back out and say, boy, that Ty Detmer sucked because he was only 6 foot tall.
Because he was little, yeah.
Like, that's a ridiculous take. Short quarterbacks do not have an advantage, certainly. And they probably even have a disadvantage. But we have seen it work. Brian Johnson wasn't tall.
No.
He was only like 6 foot, 6'1".
Again, McKay Hillstead is 5'10".
Ben, 3 inches is like this much.
Yeah, that's a lot. You're talking about like the ability to be on the field or not be on the field, and one of them's just barely scraping the bottom.
What's next?
Number 2, Ace Bailey's first Nike ad is a slam dunk.
This is a recreation of actually kind of a cool thing that has happened. If there's a video that came out in September of 2024 with Ace Bailey and Dylan Harper going into a gym to meet Giannis Antetokounmpo. It's actually like a 40-minute video, but there's 2-minute clips all over, including one I included in this article. And he just kind of walks through some drills and how to play. And it's actually very revealing of how good at basketball Giannis is, for as much as we say, well, yeah, he's 7 feet tall and stronger and faster than everybody. He's a very good technician, highly skilled player. And even then is not, probably in the same realm as a guy like Kevin Durant or whatever. And they've basically recreated some of this for this Nike ad. I think the takeaway, though, is that Ace Bailey isn't going to be an enormous draw. And if he lives up to his already big name, the Jazz are going to get a lot of run out of him.
When was the last time the Jazz had a Nike star?
Oh, man.
Had to be Stockton, right?
Yeah, because, I don't know. What was D-Will?
He might have been Nike, but he wasn't a Nike star. And I'm not even talking about, like, have your own shoe. I'm talking about, like, ad campaign.
Yeah.
And John really wasn't in that many Nike ad campaigns.
No, of course not. No.
But he was. His agent was David Falk. I mean, but, like, and I don't even know if D-Will was a Nike guy.
No, neither do I.
Donovan had his own shoe, but he's an Adidas guy.
Adidas, yeah.
Carl had his own shoe.
LA Gear?
LA Gear guy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think John's probably the last Nike star. I mean, if Nike's building ad campaigns around Ace Bailey, that's something that hasn't happened around here.
At the very least, featuring him. And yeah, it's Giannis is the number one feature because it's for his new shoe, the quote unquote Freak 7. And then I like to call it the Diddy 7. And then it's Dylan Harper and it's Ace Bailey. So Those are kind of the 3 NBA players in the.
And he does get the highlight of the ad, like the big.
He gets 2 big
slam
dunks.
dunk at the end.
Yeah.
And listen, as much as I hate the company Nike, being a Nike star and being an Adidas star are way different.
Yes.
There's no way Donovan Mitchell gets his own shoe as a rookie.
Right.
If he were a Nike guy.
Right. Donovan's on his 11th shoe now. He would not get 11 shoes with Nike.
Nike famously, Nico Harrison, did not know Steph's name.
I mean, Kobe switched from Adidas to Nike, at the height of his career.
Michael Jordan just set a different standard, and Nike became a different world. Tiger Woods, Nike wasn't even in golf, but they move into golf just to get Tiger Woods. I mean, being a Nike star is just it's a different thing. So interesting, Ace Bailey already being featured in Nike advertising is something.
Yeah, it's.
What was the Chinese shoe that Gordon Hayward switched over to? Remember that?
I remember Gordon Hayward Chinese shoe. Yeah, it was something stupid. Anta. Dwayne Wade had one too for a while. I think he's gone Chinese shoes. Yeah, it matters, and Ace Bailey matters, and there's a reason. Honestly, the Jazz is, even though he didn't play at all in Las Vegas, the Jazz's summer league schedule was loaded, right? You had the other top 5 picks out there except for Cooper Flagg. And then you look at the Jazz's preseason schedule, and it's Kevin Durant, and it's Dylan Harper and Victor Wembanyama. Like, it is high. It's Cooper Flagg. Ace Bailey, like, the league is setting him up to, if he has success, be a name they can advertise around. And, like, if it works out, you become an Olympian. You become one of the choice people because, yes, Nike does influence some of those things.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, NFL preseason officially begins tonight with the Hall of Fame game.
The Chargers and the Lions.
I will be watching. I don't know why. I don't really care, but I do love the product of the NFL. I love the show of it. I love the feeling of having it on in the background. I don't really care the players tonight. Obviously, nothing matters in the standings, but I just love the show. I love the show. It's a comfort. It's a creature comfort. So I'll be excited to have it back on in the background while I'm doing whatever I'm doing tonight.
I will not be watching
Good for you. Take a stand.
I am taking a stand.
Yeah, it matters.
I am taking a. I do not currently subscribe to Peacock.
Oh, is it on Peacock?
And I am not going to jump on another subscription service until I absolutely have to. And I realize that the NBA is going to Peacock, so I'm probably going to have to bite that bullet. And I realize that KSL Channel 5 is in the...
It will be broadcast on NBC.
In the NBC family.
So if you can't turn on Channel 5...
But I'm not going to be tuning into Peacock.
I will. Okay. But you are turning into NBC?
Nope. Not going to watch it.
I will have NBC on.
This is my anti-streaming service take. I'm not going to watch your...
This is over the broadcast TV, over the air.
Not
You don't
important.
have to have Peacock at all.
Not important. Not going to do it.
Peacock is...
stop looking like an idiot!
Peacock is if you're on a plane somewhere and you can't watch it. Or, you're in a hotel room and for whatever reason they don't have NBC, which is not a thing. So there's no excuse to not have this game on tonight.
You keep your Lions and Chargers. Not participating.
I'm excited. Christian, you're watching?
Do you remember when they tried remember when they forced us to buy Peacock to get a playoff game? Was that last year?
That's way different, and I'm on your side with that. I'll take a stand against that. But this is on Channel 5.
Every once in a while. Happens at least once a year, and it's probably Black Friday, but that might be a little bit too late now because the NBA season starts before that. Peacock will do a sale where it's like the entire year for $20, and I will gladly pay it when it comes around. That happened, and I will say to the good people at Peacock, I did that. I forgot to cancel my subscription before it auto-renewed. It charged me $80. I don't need it right now because I don't need Peacock in the offseason. I need it when the NBA comes back or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And I just wrote them an email and I said, hey, I didn't mean to auto-renew, and they refunded me on the spot. So at least it's not like a gym membership that you can't get out of.
I actually have free Peacock through my Wi-Fi, I think. So you might want to check that out.
If that would have happened to me, I would have flown to New York.
Spent $2,000.
I would have
canceling my $79 subscription.
I would have gone to that plaza that they exist at, and I would have threatened to burn it to the ground if they didn't hand me
Don't.
cash.
Let's not make trips to New York to threaten people.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that.
My goodness.
Apologies for the joke. Yeah, that is way too soon. I was just thinking of the skating rink and that show with Tina Fey. Nothing? Nothing? Just going to let me drown, huh?
All right. I got to admit, I completely screwed that up.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more next. I could not believe that Marcus Morris has found a Bozo of the Week rival, but indeed one has emerged. Do we want to do that next, or do you want to do that at the top of the 11 o'clock hour? All right, we'll get to that coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Hans Olsen.
What is your timetable as far as approaching the quarterback deal?
Whether they say it or not, PK, they've already got their guy kind of circled. And inside the first week, if he doesn't answer that circle, then they'll uncircle him and they'll open it up a little bit. Right now, I assume it's McKay Hillstead. Everybody's kind of looking at, like, let's make sure that he's the guy. He'll be with the first team, but then we'll sneak a couple first-team reps in for Bergay, and we'll sneak a couple first- and second-team reps in for Bachmeier, and we'll make them feel like we're opening up this competition. I don't think it'll be announced for 3 weeks. I mean, we might not get an announcement until the week of game preparation for Portland State, but I know that Roderick knows who he thinks it is, and we'll just see if he keeps the circle around his name.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
What if you could unlock over $1 million in personal and business credit? That's exactly what Ray Reynolds can do for you. I'm talking about protecting your family and building your business with $100,000 in personal or business cash credit. And Ray can help you rebuild your credit score to 750. Ray Reynolds isn't just any expert. He helped the security chief of TRW that became Experian, one of the most trusted credit bureaus. If you're looking to get your finances on track, Ray is the man you should call for a 750 credit score. Call Ray at 800-427-5991. 800-427-5991. Join his live webinars and attend his weekly workshops to learn the insider strategies for hitting your personal and business goals. Ready for a 750 credit score and your first $100,000 in credit? Call Ray Reynolds now at 800-427-5991. That's 800-427-5991.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Planning a party or an office lunch? Let Kenny J's Barbecue bring the flavor to you. From 10 to 1,000 guests, we've got your event covered with slow-smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and all the home-style sides your crowd craves. No matter the occasion, Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue that speaks for itself. You bring the guests, we'll bring the fire. Zone listeners get 10% off their first catering order. Just mention the Zone when you book. Visit us online at KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where every event becomes a flavor-packed celebration.
Get Mr. Mac's Performance Missionary Package. 1 performance suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 ties, 1 mission belt, and 1 pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy shoes. Just $695. Visit one of our 9 convenient Mr. Mac locations near you.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
To know.
Where did
Jake
you
and
record
Ben,
this?
97.5.
I love the band got together.
In my basement.
And I love that you found a new genre, but it does kind of sound like you recorded in the basement. You have to come into studio and record it next time.
Nominate
nice mics.
the Youth Sports Volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination, KSLSports.com/contest, and listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
What genre was that?
I was going for circusy.
Okay, yeah, it is very circusy.
Yeah, I was going for circusy, like, leaning into the clown theme.
It reminds me of like old Disney cartoons. It's got a little promo in there. It's good work.
I didn't know you threw that in there.
I did throw that in there. So, you know what? If you want to sponsor Bozo of the Week, text JB to 57500, and I'd be happy to get the band together and mix up an intro song.
Including your name.
Including the sponsor.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right. Speaking of that, I've got another song. Actually, I've got 2 songs to debut today. When should we do that, Christian? You want it like 11:30? Okay.
11:30 sounds perfect.
Okay.
A musical episode. Great.
So yeah, I was busy yesterday. I made some stuff.
Good.
That's why I didn't come to the barbecue.
Yeah, that's why you didn't have anything else going on.
I did not make one Lloyd song either. Usually I throw a funny Lloyd song in there, but we decided to not do that this time. All right, Ben. Our current candidate for Bozo of the Week, Marcus Morris, who got arrested on fraud charges because he was defrauding a casino.
2 casinos.
2 casinos.
Over a total of $250,000.
Like a moron. True bozo behavior. I thought he had it locked up. I thought, you know what? Good. That's all right. He's a huge bozo. That's. But then yesterday afternoon, Ben, lo and behold, news breaks, and we have another candidate.
Gilbert Arenas was arrested yesterday, 43-year-old former NBA All-Star, for renting out his mansion in Encino, California, to host illegal poker games. And not just, some of the buddies came over, smoked some cigars, talked trash. Mm-hmm. No, high-level international gangsters
Apparently.
Running extremely expensive poker games to the point where, what was it, 5 people got arrested, including a quite infamous Israeli criminal. First of all, how does Gilbert Arenas know any of these people?
I don't know what kind of circles Gilbert Arenas runs in. I don't know what kind of circles you run in. You could know international gangsters for all I know.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I don't know what you do in your personal life.
But this was brought by the Department of Justice. He faces 5 years in prison for each charge, 3 separate charges. So he could end up facing up to 15 years if convicted. He did post a video on Instagram of him dancing yesterday saying, "Can't hold me, baby. They can't hold me," which I think flaunting that in the face of the DOJ is probably dangerous.
My favorite part of the story came from one of his, well, I guess former NBA players. I don't know if they were teammates, but also a regular on his podcast. One Swaggy P, Nick Young.
Yeah.
Did you see this?
I did not.
He's going for, Ben, this is a coup for the podcast. Can I read you what old Swaggy P had to say about this whole thing yesterday? And I'll try to clean up some of the language. Stupid mother trucker, gone, man. They got him, says Swaggy P. And he goes on, says, "Don't worry about the show or nothing. Don't worry about Gil's Arena. I got that now. We might as well change the show to Swaggy's Arena in conjunction with Gilbert's. We're going to put little Gilbert sign on the side, but it's Swaggy's Arena until you come back home. My brother is an idiot. Y'all, we're going to change the show from Gil's Arena to Swaggy's Arena." And then he goes on, he says, "What they said he did it."
They are flaunting this pretty dramatically, and Gilbert Arenas is already saying, "I just rented them the house. I had nothing to do with it. I didn't host it. I didn't organize it. Somebody rented my house, and they did illegal activity there without my knowledge." So Gilbert Arenas seems pretty confident that he's not going to be in trouble for this.
So let me get this straight, though. D'Angelo Russell is forever an unpopular player because he sold out Swaggy P online when Swaggy P was cheating on some
Fergie?
the fancy
Iggy
gal.
Azalea.
Yeah. And
Never get those two straight.
and does not have a great reputation. Swaggy P now himself says about Gilbert Arenas actually committing felonies, says he did it. What they said he did, he did it. Now this podcast is about me. It's Swaggy's Arena now.
The Jazz dodged a bullet. They offered Gilbert Arenas a bunch of money when John Stockton retired to step in and be the next point guard, and he chose the Wizards. Remember, he was a second-round draft pick by the Warriors, and as a result, he didn't have the rookie contract, so he got a huge deal after his rookie year.
Because he had a great rookie year.
He had a great rookie year, and turned out to be an all-star. He was a very good player. But the Jazz offered him a huge contract, and he, and maybe the only smart decision he's ever made, realized, I don't want to follow John Stockton. Why would I ever want to be the guy who replaces John Stockton in Utah? Goes to Washington and becomes an all-star. But Jazz probably happy to avoid that because he was a train wreck, including bringing guns to the locker room.
Which was over gambling, by the way.
Was over gambling. And
not involved.
Javaris Crittenton,
Yeah, right.
who was the guy he pulled the gun on, later in a drive-by shot an innocent woman and killed her, and has only recently been, I think, released from jail.
Well,
doesn't Gilbert have a son who's supposed to be in next year's draft?
He does, yeah.
He hurt his knee. Has that impacted when he's going to come out?
I haven't seen that. No. USC? Am I right on that? I think that's where he's going. Anyway.
Have you ever seen that movie about Jeremy Bloom's sister?
Yes.
Where she was doing
Amy's game, Sloane's game. What's it called?
Yeah, where she was running illegal high-end poker ring.
Yeah.
It's a pretty decent movie.
Yeah.
Interesting story. That Bloom family, I tell you.
Molly's game.
Great skier, average receiver at Colorado.
All-time great athlete, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Stay tuned. So that's the nominee. We'll crown a winner tomorrow.
We'll
I don't
see.
know. This is kind of neck and neck to me.
Yeah, because if there's a chance Gil really did just rent out his house, it's not his fault.
There's a chance Marcus Morris forgot how much he had in his checking account. Please.
Okay.
That's not rationale. All right.
We'll see if there's any latecomers to the party.
Stay tuned. More next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Parker McCullum. Get the man I am. What kind of man do you need? Live 2025. Friday, August 1st, 7:30 p.m. Maverick Center. Multi-platinum selling artist Parker McCullum. Special guests Cameron Marlowe and Hudson Westbrook. On sale now at Ticketmaster. Parker McCullum Live.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save up to $800 on select smart beds. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, boop, boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you can nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. You can help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. We can get back to talking football here in a moment, Ben, but we were talking about this during the break. Yahoo Sports has confirmed what our friend, from Denver, Jake Shapiro, told us, what was that, Monday or Tuesday, when he jumped on with us for Christian's Broncos preview. He told us what the meeting between LeBron James, Maverick Carter, and Nikola Jokic's yacht meeting was all about. And it was about this new European traveling basketball show that they're trying to get off the ground. Going to be 6 men's and 6 women's teams, Ben. It's going to be like a touring format, much like your favorite Live Golf. Players get a stake in ownership. There's apparently global investors involved, Ben, and NBA rules. Let's see. What is this one? This says NBA rules block player ownership, which is interesting. So they're going to have ownership in the league, and so this is going to be outside of the NBA.
Non-NBA players, then.
Right.
Then I don't care.
Yeah, I wonder how this is going to work.
It's not going to.
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, it will. It's sports washing, right? This is what it is. Someone's getting a bunch of money from somewhere that is weird money at best.
So you think this is a laundering scheme? That's usually my take.
Yeah, I do. I think there's a lot of money to be had. There's a lot of money to be spent. We can call it dark money, whatever you want to call it. And you get a bunch of retired NBA players or whatever, or some top European players looking to make money. Again, a lot of this comes down to I just don't think the European players are making enough money.
So much like LeBron's production company, this is just another way to give LeBron money?
Yes. Yep, exclusively. And it'll line up for when LeBron retires, whenever that is.
Man, that production company thing is just offensive.
A scam.
A total scam. That he put almost $1 billion in his pocket because of it.
Yep.
Could LeBron try to play in this?
He could after he retires, conceivably.
I mean, yeah, this appears to me as the LeBron James touring basketball show.
Yeah. Or does he just want to be the owner and show up and be the kingmaker who sits in the suite and says, look, LeBron's here.
That's not LeBron. And you ignore the fact that these guys think that they can play forever. It's really true.
And there's also a chance that, what do you play? How many games they would play in this? 25 games in a season, which now LeBron's body will be able to handle. And they're going half speed compared to the NBA. And he's the best player on the court because it's not a bunch of non-active NBA players. He's playing against Joe Johnson, And, yeah, he's making $50 million a year on it still, at least.
Why are you dragging Joe, dude?
Because Joe's 50 years old.
He's made a good career in that Ice Cube thing.
Sure, he has.
Why are you dragging
Ice
Joe?
Cube 3-on-3 where you don't play full court.
No, Joe's a great example, though. I mean, these guys think that they can play forever.
Yeah, they want to keep playing. And I don't blame you for wanting to play forever and keep playing and stay in shape and whatever it is. But, yeah, it's just the LeBron to go make money in Saudi Arabia or something. I don't care. I know this says Europe, but my guess is they will expand the footprint where they're willing to play.
Bunch of rich Euros just trying to give LeBron money.
Yeah. So.
All right. Well, good on him.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Go get him, Tiger.
Yeah. Clearly, people are recognizing that this can Maverick. People are recognizing this can work.
At
least there's money to be made this way.
I have a question for you guys. I did our friend Wild Turkey Fart Blunt snap talk this in last hour. He says it's that time of year. I'm curious to hear who this year's Jerry Rice will be in that Utah receiving room. Did we get much Utah receiver propaganda yesterday?
I've not seen it.
I did not hear a whole lot of that.
No.
In fact, Jason Beck talked more about the tight ends than I thought he would.
I just don't think we've gotten to the point where we're tired of talking about
everything
the
else,
offensive line or the quarterback.
So
why is Wild Turkey Fart Blunt talking about my mom?
Oh, that's weird. You kept that of all things.
I had to.
A lot of good nouns in there. No, we haven't gotten to that point yet. That usually comes a little bit closer to the beginning of the season.
I don't think so. That's a perennial off-season topic.
Quarterback is always going to be number one. Running back's going to be number two, and we did get both of those yesterday, right? We get a lot of Devin Dampier conversation, and we will. And Devin Dampier, I would say, is probably the most exciting player in the state this season, at least during fall camp, right? He's the biggest wild card. His highlights at his former stop are truly elite. Some of his numbers are elite. Some of his numbers are very not elite. And so, the wild card of him is the most exciting conversation I think that there is to be had right now, and the most critical. If he turns out to be really good, Utah can win the Big 12. If he's not good, Utah's going to struggle for the third straight season.
Do you think the fact that we did not get a crowned future Jerry Rice from camp is one of two things, which is more likely? One, that nobody knows who these receivers are, so we don't know enough yet to crown the next Jerry Rice. Or two, that this offense truly doesn't care about receivers, so it doesn't matter.
Both.
Both?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be both. But yeah, you're not going to get big production from the wide receivers, and I think it would be silly right now to start talking like there will be one.
But they never get production from their wide receivers.
Correct, but at least they had a system that could imply that you could have a big play wide receiver or a receiver who could rack up yardage.
So that's what I'm asking. Are they not even bothering with the receiver propaganda because it doesn't matter?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I still think a name will emerge.
Well, they've built up transfers before.
But, yeah, I just don't think – somebody will come out and there will be a conversation. Somebody will have a good showing in whatever limited availability you have. And be like, oh, that's the guy.
Who was the Oregon receiver who transferred to Utah for his career to come to an end? Carrington? Was that his name?
Well, Carrington was very good at Utah and then showed up out of shape to the combine, right? Or whatever's pro day, and then never really got a chance in the NFL.
Define very good.
At Utah?
Yeah.
I still think he's had the most yards since Drez Anderson.
Not 1,000, however.
Not 1,000.
I don't even know if he was close.
I think he was on pace for it. Not that we need to relitigate this, but he was on pace for it through the first 5 or 6 games and then kind of fell off. But was as good as advertised early in his career at Utah.
Yeah. Okay. Was it a great career move for him?
I don't know why he ended up leaving.
What do you mean why?
Oregon.
Oh, he got a DUI.
Yeah. So, yeah, probably, right? He had to go make a stop somewhere else.
Yeah, right. He picked the wrong spot.
His first 3 games, he had 127 yards, 129 yards, 153 yards. Then he had 76 yards, 99 yards. So through his first 5 games this season, yes, he was absolutely terrific. And then over his final, 7 games of the season, he had a 9-yard performance against USC. They locked in on taking him away, and he only broke 100 yards one more time. So
6 touchdowns.
5 of which came in the first 5 weeks. And then only 1 over the last 7 weeks. And then never played again.
So I don't know. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't notice any receiver propaganda at
I don't think you're going to see it.
Yesterday.
I don't think you're going to see it. It's early in the process because, again, as we're talking about more important positions right now within the offense, including what the entire offense is just going to look like. That's all new, but it's not going to be a receiver-based offense. So I don't think you're going to get as much mention of it even as years past when it never came to fruition.
So, of course, we'll talk about the, throughout camp, the big stories, which, of course, is what's Utah's offense looking like and BYU's quarterbacks. But there are conversations. Utah's wide receiving, I guess, being one of those. For BYU, I'm curious to see if Jay Hill can continue the progress of the defense. I was surprised it was as good as it was last year.
Of course. And they conceivably should be better.
Conceivable. It comes down to, can they have the production in the secondary that frees them up to do all the other stuff, which hasn't been true at BYU traditionally. And they did have that last year. And so does that continue on? I mean, because, speaking of Utah, we watched it forever. You can really erase average quarterback play with a good defense.
And their secondary was really the only spot where they lost players. They lost Crew Wakely. They lost Jacob Robinson.
Right. Good players, too.
Yep.
So how do they duplicate that? I think is a sneaky good question about this year's BYU's team. And honestly, we love Jay Hill on this show. He came on with us for years. He's a great coach who has delivered results. There's no reason to doubt that progress would continue. But I got to admit, he surprised me last year with how well his stuff really worked.
He brought in personnel that matched what they had talked about doing for a long time, which is important. But BYU's linebackers should be dominant. Now, that's been a strength historically, but arguably two of the best players in the state. And if you go back and look, I believe at the re-rank of the 60 and 60, it was Jack Kelly and Isaiah Glasker were the top two players in the state. And you add Keanu Tanuvasa, who's not a linebacker, but is a dominant defensive lineman. I thought was Utah's best player last year. Yeah, that defense should be awesome.
It really is amazing how BYU's gotten linebackers over the years. I wonder how that is. I mean, it is. Is there any connective tissue between the Van Noys and Fred Warners and all that other world? You understand why running backs like to go to Utah, right? Mm-hmm. I understand why quarterbacks like to go to BYU. Why is the linebacker thing a thing? I wonder. When was the last time they didn't have like a stud linebacker?
Yeah, a future NFL player. That was like a high-level player.
They've had a string of them. I mean, even the ones like Cam Jensen that didn't make it to the NFL necessarily were still ballers.
Good players, yeah.
Ballers. I wonder what that's all about. Is that coincidental?
Some of it's got to be you do get a reputation, so that helps. But yeah, some of it has to be coincidental because it's crossed coaches.
Crossed coaches, and it's not like these players are all Latter-day Saints.
And it's also crossed schemes. Not just coaches. It's not like, you brought in Utah replacing Witt with Morgan Scalley. The defense is going to look very similar. So, that's not going to change dramatically. But, Bronco ran the 3-4, and then you run a 4-3, and you mix it up, and you're still getting dominant linebackers. I get a little bit more, I guess, when you talk about a player like Kyle Van Noy, who was asked to do everything, why he would get gaudy stats. Now, he backed it up by becoming a very good NFL player as well and winning 2 Super Bowls and, was never maybe not quite the player he played last year and was still very good. He didn't, punch his ticket to the Hall of Fame like Fred Warner has. Fred Warner's the best linebacker in the NFL still. So, yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, but you think back to Pendleton. What was his first name? We used to have him on all the time. Sorry about the brain fart. Jordan, thank you. Yeah. He didn't have a baller NFL career. He was great when he was healthy at BYU. That position has been a true strength, and I wonder about that. I mean, Utah's defensive line has always been a big strength, right? But you kind of get that with their recruiting pipelines and their philosophy. That makes a whole lot of sense. But as you point out, BYU's had multiple philosophies, multiple coaches, guys recruited from different areas. Where was Kyle Van Noy from? Reno?
Yeah.
Fred Warner was from the Bay Area?
I think you're right. Some of it's got to be a little bit scheme related, and I wouldn't say it's completely unrelated to the fact that BYU just doesn't get double-digit sacks ever from a single player, and Utah does, which does limit some of the production you get from your linebackers. But, your linebackers can line up at defensive end, which a lot of Utah's successful linebackers have, or these guys still end up making it in the NFL despite the fact that they weren't super productive, or they were productive at BYU and they follow it up. It wasn't just it was fluky. They didn't have good defensive lines. These guys go and play in the NFL with very good defensive lines and still have a lot of production at linebacker. But Utah's strengths have always been D-line and the secondary. Right. So I wonder if that's hurt some of their production. But even Utah's best linebackers, maybe Devin Lloyd is finally kind of breaking out now. Much better year last year than early in his career. but they've not had a run of successful linebackers in the NFL.
Devin Lloyd was more the exception than the rule.
By
although,
far, yeah.
Although Gianni Paul was fine, and obviously Barton up there now is extremely good.
Yeah,
so it's not. But I mean, you look back at there were a lot of Mike Wrights of the world that just sucked up a zillion tackles because they happened to be playing behind one of the Lotu Lalays, or I can't remember who Mike Wright was playing behind. And no offense to Mike Wright, I'm not trying to pick on you, but there was a lot of players like that. Yeah, obviously
filtered to them.
Yeah,
yeah,
like that. And maybe why when they got somebody like a Devin Lloyd who was so exceptional, he could flourish so much. But yeah, I mean, the linebacker position at BYU should be the strength of the team.
And it is.
The best position group on the team, probably.
It is. It definitely is again this year, yeah.
I mean, that's an advantage, obviously, to have dynamic players like that.
Like that?
Indeed.
That will be the advantage early for them. And we'll see what the offensive line ends up looking like. They've got the big Michigan transfer coming in. And, big, 6'8", 320, whatever he is. If he can stay healthy, he should be penciled in as a starter, I would imagine, Gentry. But they've got some answers. They've got to find some answers on the offensive line. They've got to figure out who the quarterback's going to be. But the defense should be dominant again.
Well, as long as they're not on the field the whole game, which, again, comes back to...
Can the offense move the ball?
Can the offense move the ball and score points? Because if the defense is on the field the whole game, then they're going to stink.
I mean, some of these are just the tenets of football, but some of them are funny that as BYU has tried to Utah itself, BYU has truly Utah'd itself.
In a way, yeah.
A lot of the problems or a lot of the questions that faced Utah for the last decade, which when you solve them, you win conference championships. When you don't, it can be difficult, and you start pointing a lot of fingers at the offense. It's going to look probably pretty similar at BYU this year.
All right, coming up next, Ben. I created some songs yesterday.
Can't wait.
And we're gonna play them coming up next. So stay tuned. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hanson Scotty.
Let's do it.
Kalani Sitake.
What is the most you've paid for a concert ticket, and what concert was it?
For me, MC Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I had the parachute pants, you know, all that stuff ready to go. I mean, don't get me started, guys.
No,
you can
we
still
won't.
listen to the stuff right now. It's good, clean, wholesome music.
Exactly.
You know, the whole family can have parachute pants and go out.
That's true.
And then do their dances and stuff like that. You know, Can't Touch This. I mean, he even had some slow songs, you know, songs about praying.
Pray.
You know, come on, man. Like, he's got it all.
What kind of a show is this? Catch Hans Olsen and Scotty G every day from noon to 3 on 97.5 1280 The Zone, powered by KSLSports.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Summer is here. So how do you keep your lawn from drying up and water bills from skyrocketing? Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive treatments and proper watering are the keys to building stronger roots and the healthiest, greenest lawn possible. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. You'll see the difference that Revive makes. It's a surefire defense against pet damage, high traffic, and dry spots caused by summer heat and drought. Use Revive. It works.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek is right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
This summer, when you purchase a new air conditioner from Any Hour Services, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for, up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules and schedule a free estimate at anyhour.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's amazing how often that Casey Kasem thing is relevant to real life. Do it to me every time, man. Come in from those up-tempo records. All right, Ben. This segment we are going to dedicate to show, business, because this pertains to our show and not necessarily the sports world at large. So if you're waiting for Ben's really hot take on the Los Angeles Chargers, you're going to have to be patient for that for a minute. Ben, we have been reading a liner, as they say in the biz, about sponsorships for the show. If you're interested in sponsoring the show or a part of the show, you can text JB to 57500. So I got the band together yesterday, and we put together a little tune called Sponsor the Show.
Neon dreams light up the night. The Jake and Ben show shining bright. Voices calling through the air. the show. Let the love flow. Just one small text will handle the rest. Sponsor the show.
What do you think? Just text JB to 57500. We'll handle the rest.
Show, comma, business. We have some. We've been told we had some salespeople come up and congratulate us recently for the show's listenership. Apparently, it was exciting. And
which is great. We thank everyone.
We have dashed all of that in the last 60 seconds. So all the goodwill we have built up with our listeners, we just decimated with 60 seconds because the band. What is the band? No Limits?
I think it was No Limits.
No Limits. Your band, to which you're not the lead singer, but you're the writer.
I'm the creative. Energy.
The genius.
Yeah.
I'd say the genius behind
if you will. Well, sponsor the show was a jam.
But that was a hit. You're right.
That's a jam right there.
Again, it's a 4-minute song. I really trimmed it down to a minute 10,
which makes sense.
We got a little loose. we had good stuff. It's tough to cut things. We had to leave that to Christian.
Yeah, imagine what the Beatles left on the floor when they've had to edit stuff out.
So what'd you think?
I can see it working. It might be one of those songs that grows on you, that the first time you hear it, it's not your favorite. But by the third time, you're like...
We were going for 80s power ballads.
Yeah.
See?
Okay.
Come on. People are running to their phones right now to text JB to 57500. After that?
Sponsor the show.
Yeah. Heck yeah. I'm a little mad that you're downplaying that. I'm a little frustrated.
I think he's jealous that he's not in the band.
I'm not invited to come jam with you guys.
Put a lot of work into it. Fine. All right. Well, then I don't feel the slightest bit bad about this then. We were working on another song, Ben.
Well, you remember Old Town Road took a while to take. The first time you heard Old Town Road by Lil Nas X, you were like, I'm sick. I hate this song so bad. The second time, you're like, this song again? They're playing it. This wasn't a joke. They played it. And then by the fifth time, you're like, Old Town Road. You know all the lyrics to it. That might be what Sponsor the Show is.
I have no idea what song you're talking about.
But we hear it again? Can we just hear the whole thing again?
There's no way it's that good. You want to hear the? I'm down to hear the whole thing again.
Not the whole thing, but can we hear the 60 again?
All right, let's hear it. The intro was a lot longer. Our guitar player really
wanted to show off.
Okay. So we had to shorten the intro a little bit.
Neon dreams light up the night.
Really great range.
The Jake and Ben show shining bright. Voices calling through the air.
The key to a great power ballad, Ben, is you got to build into it.
A world of wonder if you dare.
Because that way when you get to the payoff, it really... See, the build? We need you now. Keep it alive. Keep it alive.
Sponsor the show. Let the love flow.
Let it flow, Ben.
We'll handle the rest.
Just one small text.
So I tried to transcribe that using my skills as a beat reporter to get the lyrics.
Uh-huh.
Is it all right if I read through them?
Yeah, sure.
With one absolutely enormous hiccup that we have to address. Okay, neon dreams light up the night. Jake and Ben show shining right.
Uh-huh.
Not bright, shining right. Voices calling through the air. A world of wonder if you dare. But we need you now. We keep it alive. This is where the song loses me. Because it says text JB to 57... and you can't hear the rest of the number, which is what the entire spiel is.
Well, that's what our read is for.
Well, then what's the song for?
Well, it's yeah. We thought it would be more artistic, like less commercial, if we mumbled through the last two numbers.
There's a reason that high school football teams have the band and the pep rally.
Yeah, right.
You know, they have the announcer telling you what's going on, but they need something to get pumped up about.
Everyone knows 867-5309 because it was a catchy number in a lyric for Jenny Jenny, and it works, and that's why it's so great, this number we know. We keep it alive. Text JB to 575. we were
trying for the rhyme.
We don't know what you guys say.
So I actually have a copy of the lyrics. He says he's supposed to be saying, text JB to 575 and thrive.
And thrive. But it's not JB to 575. That's not going to get you anything. What's the actual number?
57500.
57500, not 575 and thrive. It's 57500. Sponsor the show. Let the love flow. Just one small text. We'll handle the rest. Sponsor the show. I just think you guys buried the lead.
57500. That's what it's supposed to say.
That's not what he says.
But that's what we
text
did.
JB to 575.
It just made more sense, Ben. Get over it. All right. I've got another song.
So you thought we only had one song today?
You know, because honestly, sponsor of the show is staying. I don't care what you're saying. Oh, I just rhymed there. See, I am good at this. All right, Ben, you ready? I give you Ben's long pants.
Ben Anderson walks in the summer sun. Sweat drips down, but he won't come undone. His legs, his secret, he keeps them hidden tight. Long pants in the heat, morning till night. Mirror whispers cool, it cuts him deep. A shame he carries, awaken and sleep. No shorts for Ben, no breeze on his knees. He hides his truth, but he's not at ease. No matter the heat, no matter the burn, the world might see, so he won't take the turn. Wears freedom like clothes in bare skin, but Ben's trapped inside a battle within. His legs tell a story he can't let unfold, a script he rewrites too heavy to hold. What if they laugh? What if they stare?
What if they stare?
The sun exposes his
This feels thinly veiled about my sexuality.
No!
That I'm walking around with a secret that I can't tell the world.
It's you're ashamed of your legs.
Because I wear pants.
No peas on his knees? I thought that
No
was or breeze on his knees.
was funny.
I thought that was
That
genius.
was a good lyric.
I love this stuff. What if they laugh? What if they stare? What if the sun exposes his despair?
You can see why this feels like it has a double meaning.
But what if they don't? What if they see just a man, just Ben, who longs to be free?
I don't think this is about pants.
Oh. No shorts for Ben. He hides the truth.
I really like No Breeze on His
But
Knees.
he's not at ease. No matter the burn.
All right. I don't wear shorts. Specifically to work, I don't wear shorts.
Ben doesn't wear shorts ever. You don't wear shorts to play golf.
Because I'm not 11 years old.
Did you wear shorts at Bear Lake?
All the time. Yes, I'm a human being. I have a swimsuit. I let the breeze hit my knees when I'm on vacation.
See, Ben and I just thought that you were the guy who rolled up his jeans to wade into the lake.
Doesn't actually take his pants
Roll
off.
his jeans up above his knees to wade into the lake.
Well, I didn't know what that one was about, so
No matter
I'm
the
still
heat,
not sure I know what that one's about or what the implication is.
no matter the heat, no matter the burn. Ben's not. He's so ashamed of his legs, refuses to wear shorts. I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, the lyrics are great. You told a story. I just am curious what story you were trying to tell.
About a guy ashamed of his legs who refuses to wear shorts. That was the story. That's the story.
Yep.
That's the hook.
Okay.
It's very strange. We played Glendale in like 102-degree heat. Ben's out there in black jeans. Yeah. Had to be sweaty.
The world wears freedom. Light clothes and bare skin, but Ben's trapped inside. A battle within.
Battle within.
You can see why I don't think this is about shorts.
A battle within. His legs just want to come out.
It's a metaphor.
Apparently, I believe Jake is implying there's a metaphor here.
All right, stay tuned. We'll wrap up the show next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what you doing? Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bangs! G-Bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Planning a party or an office lunch? Let Kenny J's Barbecue bring the flavor to you. From 10 to 1,000 guests, we've got your event covered with slow-smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and all the home-style sides your crowd craves. No matter the occasion, Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue that speaks for itself. You bring the guests, we'll bring the fire. Zone listeners get 10% off their first catering order. Just mention the Zone when you book. Visit us online at KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where every event becomes a flavor-packed celebration.
So, Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extend it to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my. From the islands to the basketball courts, they bring the engaging their thoughts.
You're never going to be 100%. You're never going to be perfect. So just continue to learn the game. And right now, just connection with the receivers. Again, we got a bunch of new guys, so just be able to make that connection right now.
All right, there you go. Devin Dampier, as camp opened yesterday. It is the Jake and Ben show. Want to remind you, Mountain Supply will be with Hanson Scotty coming up tomorrow to talk about the Valley View Open golf tournament that raises thousands for the Giving Hope Foundation.
We might be the only show where our listeners leave knowing less than they did before the show started. Like, how do you pronounce this guy's name? Specifically, Devin Dampier.
Dampier? No, it's Devin Dampier. Apologies, I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
Sure.
There's
No, of course not.
Actually a backstory. And by the way, I come up with silly nicknames all the time.
Of course, but that doesn't mean it's less confusing.
It is always good to reset them in case we
Which
have
is
a
my
listener
job,
who
which I
doesn't
have
get the
decided
joke.
is my job, because we are still trying to attract new listeners. And if you have not listened to the show for 8 months on an unbroken streak, you've missed something from yesterday's show, which has now become a permanent installation into the running dialogue.
Yeah, that's how it works.
That's how it works. So you got to listen every day. So we
This
have
one
4 listeners.
is really stupid because there was a center in the NBA in the late 90s, early 2000s named Eric Dampier.
Correct.
And just be me thinking the way I do, I thought, why
French
is it
would be
not
Dampier.
Why is it not pronounced Dampier?
Yeah.
And so for that guy's entire career, I called him Eric Dampier.
Yes.
And now, coincidentally, there is somebody on the Utes who has the same last name, and now I read it as Devin Dampier.
To my point, if you didn't listen to your show in the early 2000s and you missed it 22 years ago, you won't get the joke. So yeah, our listeners may be less informed after listening to our show than before. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it might be the only show that does that.
My advice to those listeners, listen more.
Podcast.
I just think it's
Podcast,
funny
listen
because
more.
Jake has his troubles with names sometimes, as we all know.
I've called Devin Dampier Eric Dampier.
Yes, you have.
You called Michael Kesselring Kessel King.
Which is his nickname.
Which is his nickname, but you thought that was his actual name.
Yeah, that was a bad one.
Because he doesn't play for the
threw
team
me off.
anymore.
Ben threw me off because, anyway, that's a long story. But I'm so unsure about names. I'm vulnerable to people telling me things, and then I screw it up even further.
We don't want you to confuse yourself with Dampier.
But that's part of my charm. I'm confused constantly.
Yeah,
People
like an
know.
old man.
People understand that. Again, listen more. I'm confused constantly. His name's Devin, not Eric.
I will say that one of the things that they have said about Devin Dampier was a major plus, and Witt said this right away, was that he came in and was a leader from day one, right? And he got elected to the leadership council at Utah immediately.
Elected. I use that term loosely.
Sure, that's fine.
Who's counting those votes?
Yeah, right. Weird.
Strange.
First place.
Louis Sokoto's a captain.
But he did. He the way he speaks offers a confidence that I think is something that you can rally behind, which Isaac Wilson last year did not have that authority. And that's not Isaac Wilson's fault. He was a true freshman thrown to the wolves far earlier than he should have been, and unexpectedly, and it really probably hurt his career.
Okay, yeah, I would agree with that. I was going to say Dampier's done it before.
Yeah,
there's a different, like, he's done it before, he's succeeded, and he has a body of work that you can point to and say, hey guys, listen to me, because look, I ran for 1,200 yards last year, and at New Mexico of all places, we won a bunch of games, which you're not supposed to be able to do. So
sometimes I think intangibles like leadership get really overblown, or locker room cohesiveness. It's like, are you just better than the other players? Because if you're better than the other players, you don't have to like it. Nobody has to like you. You can just be better. But I do think it was an issue for Utah last year.
Leadership's funny because you're looking for something like definable, right? And the thing with leadership is whether with age and experience, leadership becomes easier because you know more. It's kind of part of the reason we keep electing all these geezer politicians because, like, supposedly they've been there, they've done that, they've experienced it, and it makes leadership easy.
But to that
Isaac
point,
Wilson can't step into Utah's locker room day one and say, hey, everyone, I'm a leader. And then everybody looks at him and goes, how many times a week, or actually, let me rephrase, how many times a month do you shave? Yeah, we're not listening to a word you say. Why would we? And I would argue that you could be a leader as a freshman. We've seen it before. Somebody like Johnny Manziel, for example. It's possible, but you do it without the benefit of the visual, if you will, if you understand what I'm saying, of age and wisdom. Like, I can look at an older person, a person in their 40s and 50s leading a sales team, for example, and go, okay, that is a standout somebody with leadership ability. It's impossible to spot in your 20s because it's probably impossible to develop in your teens and 20s. You know what I mean? Isaac could have been the best leader on the planet at Corner Canyon. How much did that matter going to Utah?
Zero.
None. And that's not his fault, to your point.
Yeah.
It's not his fault. Dampier can come in and go, I'm older, I've been there, I've done that, you can see it. And it's easier to fall in line and follow somebody like that. You know, if Lloyd were 18, I wouldn't listen to a word he said.
It's probably easier to do now because transfers are so prominent. I think it would have been difficult in the past for a transfer to step in and assume leadership. And maybe I am still a little bit old school coded where there were 4 transfers on a team every year.
But that's because transfer meant something different than,
Correct,
than
exactly
it does
right.
now. Transfer back in the aughts, if we want to go back that far, you know, or 90s, or even football before the modern whatever it is with the transfer stuff. If you transferred, it meant you sucked. It meant that you weren't good enough to play where you went to, or you had a behavioral issue. And so transfers came in, and everybody's thought about them was it's not that they're so good they transferred, it's that
something went wrong.
They were not good enough, so they transferred.
Yeah.
Now you can have transfers come in and compete right away because they didn't leave their last spot necessarily because they weren't good enough.
Oh, it might be the entire opposite.
Right, exactly. So transfer means something entirely different now.
And that's where maybe I just need to get over the old school mentality of just because he's a new face in the locker room, as long as he's not a freshman, he can bring authority with him, which even 10 years ago was not the case.
Think terrible Tommy Grady transferred into Utah from Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Oklahoma. Mm-hmm. And he was there at the same time as Brian Johnson and Brett Ratliff. He was not a leader at any time, at any point at Utah, because he came and he said, hey, I was recruited at Oklahoma. They don't care. People don't care about that. Brian Johnson was the leader, and Ratliff was too for the year he started.
Yeah,
and more so than Tommy Grady, because you gotta earn it, and you can't earn it, or you couldn't earn it back in the day as a transfer. Now you can. Now Dampier can kick in the door to the locker room and say, guys, if I did that in New Mexico, I must know what I'm doing. So pay attention, and it's true.
But also some interesting examples of leadership there. Speaking of transfers, Troy Williams comes in. Where'd he Washington? Where did Troy Williams come from? Transfers
he was
to Utah.
Northern California, wasn't he?
Was it?
Hold on.
Transfers to Utah, right? And then loses his job to Tyler Huntley was still a captain. In fact, that was part of the drama of that year, was that he was elected a captain of the team, loses his job to Tyler Huntley, and maintained his leadership role despite the fact not being on the field. Talent and leadership are not necessarily linked. They can be, but I think they can be separated from one another. He did. He transferred from Washington.
Yeah, he did.
The same way, Brian Johnson, and don't let me demean Brian Johnson being a talented quarterback. He was clearly a talented quarterback, but was probably a better leader than he was talent.
Well, at the end, because he could barely throw because his arm was falling off.
But his leadership level was so high, there was a belief in him. And look, if you really only need one of them. If you have both, you're usually pretty spectacular. But if Dampier, a.k.a. Devin Dampier, can be a leader and inspire confidence because of his natural skills, which it seems like he's showing already, that can get people in line, that can build confidence with the team and they can win games as a result. If he can do that and then also back it up with his actual play, that would be a boost. That's just what I'm looking at.
Well, yeah, the play has to follow along.
Usually.
Riley Nelson was more of a leader when he was on the team with Jake Heaps than Jake Heaps was, because at some point there has to be evidence. At some point there has to be something, right? And Riley Nelson would at least pour it on in practice and would go play his brains out. And, there's multiple ways to develop leadership, and Jake Heaps never did any of it, and it cost him his job at BYU. He was never for 1 second a worse quarterback than Riley Nelson, my opinion. No offense to Riley Nelson, but Riley had all those other intangibles, and the team turned. And when the team turns, there's no really coming back from it. Throw 5 interceptions against the rival, the team's probably going to turn on you.
Yeah. And
the other guy's playing hard, and you're going home for the summer. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. All right, we will talk to you tomorrow. Hans and Scotty.
We need a leader on this show.
Are coming up next. No, we don't.
Well, we don't have the talent. So if there's no talent, there's no leadership. We're rudderless.
Yeah, but the other thing leaders do, they come in and take credit for other people's work, and I don't need that.
And no one wants to take credit for anything that's going on here.
Stay tuned.
Thanks, Christian.
More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sponsor the show! Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Alpine Home Medical. We bring
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 5-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Today is officially Miracle Treat Day at DQ, where every Blizzard treat makes a difference for children in your community. So head over to DQ right now and grab your favorite Blizzard treat, because $1 or more from each one sold is donated to your local member hospitals of Children's Miracle Network hospitals. When I'm in the mood for a Blizzard, I take my daughters, and Daddy has to get the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup Blizzard. It has been serving me right for 3 decades. That's my go-to. Is it delicious? DQ, happy, tastes good.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on home and auto insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check your house sitter has the new code first before leaving for vacation.
System lockout.
But that's the code!
Contacting authority.
I'm out of here.
Oh, seriously, the car too?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a home and auto bundle that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is July 31st. No big deal. Just another day, right, Hans?
Just another day. Man. Hey, I liked your rock and roll recommendation to DJ.
Yeah, did he even bring it up? I didn't have a chance to listen.
I don't know, but I saw you tweet it, and I was like, that's a pretty good one. I mean, it's no Neil Diamond, Cherry Cherry.
No, that's no.
Which is what I responded with.
Yeah.
I was going to go with John Cicada, Just Another Day.
Best riff to start a rock song.
Yeah. John Cicada is best everything for anything. So, I mean, anytime you've got a song question and you're like, well, greatest hit of 1948, John Cicada, baby.
Doesn't matter that it came out in 93.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Take it for what it is.
I would guess probably 7% of our audience right now knows who John Cicada is.
Yeah, maybe. Sadly, because it was one of the best makeout songs ever written and performed. And what you're saying is only 7% of our listeners have made out. Because anybody that
tracks. Is that what the kids say these days?
Yeah, that tracks.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
That tracks.
I like it when I get the approval from the Gen Zers.
Well, I can tell that you've got yourself a young child at home. Oh,
Happy
nice.
birthday.
Let's go. Double chocolate chunk.
Double chocolate chunk.
Boom. Boom. I can't even believe it. You just double chocolate chunked me.
Well, They're protein bars, though.
Yeah, I know they're Quest.
And I bought them discounted.
Maybe that's only 2
Maybe
booms.
I should have taken the discount stickers off.
What? Wow, you got these for 18 cents a piece?
But that's not important.
They expired in 2018?
Again, not that important. It's protein. Like,
let's take these stickers off.
It's the gift that counts.
Let's take these off. And it says it has active ingredients. Are the active ingredients maggots?
Just because they're live doesn't mean that. Those have good quantities of protein as well.
It's still protein. Just get yourself biting into it. That's awesome, buddy. Thank you. Double chocolate chunk, my friend.
Happy birthday, my friend.
Full of protein. And by the way, they're more expensive than that. And they are fresh and new.
Yes.
So I appreciate it.
Did Mama, you got festivities coming up tonight? Or?
We have. I'm going to Footloose.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you've had tickets for that for a while.
I am excited to hear your thoughts on it tomorrow.
Lloyd
beat me to it.
Yeah. What was your impression, Lloyd?
I really enjoyed the throwback songs. And been some of the newer songs I don't know.
They worked in new songs?
Yeah. I wasn't quite sure. So I'm dying to know Hans's thoughts on it. I enjoyed it though. I enjoyed the whole thing itself, but some of the songs I was like, there was times where my foot was tapping, and there was times where it was not.
Huh. Okay, so give me a couple of details. It is Rin casted well?
I think Ren was casted fairly well. He's a little beefy, as in like he's muscular.
Okay.
He's fairly muscular.
All right.
Okay, I'll take muscular. I can't take rotund on Ren.
No,
not.
Okay, does he do the
and
shirtless?
By the way, Ren's mom, I'm telling you, it is the wife from White Men Can't Jump, or the girlfriend,
Rosie Perez.
Rosie Perez. If she, tell me she does not look like Rosie Perez when you see her.
Okay,
because if it's the same lady, I don't think they're changing out the cast. She looked just like Rosie Perez.
Okay, do they incorporate the gymnastics scene from the granary into the live set?
Wait, when he's
running through
upset?
He's upset and he's running through the granary and he's doing uneven bars and
yes,
sort of. Yeah,
okay,
sort of.
Okay.
I don't want to tell you too much. I just want you to go enjoy and you tell me. I don't want to give it away.
I'm very fascinated to see where you're at on this because, like, there's some things that I like 80s movies. Lloyd has a recommendation or is like, you know what, that reminds me of this movie in the 80s. Usually I'm going to go thumbs up on it. When Lloyd goes theater, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not your go-to.
So
I was shocked to hear Lloyd went to Footloose.
I am too.
Actually went to the theater.
There's no way he paid for tickets for that.
Well, Mama's the one that took me.
Oh, okay.
Mama got it set up through the PTA. Apparently, she got some tickets.
PTA?
Yeah, because she's like a PTA president. Apparently these days.
So she's skimming off the top a little bit or something, or
I don't know anything about that. I don't know.
I'm excited about that school district audit.
Yeah, exactly. That'll be.
Can't
one
wait
for the kids, one for me.
Indicted by a grand jury.
Indicted,
Jessica. Indicted.
All right, we got a lot to get to, but again, our guy having a birthday today. So, what I would like you,
I can't believe you're only 45, dude.
Yeah, well, I'm starting to climb into those 40s, getting close to the 40s.
If you download the new KSL Sports app, there is the button on there where you can leave a message. It's the call-in button, which is on the bottom right of the app. And if you would love to leave Hans a message on his birthday, we would love to get those. So all you have to do is download the KSL Sports app. There's a button on the bottom right. It says call in, and you can leave a message. It'll get sent directly to Lloyd, and then we can play some of the
And I will go
birthdays
through it extremely thoroughly.
I
will listen very closely to everything that you say.
Because last time you let a couple things slip through the cracks there.
I did not like what happened last time. In fact, my only birthday wish, Lloyd, would be please screen it well. Okay? That's all I'm asking.
You got it. We'll do.
Screen it well. And my birthday wish to the listener is just be kind. All right? Because last year was not kind. Last year just turned into let's beat up on Hans Day.
That we would never. That would never happen.
Hey, and by the way,
on my watch.
Lloyd told me your dirty little secret.
My dirty little secret?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You told Coach Calhoun to call me Hans?
No. Lloyd, do better.
I was like, wait, what?
Do better. No, of course, I would never do that.
I don't know. It sure sounded like it.
I went back and listened to the interview, and I realized he actually said Hans 14 times.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's got to be Lloyd's doing. And then I called Lloyd. I'm like, Lloyd, thanks a lot. And he's like, I didn't want to tell you because I don't want to hurt the show, but that was Scotty. I was like, oh. Right.
Do you know how many times I reset in that interview after he would say that?
I noticed a couple.
And I was like, Hands and Scotty. Hands and Scotty.
The thing is, the coach said his name so many, like it's like there's times where he didn't even need to say his name.
Oh,
and he
no.
just said, I think
he does that all the time in interviews, and I think that's his way of like acknowledging you, and I think he's trying to do a good thing there by dropping your name in. It's just when he mispronounces it, that's usually not a good thing.
It's painful.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's hurtful. I thought, well, this couldn't be on accident.
Will you please have a talk with Coach
we will get that squared away for next time. All right, so we got a busy show today. Hans and Scotty, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. It is time to kick things off. Your starting lineup begins right now.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. All right, we spent a lot of time talking about BYU yesterday. The Cougars opening up camp. Well, the Utes opening up camp as well. And, you know, one thing that you have that it's been a minute since Utah had stability at quarterback. I know going into the season last year, it felt like everything was going to be okay. And then, the water cooler or water cart or Gatorade cart got caught up with Cam Rising, and that pretty much ended the season for him and, frankly, for the University of Utah. Devin Dampier steps in and is expected to do great things. I watched him play a lot at New Mexico, and I think Utah fans are going to be very, very happy with what they have at quarterback this year.
Are we ready for, let me think of this. I think this is 10th offensive coordinator.
In the Kyle Whittingham era?
Yeah, since Kyle Whittingham took the job in 2005.
If you count Andy Ludwig twice, I think, yeah.
Well, let me go through it.
Okay.
Dave Schramm was number one, right?
Andy Ludwig was number one.
Andy Ludwig was number one.
Yeah.
Dave Schramm was number two.
Correct.
Okay. So Dave Schramm, Norm Chow, Brian Johnson, and it was a Brian Johnson, Aaron Roderick co.
Yeah.
But Brian Johnson, Dennis Erickson, Brian Johnson co. Dave Christensen. What are we at, 4 or 5?
6.
6. Then it was an Aaron Roderick, Jim Harding combo. That was the 2015.
I'm going to count those as 2.
Okay. Then you had 3 years of Troy Taylor.
9.
You had Andy Ludwig back in 2019.
And I counted him 1.
Okay.
So now we're at 10.
You had interim Mike Bajakian. I don't know what you want to do with him.
Yeah, for fun, let's throw him in there. 11.
And now you've got the Jason Beck era.
Right, 12.
So, I mean, that's 12 iterations at least, right?
Yes, and I counted, where Harding and A-Rod shared it. I counted that as 2. So, and then an interim. So, you can go anywhere from 10 to 12 on that.
So, the best run that you've got from an offensive coordinator, Norm Chow was spectacular for you.
Yes.
He was critical for you. Troy Taylor was very mid. The best run that you got was Andy Ludwig.
Yes.
19, 21, 22, 23. And then midway through 24, he's let go.
And in 08, he was the offensive coordinator of that team that won the Sugar Bowl.
Yes.
So his early run and his later run were solid.
Add that on to him. Okay, so here's Andy Ludwig. Here's his success. 2019, 11-3. 429 yards a game. His quarterback was Tyler Huntley, running back Zach Moss, leading receivers were Brant Keithy, Brian Thompson. Pretty good. Then you had 2020. He was 3-2. I'm going to throw that out, but he did have 2020. But Jake Bentley was his guy.
Yes,
and that was Ty Jordan and Britt Covey and those guys. 2021, 10-4.
He goes 10-4 with Charlie Brewer for 2 games. Cam Rising finishes the season. That was the Tavian Thomas year, Mekhi Bernard, TJ Pledger, Dalton Kincaid, Devon Vele, Britton Covey. That's a hell of a year. 432 yards a game offensively. He averaged 36.1 points per game.
And remember, that year started out miserably.
In the Pac-12.
Yeah. They lose to San Diego State. I mean, there was some – it looked like that was a season on the brink. And then all of a sudden they take over, or they go to Cam Rising, and Andy Ludwig gets into a groove with his offensive play calling, and it was off to the races after that.
So, Scotty, that is 31-8.
Ooh.
That dude, 31-11. That dude put up some wins in that 4-year stretch, okay? Then you go to 2023, 8-5, averaged 348 yards a game. His quarterbacks, Nate Johnson, Bryson Barnes, Luke Batari. It was a mix. It was a terrible mix. You had Jalen Glover running. That was the Sione Vaki year.
Mm-hmm.
When you go Sione Vaki, dual threat, which, according to Kyle, which we might need to revisit some of his comments at Big 12 Media Day, there might be another dual threat guy that we need to talk about. Okay, so we'll revisit, and this is off Kyle Whittingham. This is not from me.
Yeah,
Kyle Whittingham mentioned it specifically
on air, not off the record.
So we are going to revisit this because I think Utah might have something brewing.
Mm-hmm.
Sione Vaki and then Devon Vele, and then 2024, he went 4-3 and then was relieved of duty, and I believe there were a lot of things that led to him being relieved of duty, but not having the quarterback situation, whatever it was, whether Cam Rising wasn't listening to him and didn't get down and hit the Gatorade bottle, or whether it was you felt like, really, so you had a true freshman, that was your backup plan, knowing that Cam Rising hadn't made it through a season for 2 years, knowing that this was a possibility and this is your backup plan. So I don't know what it was, but he was 4-3 when he was let go. He was averaging 386 yards per game when he was let go. The reason I bring this up, 12th iteration of an offensive coordinator, you had 4 good years with Andy Ludwig, 4 really good years with Andy Ludwig. And when you add up his stats and you just add up his record as an offensive coordinator, it's good, man. So this is still a little bit shocking to me, but I was listening to Coach Beck yesterday as he had his first media availability, Scotty. I don't know how much of that you got to hear. I just want people to understand how innovative he is. And Lloyd's got a bit of Coach Beck that we're going to play here, but I want people to understand how innovative Coach Beck is and what his potential is. But here's some of the first comments that we got from Coach Beck post-practice.
Man, we really just want to put the right guys in the right places to make plays. We want to adapt to what our strengths are and play to those strengths. Real eye test. We're going to go not at a fast tempo, but we're going no huddle. We're moving guys around, kind of spread. The QB reads and RPOs are in there. But year to year, that thing always shifts to who's your personnel and what are their strengths. And some years that's more passing, some years that's more running. So, that thing will vary because we want to play to our strengths.
So I think 2 of the best strengths that Coach Beck's got going for him right now, Scotty, and I'll go number 2 first, okay? Then I'll go to number 1. Number 2 first, offensive line.
Yeah.
His offensive line gives him a lot of movability because I don't know how familiar Utah fans are with this offensive line. They're all svelte. They aren't heavy hogs.
No.
I wouldn't even call them road graders. No, they'll move bodies. But this is a svelte group that can run no huddle, that can run up tempo, that can spread and can split out and can get loops and can pull all the way out to the 9 gap. Like, these guys can move, and I'm sure Coach Beck's looking at this, licking his chops, thinking, okay, these guys can move.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are my possibilities? So that's number 2. The number 1 thing that he's got for him, and it's that, any major war general or anybody that's trying to put together a game plan has, and that's familiarity. And he's got familiarity with Devin Dampierre.
Mm-hmm.
He feels like he's got his primary weapon.
He knows his best usage. He knows how to maneuver him, and he feels like he's got an offensive line in front of him to do it. Now, I do think that there are pieces that we're going to see Utah incorporate that are a little untraditional and might catch people a little off guard unless they're listening to the Hans and Scotty show where we keep you updated on these things. But I think that people are going to be a little bit shocked with how Coach Beck runs this offense. Shocked and surprised. But this is where it's difficult. Andy Ludwig was extremely successful. By the numbers, he didn't deserve to go.
No, he got caught napping on quarterbacks. And I think that the landscape of college football was such that I think both he and Kyle realized it was not a good fit anymore. And I think they got out of it as much ahead of it as they could. But Jason Beck is the new generation of college football coaches.
And understand, Jason Beck's still a baby in the game.
Yes, absolutely.
He is very much an unknown. He had a little bit of time at Syracuse to implement game plans and to call scheme. He had a pretty good chunk of experience for a single year as the full play caller at New Mexico with Devin Dampierre, and that's kind of it. His background is raising and teaching and qualifying quarterback play, and he's really good at that. But the Big 12 is an interesting beast. There's another part of me that wonders, did Kyle and everybody get into the Big 12 and watch Andy Ludwig and think, this isn't the Big 12 flow? Like, we're not going to power the Big 12 around. They could power the Pac-12 around. I don't know if you can power the Big 12 around. I don't know if you can really push the Big 12 around.
I think we found out last year that that's not the case because I'll be the first to admit I assumed that's what was going to happen. That Utah was not going to have to adjust to the Big 12, that the Big 12 was going to have to adjust to the University of Utah because they were going to bring in such physicality. They were going to play bully ball and watch out. You're not going to be able to handle this team. And guess what? That wasn't the case. Now, I don't know how much the quarterback play had into it.
A ton.
But a little bit to the point where it's like, okay, you know what? Utah is going to have to adjust to the Big 12 because that is something that they're not accustomed to, and they will have to adjust. And I think that Kyle Whittingham's taken the steps that he felt like he needed to.
Well, you know how my brain works offensively, whether it's basketball or football. My brain works in comparison to what you're up against.
Mm-hmm.
So, my brain in the NBA right now is completely different than what I would do offensively in the NBA when you and I first jumped into this job. It's just completely different. And I might get caught up a bit in the times. And, the late, great John Pease, his comments to you and I ring over and over and over. Don't reinvent the wheel. Football has been being played for 100 years. Don't reinvent it. You know what works and you know what doesn't. Well, I think in the Big 12, I think that there is a portion of creativity that you got to have.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the creative things that Jake Retzlaff did to get to 11 wins last year, to find that crazy seam route, to trying to remember who it was that caught the touchdown against Oklahoma State. Yeah, it wasn't Chase Roberts.
You know what? I just watched the highlight of it the other day, too.
Was it Lassiter?
Yeah, I think it was. It
wasn't Darius?
Chase.
I think it was Lassiter.
I think you're right. It was Lassiter.
But there is an amount of creativity and playmaking that you've got to roll out against the Big 12. So as I studied all this offensive coordinator crap this morning, and I listened back to Coach Beck, and I know what Coach Beck did at New Mexico, and then I know the types of defenses that they're going to face in the Big 12. I actually feel pretty confident with what's going on right now at the University of Utah with this scheme.
Mm-hmm.
I feel confident with this offensive line. I feel confident with Beck and his familiarity with this quarterback. The one area that it's yet to be proven, and Scotty, you and I can only sit back and observe, is how does he mesh with Kyle Whittingham? How does he mesh with Jim Harding? How does he mesh with Freddie Whittingham? And let's say that they get going against UCLA, and in the first 3 offensive possessions, there's a fumble, an interception, and then a stop on downs.
A quick 3 and out.
A quick 3 and out.
Yeah.
And the defense has short fields, and the defense gives up 10 quick points, a touchdown and a field goal. And Jason Beck's offense looks like it's sluggish and maybe a little bit out of position, because there are so many working parts to this offense that you can have things that are out of position and it could look sluggish. How does Kyle Whittingham handle it? Now, I'll give my advice. I'll throw out my suggestion.
Oh, I know how he's going to handle it.
I know it.
Yeah.
But let me give you my advice is how I would handle a quarterback, a freshman quarterback, if I'm a new offensive coordinator. I'm going to let you make the mistakes. And then I'm going to come to the sideline. I'm going to pat you on the butt and say, hey, let's get it going next one. Hey, you're good. Brush that up. I knew that this was going to happen. We saw this in camp. Now you know the wrinkle to come off of that, right? You saw what happened in camp after the turnover, and we'd get the possession back, and then we'd go to some inside eye, and we would try different power formations, try to loosen things. Like, you go do what you do. I would not say, we're not going to have another one of those possessions. I would not say.
Which is what Kyle Whittingham's going to say.
This is not how this is going to go. I would just say, hey, you got this, coach. Hey, I brought you in to be creative. Go be creative.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would say is, as offense is failing, if it does, and I think that there's going to be some success.
I do too, but there will be growing pains.
There's going to be growing pains. The other thing I'd say, and I'm talking about Morgan Scally, I'm talking about Shreese Shaw, and I'm talking about Kyle Whittingham. Those three. Hey, our special teams got you, man. Don't worry about it. We'll put them back in the corner. Hey, our defense will get them off the field. We're going to get you a good possession. We'll get you field position.
We're going to hold to a field goal here.
The thing is, when you got a young coach like this, even though he sounds old.
He does sound old.
He sounds old, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I don't. Lloyd called me today. He's like, geez, did you see how old Beck sounds? He does sound old. Yeah. He's still a young gun. When you got a new offensive coordinator like this, they are as breakable and as impressionable as a freshman quarterback. So what do you want your relationship to be? You want him to be afraid and call games afraid, call games out of fear, get conservative, and just hand it off time and time again, and get the work out of Nakari Rogers and Wayshawn Parker? Is that where you want to go? Or did you bring him in to really be experimental? Because if you brought him in to be experimental, then bite your tongue, hunker down, let him call the game, let him make mistakes, fight through it. And then at the end of the game, if you lose, blame your defense.
And blame yourself.
Blame yourself and blame your defense.
And then you get him back on Sunday morning, and you sit down like, okay, what happened is unacceptable. We got to fix it.
Because 12 iterations of offensive coordinating, you don't want to exit with a 13th.
Yeah, I would say so. You can't have that.
No.
And Kyle Whittingham said at Media Day, if we're going to quote Kyle Whittingham again, I'm not sure if I'm here if we had the season we expected to have last year.
Yeah.
But there's no way I'm letting it at 5. I'm
He's too
stopping
competitive.
at 5-7.
So my gut tells me you make this hire because you're ready to be experimental on the offensive side.
Yeah.
Because this hire blew us all away.
I want to go back to I'm going to take you back, Hans, to October, what was it? October 19th of last year. New Mexico's playing at Utah State. Utah State is up 24-7 in that game.
At what point?
In the second quarter. They're up 24-15 at halftime. They're up 38 to 29 at the end of the third quarter. They end up losing that game 50-45. Devin Dampier throws 3 interceptions in the first half. And you know what? Bronco Mendenhall, who does have some Kyle Whittingham micromanagement tendencies, let Jason Beck and Devin Dampier just continue to do their thing. And in the third and fourth quarters, those guys took over, and they could not be stopped by the end of that game. They were ugly and awful the first quarter of that game. And then the second quarter got a little bit better. And then they started piling on in the third and fourth quarter. And Bronco said, I'm assuming because they kept running their stuff, said to Jason Beck, Just keep doing your thing. We're going to be okay. And guess what? They were. So, yeah, there's going to be growing pains. There's going to be some ugliness. Allow that offense to continue to do its thing and let that quarterback continue to do its thing, and I think you're going to be okay.
The weird thing is, and then we'll get out to Greg here, but the weird thing is this offense, Andy Ludwig to Coach Beck, this offensive change, it's like Jerry Sloan to who was the coach with the Phoenix Suns?
Oh, Mike D'Antoni, the 7 seconds or less. Yeah. Yep. That's a good comparison.
It is.
Yeah.
So Utah fans, get used to it because it's going to be a bit alarming to you, and there's going to be movement, and there's going to be a lot of gadget and unpredictability, and there's going to be times where Utah fans are going to tweet, "Run the damn ball. Run the damn ball." And you're going to be like, well, I get it. You brought in a couple of great running backs, but and there'll be plenty of runs, but be patient because it has to unfold.
100%.
Don't shut him down in the first 5 weeks.
Nope.
Because you're going to need him down the stretch.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Greg's hanging out with us. We're live here at RGS Exteriors. Greg, you know what? We've done nothing but talk football for the last 25 minutes, and that means fall is here, which means the cold weather's coming, and people have been putting off fixing those rain gutters, thinking, I got all summer to think about it. Well, guess what? I know it's still 100 degrees outside, but fall's coming. It's coming fast.
It is. It is. Every year we get into the same situation. People kind of put it off. Kids are back in school. They're going back. It's time to get that stuff taken care of. Give us a call. We'll come out, give you a free estimate. We'll take a look at your gutters, look to see where you might be having problems, and get you a solution to be able to get you taken care of.
Yeah, if you got something that's just hung up in your mind, and by the way, it's been a weird, dry couple of months, so it's probably out of most people's minds.
Yeah,
that gutter broke, or it was sagging, it had ice dams, or that you had some type of siding issue. It might be out of your mind a little bit. I want to spark your memory and say, if it's in your mind, now is the best time to call because you guys can get to it before winter.
We can definitely get to it. Right now is great. We're ramped up, ready to get taken care of because this is what we call our traditional busy season because fall is when people call to get their stuff taken care of, to get their house ready for the winter struggles, the ice, the snow, the winter hassle. And right now is the time to get it taken care of. Get in front of that list of people. Get in front of all the work that everybody else is going to get done. Get that protection. You can go into winter, and you're not going to have problems, whether it be just making the gutters work or getting that heat cable because your house has been icing up for years. We can get all that taken care of before any of the issues start to happen, and you can just have the peace of mind for the rest of the year.
And that is that peace of mind – when your head hits the pillow at night and you're not scared, like when you see a forecast, you're like, oh, boy, we're supposed to get 10 inches of snow tonight, and I did not get my roof squared away. We might have an ice dam. We might have all these issues. Guess what? You're not going to worry about it because you know everything's taken care of.
Yep, and it's free. You give us a call. It's a free estimate. We're going to come out and tell you what you need or don't need and get you taken care of.
801-280-3110. Call RGS right now. Now, we're talking about rain gutters. A little bit later on, we're going to talk about complete overhauls of your outside. Some of you may be stuck in that 90s stucco, and you want to update your home. Guess what? They can do that as well. RGS Exteriors, 801-280-3110, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I've been hearing people tell quarterbacks to run less forever, but then all of a sudden they turn into below average quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The reason that they're D1 starting quarterbacks is because they run.
Yes.
You can say, hey, we're going to need you to go out there and sling it and hand it off more, but that's not what makes him good. That's not why he's the quarterback at the University of Utah. He's the quarterback at the University of Utah because he can throw well enough and he ran for 1,200 yards. He's capable of that. I mean, get ready for it. I think the coaches are cheering for him to have 1,200 yards, I would guess.
Huh.
Yeah, why not? Go be dynamic. Go get 1,200 yards for a quarterback.
Yeah, of course. If you
think
do
Michael
that,
Vick in college.
Yeah, right. No, I get it. If he is getting 100 yards a game on the ground and can do anything to
hey,
the air,
we're going to need you to be less productive, pal. No, come on, that's crazy.
No,
They're absolutely rooting for that to happen.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO. Because Utah deserves better.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Are we sure we want to do this?
What, change offensive coordinators?
No, have an early dose of Frank Dolce.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You kidding me?
Don't do that.
Whether we want to or don't, we have to and we need to. It's for the better good.
Not for my, I don't know if it's good for my self-esteem.
Oh, it is.
Because he comes in with a flamethrower and then makes fun of us.
Yeah, he does. He beats us up soundly.
I mean, we're not all genetically inclined to have a raging metabolism and a knowledge of how to dress well.
Can we get that Colorado State kid to come on and predict his age?
Oh, that would be awesome.
That would be good. Just knock him down a notch or two.
He'd probably go, you're 27.
Yeah, he probably would. He'd probably predict it totally wrong.
Yeah.
Because
Frank is significantly older than us.
Make us feel even worse.
Utah, we'll talk some Utes with Frank coming up at 105, but a new era of offensive football at the University of Utah. And I agree everything with what you're saying. Andy Ludwig did tremendous things. Andy Ludwig needs to never have to buy a mill at any place in Salt Lake City that's ran by a Utah fan He did tremendous things, but it was also time for him to go.
What is the best iteration of Andy Ludwig? Is it 2022 or 2008?
Well, 2008, there was a lot of weird stuff in 2008. Remember, game in and game out, everybody's like, is Brian Johnson really the guy? Because it seemed like they would struggle, and then all of a sudden Brian would pull something out of his you-know-what late in the game, and they'd win, the TCU game, the Oregon State game. But the offensive masterpiece that Andy Ludwig put together for that Sugar Bowl that caught Nick Saban in Alabama flat-footed, that they had no idea that was coming at them, and they go hurry up and jump on Alabama like they're essentially made them look like they were Colorado State.
Yeah.
That was as good as an offensive game plan as I've ever seen.
It was a damn good plan.
Yeah.
And it was a great season. His iteration of Tyler Huntley, Zach Moss.
I would say, yeah.
Tyler Huntley and Zach Moss was really good.
But I'd say that 22 season.
Which is Cam Rising, Tavian Thomas, Jaquindon Jackson, Brent Keithy, Dalton Kincaid, and Devon Vele.
When you got the tight ends involved like they did, it was unstoppable at times.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch of Brant and Dalton.
Yeah.
And Jaquindon Tavian was nasty that year.
Yeah. That was the year he set was it a Utah record or a Pac-12 record for most touchdowns scored in a season?
I can't remember.
Just a ridiculous amount of scores.
467 yards per game. I can't imagine 2008 was anywhere close to that. 2008, it's got to be sub 400, doesn't it?
I would say if it's at 400, barely 400.
So 2022 was his highest point per game at 38.6 and yardage per game at 467. So I felt like at 2022, oh, geez, if Andy Ludwig wants to stay with Kyle, he's going to stay with him as long as he wants to stay.
Yeah. It felt like he'd earned that. But then when things started to slip in 23, when you didn't have quarterbacks in play, and then in 24, when you lost your quarterback early on, and everybody just kind of put their hands up like, well, we didn't expect that to happen. Well, you should have expected that to happen.
Yeah.
And you see the evolution of the game of football. It was time.
Yeah. Kyle Whittingham has made a big decision. He brings in Jason Beck, and we were at Big 12 Media Day, and Coach Whittingham talked about giving Jason Beck a leash and letting him have some autonomy.
Jason has complete autonomy, first of all. He can do whatever he wants offensively, and that's the case with any offensive coordinator we've had there. I've never put restraints or restrictions on anybody. Just don't turn the ball over is my one request. Just take care of the football. But there's more than one way to get things done, and Jason has really got a creativity to his offenses and the ability to put guys in position to succeed, getting the most out of each guy, and that's really what he's looking for. He's not necessarily looking for X amount of tight ends, X amount of receivers. Give me the best football players we can find, and we'll find roles for them.
I hope he's right. I hope he's accurate, because I don't think that's a completely truthful statement about I've never put restrictions on offensive coordinators.
Okay, I'm going to guarantee you one thing. Now, I've got a lot of faith in Jason Beck. You know that.
Yes. Yep.
I think anybody that's listened to the show since Jason Beck was hired, they know where I stand with Jason Beck. But I can guarantee you this. There will be a point this season where fans say, I wish we still had Andy Ludwig.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it might be that first game of the year.
Might be the first game. And it's going to be because you're used to a full set pick and roll backdoor style basketball.
Stockton to Malone.
And now you're going to watch the Splash Brothers run the court on a quick transition and pull up on a quick three, not even looking to set up a play.
Nobody's there to rebound. And there's 22 seconds left on the shot clock.
And you've been used to this. This was pre-COVID. You've been watching the same offense since pre-COVID. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to shake you a little bit and just say, be ready. And guess what? If I'm a Big 12 defensive coordinator right now, I'm like, geez, I don't even know. I'm not sure where I want to start. Because you get little sound bites like this. This was me sitting down with Kyle Whittingham, and we were doing our 60 and 60 review talking about Smith Snowden.
Smith Snowden, I can't believe he's already a junior. He's been playing for us since he got on campus. Terrific slot corner, is able to play outside as well. And as well as that, is a terrific kick returner. And you might see him play some offense this year.
So
I love that he just casually sneaked that in there.
I'm just going to tell you, when he said it, I leaned forward and I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Because we cannot, in this state, none of us in this state, BYU fan, Utah State fan, or otherwise, none of us will forget the Sione Vaki era.
Saved the season. Single-handedly saved that season.
Got himself drafted, became a big talking point, got all kinds of national love and recognition. Sione Vaki kind of set the scene for that type of potential. And now Kyle Whittingham just watched a league where Travis Hunter gets himself a Heisman.
Those are two, Sione Vaki doing it and then Travis Hunter doing it. I think a lot of coaches are going to be like, wait a minute.
Who do I got on my team?
What can we do? Why can we not use both? Let's go.
Yeah, I would be looking around saying, who do I got on my team? Who wants to be Travis Hunter? And this old, antiquated belief of I can only play one way, it's got to go. It's ridiculous. So after he said that, I have just circled it, put some emphasis on it, and I said, okay, the reason I could buy it and believe it is because I think Jason Beck is crazy enough to do it.
And one thing, Kyle gets envious. When he sees something working for somebody else, I think Kyle's like, I want some of that. When he was seeing quarterbacks, and he used to talk about we want mobile quarterbacks because as a defensive coordinator, mobile quarterbacks are a nightmare to defend against. And so he's like, I would like a mobile quarterback. When you go out there and you see Travis Hunter do what he did last year, you see Sione Vaki save your season a couple of years ago, you're like, I want more of that.
Yeah,
I would like more of that.
I think Sione Vaki came in number 1 on our inaugural re-rank list.
It did. He did, yes. And well-deserved. Absolutely well-deserved.
So I think those kinds of phenoms are probably playing large. And I would say the same for Aaron Roderick, Kalani Sitake, and Jay Hill.
Mm-hmm.
I would say the same for Bronco Mendenhall and McGiven. I would say if you've got a guy that you think has that kind of potential, why not? They want to do it. Everybody wants the glory on both sides.
Yeah.
And it was one thing I loved about the OG AFL. The OG AFL was a two-way game, and I loved it because I was a two-way player. And when you get hit a couple times as an offensive lineman and you understand the defensive side of the ball, you're like, oh, now give me my chance.
Yeah.
Punch you in the mouth.
Well, I remember, I think you and I just had barely started doing the show together. Utah State was reeling, and I believe Kevin McGiven was the offensive coordinator. They go down to BYU, and they're like, we're putting Nick Vigil in at running back. And he played both ways that game.
Yeah. And was good.
And was great. And Utah State ended up pulling the upset that year.
Yeah, they couldn't bring him down.
Yeah.
He was a tough runner. He was a really tough runner.
Really tough runner that game. Yeah.
See, I like those things, man.
I do too.
And so I don't think I'm not sitting here saying that Andy Ludwig couldn't do it because he can't. He did it with Sione Vaki. I just am saying Jason Beck can do it too.
Yeah. And I think Jason Beck, again, be ready for, and I think this is really important for Utah fans, be ready for a learning curve. Not necessarily that he doesn't know how to do it, but an adjustment from a fan base adjustment, realizing that sometimes you're going to get some quick 3-and-outs. Sometimes it's not going to look smooth. But if you stay the course, this is the direction you need to be going.
And when you feel the words coming out, I miss Coach Ludwig, stop and pause and think, okay, well, what does the future look like?
Yeah.
Because I'm sure that there's going to be a mishap because mistakes can be made in this offense.
Oh, yeah.
How many interceptions did Dampier have last year?
I think he had 12. I think he had 12 touchdowns, 12 interceptions last year.
You wouldn't happen to have his fumble numbers, would you? Balls put on the ground and balls given away?
Let's see. I do not. Hold on. Maybe rushing.
I know you've got all these crazy advanced stats on these things.
It's funny. I don't have fumbles. But, yeah, he was 57%, 2,700 yards, 12 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
There's going to be mistakes made.
Yeah.
and your offense is going to be put in bad positions. And you're going to ask your punter to do big superhero-like things. But just calm down, because also you're going to be down by 22 points going into the second half, and you're going to find yourself in the game with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Those things happen with this.
By the way, his last 4 games, this is just rushing for Devin Dampier. Last 4 games of the season, 207 and 3 touchdowns against Wyoming, 127 against San Diego State, 193 against, at that time, 18th-ranked Washington State.
This is rushing, not passing.
This is rushing. 193
against Washington State?
Yes, who was ranked 18th in the country. 101 and 3 touchdowns against Hawaii. That's 400. That's 500 yards and 9 touchdowns rushing by Devin Dampier in the last 4 games of the season.
By the way, if you're thinking that Kyle Whittingham needs to prevent a Cam Rising-like incident with Devin Dampier, Devin's different. He takes a hit different. He'll step out of bounds different. I just don't see him being murdered like we see some Russian quarterbacks. I think he kind of has a Hines Ward-like instinct, or bring it a little bit closer home for me, Marvin Harrison-like instinct.
Even if you want to go quarterback, Russell Wilson never took a lot of big hits when he would run around as a quarterback.
Watching Marvin Harrison in practice, do you know in the 3 camps that I did with Marvin, I never saw him take a square hit. Never, not one time.
It was always frustrating too. As a guy that would watch his team play, the Colts, and how he could duck and drop, and you're like, I want that safety to come over and knock you out.
He can't.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah.
And if he felt like he had the angle, he'll take the hit, but he'll shake it.
Yeah.
And then if he felt like it was going to be square, he just knew how to tuck. And he was such a scrawny build. He was scrawny, skin and bone.
Little fella. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
A school wants to get to the Big 12 so badly. The Memphis Tigers want to get there so badly. I've seen different reports. $200 million was the initial one. I've seen as much as $250 million that they offered. Can we buy our way into the conference? It was a fascinating thing. What's crazy is just as quickly, those rumors were squashed. As soon as they came in, thanks but no thanks, immediately. $250 million turned down by Brett Yormark. That does not sound like the Brett Yormark that I know. Would the Big 12 brought to you by Memphis? It's in another conference.
Brought
That's
to you
what
by
they should
FedEx.
do. It should be the Big 12 championship game presented by Memphis University, the American champions of this season.
Our biggest sponsor.
They played in Memphis. Memphis is not allowed to be in the conference. This is all great. But
We take your money, not your school.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know, we live simple lives, and when we want to celebrate big events like maybe a birthday, maybe a holiday, you know what? We don't necessarily need some crazy meal. All you want is a nice, big, fat, juicy steak. And guess what? Bar W Beef can get that right to your house, and you can have a sirloin, a ribeye, a New York strip cooked exactly the way you like, and the best beef on the planet.
So delicious, so juicy. 14 days dry aged, all of them perfectly cut, trimmed, and uniform. This is the great thing about Bar W. You're going to order, right now they've got this 12-ounce top sirloin steaks for $79. So they're running that. This is at their next pit stop. So 12-ounce for $79. The great thing about their sirloin is you might buy a batch of sirloin at a grocery store, and it's pretty good. So then you try to go get it again the next week, and it's horrible.
Yeah.
It's shoe leather. What's great about Bar W, and Scotty and I have walked through the holding area, these beef are as uniform as you could possibly imagine, from the color, the consistency, to the fat, the marbling that you've got in the beef. It's all consistent, Scotty, because they've got this thing boiled down to a very fine science.
They really do. Bar W Beef is where you need to go right now. BarWbeef.com. They have their retail location in Nephi. They've got pop-up locations. Make sure to follow them on social media and you'll get all those details. But right now, they'll ship anywhere in the state of Utah for free on orders over $150 or more. They've got subscription models available. It's all available for you right now. Bar W Beef. That's barwbeef.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Jason Smith. Big news, everybody. Today is officially Miracle Treat Day at DQ, where every Blizzard treat makes a difference for children in your community. So head over to DQ right now and grab your favorite Blizzard treat, because $1 or more from each one sold is donated to your local member hospitals of Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Blizzard treats taste even better when they're for such a great cause, supporting heroes at local hospitals and providing care to kids in your community who need it most. DQ, because happy tastes good.
It's time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
The Hans and Scotty Invitational is back at Cedar Hills Golf Club Monday, August 19th.
$400 is going to get you a 4-person team with lunch, prizes, gifts at check-in. The shotgun starts at 8 a.m.
18-hole scramble style with prizes for 5 closest to the pins and the top team. Only 36 teams max, so grab your spot now.
Get registered at Cedar Hills.
Send an email to Wade Doyle, wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov. That's wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov.
Selling or buying a home, you're losing a lot of money if you're not using the Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the SaveRight Realtor team at Realty Path. Nothing compares to the Bank Buster loan. Home sellers, you get a quicker sell and a higher net price. How? The buyer of your home gets a rate as low as 4.75% with a payment that saves them hundreds every month. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate is not a seller concession that comes out of your pocket. It's all thanks to our affiliate lender, SaveRight Mortgage, and their Bank Buster loan. Hire the SaveRight Realtors when you sell or buy a home, and you automatically get a preferred lender and a Bank Buster loan. Buyers, you can start with a rate in the ones. Don't lose tens of thousands of your hard-earned money. Sell and buy your home with a Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey Hans, old buddy, old pal, it's your boy Nate Solberg. Thanks for letting me train your kids. Just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. I've always felt a special connection to you through our love of Neil Diamond. I don't know if you know this, but I told Coach Bosco that I had to go to a funeral, and I skipped practice, and I went back home and went to a Neil Diamond concert with my mom. So that was my first ever concert, and it was amazing. So happy birthday, buddy. Hope you have a great day.
That is exceptional.
Wow, what a story.
Nate Solberg lying to Robbie Bosco.
He essentially pulled a Klinger and faked a family death so that he could go to a concert.
Nate, I am bowing to you and your commitment to the legend Neil Diamond. And by the way, the Porcupine Pie is brought to you by Morgan Scally, because you and I used to do weeklies with Morgan.
Oh, yeah.
And Morgan was on with us, and Morgan shares our love for Neil Diamond. Well, not our love, but me and Nate Solberg's love for Neil Diamond. And Morgan says to me, "Have you heard Porcupine Pie?" And I was like, No. I said, "What album is it?" He says, "It's not on an album." This was a competition given to Neil. Somebody gave him a list of words to use in a single song. This is what he came up with. He had to use, it was a list of words.
That's crazy.
Chicken Ripple Ice Cream. So he had to fill these words in a song, and it ended up being a big hit. And then the music video is like a mushroom trip.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Porcupine Grill, Chicken Ripple Ice Cream.
Yeah, it's awesome. Anyways, Nate lying to Robbie Bosco to attend a Neil Diamond concert. Oh, that's as crazy as me taking another woman that's a wild Neil Diamond fan.
Yes.
And leaving my wife at home.
And not your wife, and the governor of the state of Utah seeing you and thinking, oh, man.
Who fed me all through college.
Yeah.
And knows Amanda well. And walking by and looking at us like,
oh, man. Hands.
Is she with you? Anyways, hold my purse, will you, Governor?
Yes.
Governor,
hold this handmade purse. By the way, what you may have missed, I'm sure many of you will actually miss this tonight because it is fairly insignificant in the grand scheme of things. But, folks, you will have an actual football game tonight.
Actual football on a football field.
Yes.
At the professional level.
The Detroit Lions will play the Los Angeles Rams. It's the Hall of Fame game, first preseason game of the season. Detroit is favored by 1.5, but if you are gambling on preseason football, you, my friend, have a problem that you should probably have addressed. But that being said, we do have football. Tonight, Hands will mark the start of football, and we will have football games on the reg until the first part of February.
Speaking of Sione Vaki, I think we see him tonight, don't we?
With the Lions, yeah.
Yeah. I know that he was dealing with an injury through the offseason, but my guess is we see Sione Vaki tonight. So there you go. A little bit of Utah football all packaged up in one NFL preseason game.
What makes you more of a degenerate, gambling on preseason football games or WNBA games?
Preseason football.
Yeah.
Yep.
You could probably do a little research on WNBA.
Do they set lines for preseason football?
Yeah. Lines 1.5.
Oh, it's preseason football. Because with the WNBA, I know it's going to be one of probably 12 players, but more specifically, one of 6 players on the court at any given night.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah.
And I know what I'm going to get from, if I cared about the WNBA. Yeah. I would know what I'm going to get from them.
Over under missed Angel Reese shots at 22.5.
Man, did you see how bad trouble Kruk got in?
Oh, man, people are cranky with him.
Kruk waded into it.
Big time.
I guess, what is he called for the White Sox?
Yeah.
Or the Cubs?
It's not the Cubs. I think he was just making I think it was the White Sox, yeah.
Because somebody said something about rebounding here in Chicago. He goes, there's somebody else here in Chicago that can't make a shot.
Misses a lot of shots.
Gets their own rebounds. Kruk just waded right into it.
Kruk does it. Kruk is baseball's version of Charles Barkley.
Good.
He just says whatever he wants.
Good. Don't back down.
Lloyd, do you agree with that?
What? Say that again.
That Kruk is the baseball version of Charles Barkley?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
I feel like the apology and groveling era is slowly dying.
You saw that text I sent you earlier?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I love it.
Yeah.
It's slowly dying.
Yes.
Say what you say, and look, still be respectful.
Yeah, of course, be respectful, but
Kruk's not on a full-on attack. He's just pointing it out. But you can't make a shot, and you do pull down all your own rebounds.
Okay, but here's the thing. If he said it about – and if he referenced a joke about Ben Simmons missing shots, would anybody care?
No.
Like, if you want to be treated like an athlete, you got to be ready to accept the criticism like an athlete.
If he went, hey, Dwight Howard had 13 rebounds last night, and all 13 were off his own shot.
Yeah.
Nobody'd say it.
Everybody have a good chuckle.
Darn right.
Yeah.
And then people could talk about Kruk's weight, and they could talk about his hitting percentage. They could get after him for whatever they want.
By the way, John Kruk, and I know Greg's waiting for us and Frank Dolce's waiting for us, the greatest retirement story of all time. John Kruk gets a hit in like the second or third inning of his last game in the Phillies and immediately goes to the dugout and retires because it put him over a certain percentage, hitting percentage that he wanted to get to, and he didn't want to have
retired in the game.
And he didn't want to have any more at-bats to bring the percentage down, so he quit in the middle of a game.
Is that true?
That's true. Lloyd, you got my back on that?
Yes. Yes,
That's
it is true.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Well, and now I respect him even more.
Yeah. John Kruk's your kind of guy.
Just don't do a public apology. He won't, right?
No, John Kruk won't. No.
Attaboy, John.
Greg's hanging out with us. We're live here at RGS. So many great things you guys do. And look, there's a lot of people out there that look at their home and they're like, yeah, you know what? We got the holidays coming up. We're hosting Thanksgiving this year, and I know that's 5 months away, but I'd really like a new look on this house. It looks old and dated. You guys can get in there and get it done.
We definitely can. We can take care of whatever issues are ailing you or that project you've been putting off. Getting ready for the big family party, we can get it taken care of in time for that party.
It all starts with that free phone call and that free assessment, and you'll know exactly what you're looking at expense-wise. A lot of people get shocked at it. They think it's going to be like hundreds of thousands of dollars essentially paying for a new house. A lot of times you find out, like, wait, this is not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, a lot of people are very shocked at how affordable it is and how easy it is. I mean, whether you're going to pay for it up front or if you want to put it, we have a bunch of different financing options that are available. And people are usually, unless they've been looking into it, really surprised how easy it is to be able to take care of your house and get it updated.
I like to simplify things as our listeners tune in. RGS Exteriors. They do exteriors of homes. They can rebuild them. They can put them on from the gutter to the siding to stone wraps to any type of accent, some soffit, some fascia. Maybe you're doing board and batten. Maybe you're doing shakes. Whatever you're doing, that's RGS Exteriors. So if you've ever wanted to do an exterior project and you want to remodel, like Scotty was talking about, really flashing up the house and being the talk of the cul-de-sac, RGS is the place to go. And, Greg, what you will do is you'll sit down, you'll take pictures of their home, you'll put it in software, and you can add all the new siding and all the new aspects so that they can take a look at what their house will look like.
Oh, yeah. We can. So our estimators can come out, like you were saying. We take pictures of your house, put it in digital format, and then we can redesign it so you can see what it's going to look like. A lot of people get all nervous and concerned about having to be able to pick it. Is it going to really look good? Am I going to like it? We can show it to you, and you can see what front, back. If you want to put that big deck for your family party, we can put the deck on the back of the house. Whatever you want, whatever you're looking for, we can probably get you taken care of.
That'd be nice. Just have them, use the computer, I don't know the lingo, to put a deck on the back of your house just so you can see. It'd be sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Nice little covered patio back there.
Let's go. And that's the thing. Your creativity is your own really limitation on what you can come up with. Because if you can dream it, you guys can find a way to make it happen.
Yeah, we can. We're ready to come out and give you that free estimate. I can't emphasize enough. Everybody I talk to is usually like, oh, I'm so scared to make that first step. But the first step is easy. It is a free estimate. We come out. We don't charge you anything to come out to your home, to go over, get you design, answer the questions that you want, to just have the information at your fingertips.
Zero pressure, too. I want to emphasize that. Zero pressure.
801-280-3110. That's RGS Exteriors, 801-280-3110. Diabolical laugh and all. Frank Dolce joins us next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates,
analysis,
and be the first to know about every off-season move.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Get Mr. Mac's Performance Missionary Package. 1 performance suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 ties, 1 mission belt, and 1 pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy shoes. Just $695. Visit one of our 9 convenient Mr. Mac locations near you.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh boy.
It's that time of year again. You know what? Pretty soon the temperature will turn. It'll be, we'll get a little snow, we'll get a little rain, and your falls will be filled with that laugh. That condescending, I'm better than you, because frankly, he is. He is.
He's got more money than you.
He's got more money than you. He's
Wears-
better looking than you. He
Wears better clothes.
Smells better than you.
Works harder than you. He works harder than you.
He just does.
Think about how hard you work and then add 2 or 3 times that.
Yes. Yep. And you would have Frank Dolce. Hi, Frank. How are you?
Hi, Frank.
Wow. Every year, I so look forward to the opportunity to work with you guys at least once a week. I mean, it's the best part of my week. It's the best part of my year. and all of my hopes and dreams are dashed along a rocky shoreline with your condescending.
Whoa, that was all genuine.
Not in disingenuine comments.
Oh my gosh! I'm going to give
like
you.
I'm the only one who really cares.
I'm going to give you a very specific observation on Frank Dolce. The most perfect, well-kept, and beautiful cuticles you'll ever see on a grown man. His fingers. Have you seen his fingernails and his cuticles?
Frank, I'm going to apologize. I have not spent a lot of time looking at your fingernails.
Gorgeous half moons.
Really?
Yes, gorgeous half moons, pulled back. And do you keep a glaze on those nails, Frank?
Well, I do have a little Italian heritage, and I think it's the olive oil that I've ingested over the course of my lifetime. It just kind of seeps through, you know.
Just leaks through the nail and keeps it shiny?
Yeah.
Are you, is it weekly appointments to get those things cleaned up, or do you have
Listen, I'll tell you this. Nobody manages my fingers. I manage my own fingers.
Okay, good.
Okay, good.
That's actually good to know, like a man would.
Yes.
Well, Frank, I want to know.
As we're kicking this off, can I just say happy birthday to the big guy?
Oh, thanks.
Hey, by the way,
how about that?
By the way, you say big guy. Our dude is svelte and is in shape and is muscle bound, and the dude is sporting like a six-pack. Like the dude's got abs for days now.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I can't wait. I can't wait to see that.
He will show
I'm really
them to
looking.
you.
When I say big, I don't mean like big physically,
No.
although that's part of it. I mean big like personality,
yes,
generosity, heart,
loving,
all of the all of the right big things. That's Hans Olsen.
Frank, I just sent you an unrobed picture so that you can.
But tastefully done.
It's art. It's art.
That's amazing. You look it looks a lot like you just put your head on the body of Luther Ellis when he was playing.
Oh my gosh, Luther was he was a well-shaped king. Frank, let's start with this, Frank. Most optimistic about what and most pessimistic about what in regards to Utah football?
That's a really good question. It's a really good question. What am I most optimistic about this Utah football team? I'm optimistic. I like the defensive unit that's being assembled, and I know there's some question marks here and there, but I always feel positive about what's happening on the defensive side. I'm optimistic that Utah is going to find significant gains in offensive productivity this year. I like the new scheme. I like the new attitude. I think it fits really well with Utah's persona offensively. And I really like coming into the season that the offensive line is widely regarded as potentially one of the best in Utah football recent history. So I am optimistic, even with the question marks on the offensive side.
What are your
pessimism?
Yeah.
Pessimism. I think Utah lost a lot of talent on the interior defensive line. I always feel like Utah figures out a way to reload in that area. I like all the other position groups on the defensive side, talent-wise. I feel like that loss of talent in the interior defensive line is something that Utah will have to overcome. I think they can, but if I look across that football team, I mean, I guess I could separate it into two. Wide receiver group is a question mark. Interior defensive line to me is a little bit of a question mark.
Initial thoughts on Devin Dampier and what you fans can expect out of him?
It sounds like you're kind of giggling as you answer that question. I can't tell because I'm not sitting with you, but it sounded like there was a little bit of a glint in your eye as you were asking that question. I don't know what was happening.
I was drinking a very carbonated Pepsi Zero Sugar, and it just kind of worked its way up a little bit. So
I love when that happens.
Yeah.
My thoughts on Devin Dampier?
Yes, sir.
Was that the question?
That was.
Very, very talented, very athletic. Should keep defenses off balance with his ability to run the football. He needs to improve in two areas based on what he accomplished last year. Throwing the ball downfield. I think he really, for this Utah offense to hum, I think he needs to be around the 65% completion percentage. He was under 60% a year ago at New Mexico. That needs to improve. His touchdown to interception ratio was 1-to-1. That needs to be 2-to-1, I would think. So he either needs to throw double the touchdowns or needs to cut in half the interceptions. But I love all of the other stuff that he brings to the football team. I especially think strategically with a guy like that, your fourth downs, third and long fourth down scenarios become much more interesting because you're not necessarily stuck. And this hasn't really been Utah's thing anyway, but you're not necessarily stuck throwing the ball in that situation. I think it gives you an opportunity to be more aggressive on a third down, fourth down type of scenario. So instead of trying to pick up 8 yards on third down, depending on field position, with that quarterback athleticism and what should be a solid run game, maybe you play for a fourth down and find yourself in a 4th and 2 or shorter and have a chance to go for it. So I think there's a lot of positive with the new quarterback and a couple things to work on as he transfers into a new league.
So, Frank, at the beginning of the show, we went through the different offensive coordinating situations Kyle Whittingham's had. This is what did we figure, 12th iteration, Scotty?
Yeah, if you include some of the double ups with Aaron Roderick and
Dennis
Erickson and Harding and some of those,
and Brian. Like there were, it was a mix and match for a bit, but when you look back at the last 5 years, going back to 2019 with Andy Ludwig, do you look at it fondly, and how fondly? And also, what was the straw that broke the camel's back?
With Ludwig in particular?
Yes.
The straw that broke the camel's back with Ludwig was a broken Cam Rising. I mean, that situation, not to speak ill of anyone, especially Cam Rising, because what he accomplished as a full-time starter for Utah and where he was able to take that football team, unbelievable, to the highest heights. I mean, it was unbelievable productivity. But he doesn't do that without Andy Ludwig at the helm. So those two together were a very, very significant combination. So it turned to the wrong side when Coach Ludwig didn't have the opportunity to work with the guy who really fit into his offensive strategy, game plan, the way he likes to move the football around the field. I think that's a huge part of it. The other part of it is Utah's inability to generate a dominant run game. And that's Cam Rising kind of dominated the downside of the offense, the news on the downside of the offense. But I think Utah's inability to really dominate at the line of scrimmage and create a rushing attack they've leaned on in the past several years was as significant.
How do you anticipate? Obviously, you see incredible amount of rushing yards. In fact, over the last 4 games of the season, Devin Dampier had nearly 600 yards rushing and 9 touchdowns just in the last 4 games of the season. It will be part of what Jason Beck does there, but how significant do you think he'll be used in the running game?
I don't, especially with the history of Utah's quarterbacks, I don't want to see Dampier. I mean, I would hate to see, I guess, Dampier the leading rushing attack for Utah offensively. I think that is not necessarily great for this offense. If he is a guy that can have productivity, maybe he runs the ball 10, 12 times a game, and I still think that feels like a lot. But to keep a defense honest, to keep a defense off balance, and then to rely on more significant rushing attack from the backfield, from the guys behind him, I think that's going into the football season how I would like to see it established. And maybe you take a chance if you're in a really difficult situation and you have to rely on his ability to run the ball. But I would hope that he is a guy that can use his athleticism when necessary, can be relied on to keep a defense honest, to keep a defense off balance, and hopefully the other parts of the rushing attack step up. I just don't want to put him in situations where you get him injured. And that's just been the history of Utah at the quarterback position.
All right, I'm looking at the Vegas over-unders, and Vegas has Utah at 8 wins. For future bettings, 8 wins. If you had money, which way would you put it? Over or the under on 8?
I'm gonna. I think it's right. I'm like right on the number, but I'll go. I'll go with the over. I mean, I think that you kind of have to twist my arm to go with the over, but I'll do that. I would do that.
I think the number is right. I think the very least you're going to push.
I mean, if it was 7.5, I would go over. If it was 8.5, I'd go under. I think this is an 8
I know.
win team.
I feel like that too, but it's also, maybe a better than that if you, okay, so let's just say this. If Utah is scoring 24 points a game, it's an under. If Utah is scoring 29 points a game, it's an over. That's how I think. That's how I feel about it.
How's your summer been? You back teaching classes?
Amazing.
Or what have you been up to?
I would teach classes, except that there's nowhere, I'm a man without a country. There's nowhere to teach. Like the gym I was at, they closed down, and, the phone just hasn't been ringing. So.
You're such a dork. The phone has not been ringing my butt. Hey, Frank, if you had $10,000, what cryptocurrency?
I worked so hard on those classes.
What cryptocurrency would you invest your $10,000 in?
Gold.
No, crypto.
No crypto.
Come on, we know you're
I heard
a
what
crypto
you
guy.
said. I heard what you said.
Gold. Yeah, but you chose something that's not what I said. What crypto?
I heard what you said. I said what I said.
I think Frank. I think Frank's an XRP kind of guy.
I don't know what that is. Is that like a video game?
I could see him investing in the Trump coin.
Yeah.
Okay. Doge.
Ooh, little Doge out there then. Okay.
Yeah, Doge has had a rough couple weeks.
Oh, we're in the tank right now, Frank.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah. Hans and I are very keenly interested in Doge, and it's not doing well.
It's not. What should I like if you and I were, putting out on the 18th green, what would you say? Like, would you say, hey, you know what? You should take a look at blank. What is it?
You know what? Well, I don't know. I think all of it.
Didn't you dumped a bunch into the Moon coin? What was that? The Moon?
Shibu.
Shibu, yeah.
Yeah. I've got like 20 million coins.
Scotty went crazy on the Shibu.
And it's one of these days. If I can get it to a penny, whoo, somebody's not showing up for the show that day, that's for sure. Anyway.
I mean, come on. I'm not well educated enough to speak on any of that.
Neither are we, but that doesn't mean we don't have some fun with it.
I know. It's the whole concept of it. Like I just must be getting old. I know everybody's agreeing with that right now, but it just is so foreign. It's so foreign to me.
Yeah. Because Frank dropped in like $20,000 into Microsoft in '94, so he's doing just fine.
Yeah, he made the right choice.
Yeah, yep.
So when he says gold, do it.
Do gold. Yeah.
I mean, yes.
$10,000 will buy you 1 gram.
You know what? I'm just old school. I just want blocking and tackling. That's it. Blocking and tackling.
Yep.
That's all you have to do to be successful.
The game is simple when you break it down.
Frank,
game.
I can't wait to be in the same room with you, Frank. I yearn for the day.
I can't wait either. And apparently I should be doing some more core work if I'm going to be able to keep up with you. I'm going to get right on that.
Yes. Our guy is let's just say he's ready to make it happen.
Been working on it.
Yeah.
Really?
All right.
What are you doing specifically? Can we talk about that? What are you doing specifically?
Well,
is it protein? Are you doing like protein?
Okay, so if I had to put it into one word, I would say consistency. Because now I'm almost 2 years into this, and it's a minimum of 6 days a week. If I had to go expand it a little bit into 2 words, I would say eat, and I would say run. Those 2 things: eating the right way and running a lot.
Are you running?
Yeah.
On those knees, are you literally running?
I've never had any knee issues. Never had any issues, so I can run.
What? So is that like the little limp that you have when you walk? Is that
swagger.
By design?
That's
you do.
swagger.
Oh,
it's what the kids call.
It makes so much more sense now.
It's what the kids call Riz.
Yeah, that's my Riz.
Yeah.
It's called the leg drag.
I think it's called the stanky leg. That's what.
Frank, you're the best. We look forward to more of these conversations coming up here soon.
You guys are amazing. I'm so happy to talk to you. I'm so happy that it's football season and that I get to spend a little time with all you guys.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we'll have a good time. Thanks, Frank.
No ice cream shakes. Nothing but protein shakes this year.
Yeah.
Protein shake. Hey, let's do that. Let's do protein shakes this year.
Oh, Frank, by the way, Scotty and I are working towards a home for the Utah preview show coverage.
Yes. So if you
are you?
Yes.
That
if you
is
want
exciting.
Hans and I and Frank to come to your place for the Utah preview show and enjoy great protein shakes and some good quality Utah banter, all you have to do is text the keyword HANS, HANS, to 57500, and we will get you squared away ASAP. Me,
Scotty, and Frank at your place of business talking Utah football, and all you got to do is text HANS, HANS, to 57500.
I did not tell him to say.
I love it.
All right. Thanks, Frank.
Bye, Frankie.
We are live here at RGS Exteriors. Greg's hanging out with us right now, and a lot of people are looking at their home, and you and I and Tim and Hans, we've talked about this for a couple of years now. Thanks to 2020 and a certain virus, we were unable to, or everybody refied their home, and they're now at 2.8, 3%. And so they're not moving. You're stuck in that house, so you might as well make it your dream home.
Yeah, I was one of those. I'm not going anywhere. I got it locked in where it's going to stay. But every day I drive down the freeway, see those signs of the interest rates going up a little
6.8. You're like,
yep.
Suckers.
So, take your house you've got right now and make it the exterior you want. Just visualize what you think is really beautiful. Give us a call. We'll come out and make your house look like that. It's pretty simple. Our estimators come out, as we were talking about last segment. They can give you a 3D rendering so you can see exactly what your house is going to look like. No guessing, no wondering if the color scheme works or if it matches, your doors. We can put it on a computer model, and you can see an actual picture of your house.
It's really simple to do.
I've worked with RGS on a couple of different projects, including some gutter stuff, but they did the entire exterior of my parents' house. So I worked with Greg one-on-one quite a bit and worked with Tim quite a bit, worked with their design team to come up with the right stone wrap and get the right match with the bead or the board and batten and get the right match with the hardy, and sat down a full design team and got it put together. And it's great. You know, people can come out and they can look at the siding in action here on your building, or they can go in and look at the stone across the street, or, you know, you've got all of the different siding options here so people can come out and take a look at what it looks like.
Yeah, we've got a nice big showroom here. You can see all the different, you can touch it, you can feel it. You don't just have to see pictures online. You can come in, we can walk through, and you can actually feel it, feel the differences, the texture, so that you know what you're going to have on your house. And we can walk you through that process. It's a lot of people are very afraid to make a financial commitment to change something on the exterior house. So we understand that. We know that it's a big deal, and we'll walk you through every step of it, make it as painless and as easy as possible, be able to help you get that house to the house that you've been dreaming of, that you thought you were going to move into.
It's really simple. All you have to do is give Greg and the crew a call right now, 801-280-3110. Somebody's going to come out to your house. That's free. In fact, you may even have them bring out a gift with them, too.
Yeah, right now, if you call in and say that you heard us on the radio today, our estimators, if you call and schedule an appointment, have them come out and give you an estimate on your home. We're actually going to be bringing out a Minky blanket with you this time to get you a little extra incentive. You know, if you want to get that warm snuggle blanket ready for the winter, we'll bring one out to give when we come out to do an estimate for you now.
If you want a free Minky and get some information on how to get your house squared away, call right now, 801-280-3110, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Hans Olsen.
What is your timetable as far as approaching the quarterback deal?
Whether they say it or not, PK, they've already got their guy kind of circled. And inside the first week, if he doesn't answer that circle, then they'll uncircle him and they'll open it up a little bit. Right now, I assume it's McKay Hillstead. Everybody's kind of looking at, like, let's make sure that he's the guy. He'll be with the first team, but then we'll sneak a couple first-team reps in for Bergay, and we'll sneak a couple first- and second-team reps in for Bachmeier, and we'll make them feel like we're opening up this competition. I don't think it'll be announced for 3 weeks. I mean, we might not get an announcement until the week of game preparation for Portland State, but I know that Roderick knows who he thinks it is, and we'll just see if he keeps the circle around his name.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
The wait is over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now open. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, The Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offers something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant is now open. See you there.
Utah deserves better. If your lights flicker, breakers trip, or something just doesn't feel safe, the last thing you need is someone trying to tell you your electrical panel needs to be replaced, your house needs to be rewired, and you should probably rewire your neighbor's house too. But sadly, that's exactly what's happening since a lot of home service companies have been bought out by private equity groups that are focused on profits and not people. At Your Service Pros is different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not quotas. That's why we offer a full electrical inspection for just $49. We'll check everything, your panel, wiring, outlets, grounding, and give you an honest report. If it's safe, we'll say so. If it's not, we'll explain exactly what needs to be done and help you fix it the right way, without pressure. We've served Utah families for over 20 years, and we're proud of the 4.9-star rating from people who trust us to do things right. So call out Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO to schedule your $49 electrical inspection. That's 801-YOUR-PRO, because Utah deserves better.
This is your top 60 and 60 watch list as Hans and Scotty get you ready for the start of the 2025 college football season by highlighting the most influential players on their team for the upcoming season. And now, get the call, baby! Come on, let's go! Here's today's newest addition to the watch list.
It is your top 60 and 60 watch list right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks, it is time to focus in on the players that we think will have a huge impact on the upcoming season. And Hans, for the first time this year, well, let's just say this. When it comes to the 60 and 60, even kickers can make the list.
Will Farron, one of the most clutch individuals I've ever met, and it just enjoys every moment. Every time there's been a clutch kick, he's actually embracing the opportunity that he's in and just like excited about it. And so just don't have a lot of guys that are like him that you've met in sports, but he's got ice in his veins. I know people say that often, and a lot of times they tag people with it, but you can see it in him, you know, when he's out there. It's not arrogance, it's just it's not really confidence, it's just that he really shows appreciation for being there and loves being in that moment and loves being around his teammates. He's been such a great leader for us, and you can't help when you're around him to come away with a smile. So he's uplifting in everything that he does. I'm really grateful that he's our kicker because he can make some points for us, and he's an automatic guy.
Automatic guy for sure, and he's a guy that steps up to the big moments, and it takes a lot for a kicker to earn the respect of Hans Olsen. Will Farron's one of those guys.
Yeah, he is, and there's no bigger kick in his career, probably will never be as big a kick in his career as the one he knocked through against the University of Utah to win that rivalry game at Rice-Eccles Stadium in front of a crazy crowd after a wild drive. Having to come back after a crazy call. You remember the PI and all the things that went down. And he's just sitting on the sideline, chilling in his own little world, doesn't hear the crowd, doesn't get caught up in the noise. And what was it, about a 42 or?
Yeah, it was 40 plus, wasn't it?
I thought it was a 40-something. I might be wrong, but I thought it was a 40-something. And steps up and just pops it, and you're like, oh, okay, well, that kid's the real deal.
Yeah.
Because he'll never be in a more pressure-packed
44.
44.
And, and that's the thing, too, because you look at it, and, you know, I think we'd all remember the Brandon Burton block on a BYU field goal attempt. Jake Heaps took him down the field, and they have a chance to win the game, and it was Brandon Burton, I believe, that came in and blocked that thing.
Yep.
And 44 is not, especially at the collegiate level, is not automatic by any stretch.
Not in that stadium. Not in that moment. That place was wild.
Yeah.
That game was so intense. That rivalry game was so intense. And Will just kept us cool and knocked it through. That'll be one of the biggest kicks of his career, but he also grabbed pretty much every kicking record you can have at a university. So Will Farron is a violent weapon to have in your arsenal.
There's something that, and BYU had really struggled with that for a lot of years, and it's something that Utah seemed to really have a stranglehold going from, Matt Gay, and now I'm spacing the Andy Phillips. I mean, it just felt like Utah was really locked down at that field goal kicking position, and now that roles have reversed a little bit. Utah has uncertainty, and BYU, I mean, there's just we talk about having the ability for your head to hit the pillow at night, knowing, okay, there's a lot of other things I'm concerned about, but at least if the game's on the line, I feel good about my field goal kicker. Kalani Sitake has that right
He's
now.
got it in spades, and that's a big one to have in your back pocket in the Big 12 this year.
Yes, because there's going to be a lot of close games.
Yeah, and that's something you got to factor in. I think the BYU special teams won 4 games for them last year. Where they turned momentum, or they scored a return,
kick
or
return, or
they
right.
knocked through a field goal, or they capitalized on an onside kick, or just something big. Now you could look at that Arizona State game and say, was that the one where they onsided it and it hit Tanner Wall, I think, and they were able to recover it?
Yes.
Was that Arizona State?
That was Arizona
So
State.
there were moments where you blink and you're like, oh, no, that's so painful. But having Will Farron is great, man.
Yep. All right, time for your good, the bad, the ugly right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Hans, big story, and we talked to his old man before he started bare-knuckle fighting a couple months ago. But Celeste Moa, top 50 national player in the 2026 class, has committed to, not Utah, not BYU. No, he has committed to Tennessee. That announcement coming earlier today. So Ben Moa's son is on his way to the SEC to play for Tennessee.
I am so proud of Celeste, and I am so happy for the Moa and Nuno family. That is such a big honor, and I'm sure that Tennessee is taking care of him very well in many different aspects. And I'll try to – and by the way, I'm not speaking for Ben. I'm not speaking for the Nuno family, which is his mom's side. I'm not speaking for anybody because I haven't talked to anybody about this. And I'm just kind of speaking from the way I could piece things together. His other brothers have been big recruits in the state. Mm-hmm. And they've played everywhere from Utah State to Utah to BYU and kind of everything in between here. And so they've got the in-state experience. And I think Celeste is ready to jump into SEC waters and go make a name for himself. And I'm really proud of him. That's not easy to do. It's hard to blaze trails. It's really hard to blaze trails. I mean, even as an Olsen, I couldn't escape the Olsen path.
Yeah.
Now, I escaped the Merlin and Phil path to Utah State, but I still followed my Uncle Orrin to BYU. It's really hard to be a trailblazer because you don't know what's out there in the big world, man. It gets crazy in the world of football. But he's been exposed to the best corners because he has been on all these different traveling camps and he's been a part of all these different elite 7-on-7s, and so he's been exposed to the top recruited corners in the country, and he's burned them. I think his upside is Puka Nacua.
Ooh, there you go.
I think that's his upside.
Yeah.
I think his downside, like the low end, would be Samson Nacua. I mean, I think it could be everything and everything in between. And by the way, Samson is fantastic.
Yeah, Samson got into training camps.
Yep.
Played preseason football.
And Sampson did a lot of things for BYU and Utah.
Yeah.
So I think, like, the basement is still good production. The ceiling is being fantastic at the college level and getting a shot in the NFL.
I just think it's, there's a lot of people out there and some talking heads that'll hop on and say, you can't let players like this leave the state. You can't. If you're BYU or Utah, you cannot let them leave the state. Guess what? You could be the best recruiter on the planet, and sometimes the kid just wants to – look, he grew up in Utah. His dad played at Utah. He's got brothers that have played all over the place. He's like, you know what? I want to go do my own thing. And you know what? That's totally fine. Don't be the guy that gets angry with a kid on Twitter for making a decision. Celebrate him, be excited for him, and hope he goes kick and does some damage there in the SEC.
Right, and if you can't celebrate it or be excited about it, then
Keep
just
your mouth shut.
Be apathetic about it.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah,
but this is a cool thing for the state. Top 50 national recruit, number 1 recruit out of the state of Utah, and he's headed to SEC country.
Playing for Josh Heupel and Tennessee. All right, take a break. Come back. Whole world news straight ahead right here on The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
It's hard not to sell the idea of BYU stock, so to speak, in football without knowing what the quarterback situation is. And when Joel Klatt is calling him Trayshawn Bourget and Bear Brockmeyer, then I think that is only an indicator of the fact that you have guys in there that you have no clue what you're going to get.
That's a problem.
For me, I get why he's selling it. I didn't necessarily agree with the defensive side of it. Jacob Robinson is a huge piece that goes missing.
And they lost their defensive tackles, but they brought in Keanu Tanavasa.
And I will say, too, this BYU defense is going to be still very good. You know why? They plug guys into their system. They're relentless about learning that system. And when you get that defense down, how many times have we heard it? Kalani's like, this is a defense that scheme-wise you have to get familiar with. And once you are, and you're plugged in, we can make it work.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Folks, it's coming up, the Hans and Scotty Invitational, August 19th at Cedar Hills Golf Club. And if you have not been to Cedar Hills, well, guess what? You can knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. You can play in our golf tournament and experience one of the best golf courses in the state of Utah. Wade and his crew do a tremendous job. Cedar Hills is as good as it gets.
It is. It's one of those destinations, if you haven't played it, maybe you're here in the Salt Lake Valley and you haven't got around to Utah County side of things. It's one of those courses that's worth the drive.
Yep.
Because you're going to see things you've never seen. You get to play a course you haven't played. You get major elevation changes, which is a lot of fun. You actually go right up onto the foothills of Mount Timpanogos, and you'll play a par 5 that goes right up American Fork Canyon, so you can feel that cool breeze. It feels like it's always about 10 degrees cooler in that area. It's always beautiful, well kept. Wade has done an incredible job just keeping that course in great shape. You're going to have rivers that cross your path. You're going to be shooting over ponds and crazy water hazards. You've got some very cool, well-shaped par 3s. It's just all together. It's one of those Utah County courses. It's a must. And Scotty and I want you to come out and play with us.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the best way to get involved in the tournament is just shoot off our guy Wade an email. Say, Wade, what's up? Give me in the Hans and Scotty tournament. wdoyle@cedarhills.org. That's wdoyle, D-O-Y-L-E. wdoyle@cedarhills.org. And let's get you in that tournament. We've got 36 slots to fill, so get you and 3 buddies and come hang out with me and Hans on August 19th at Cedar Hills Golf Course.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers, a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Having 4 kids in 4 years changed everything, especially our perspective on food.
We started paying closer attention to the things that mattered most, especially the food we were putting on our table.
We wanted better, safer, healthier. And when we couldn't find it, we took matters into our own hands. We started Good Ranchers.
We partner with local farms and ranches right here in the U.S., families who have been raising livestock the right way for generations. Hard-working men and women who care deeply about the land, their animals, and the quality of the food they produce.
We're proud to bring their legacy to your table. 100% American beef, chicken, pork, and wild-caught seafood.
And then we make it simple. We deliver it straight to your door.
Because we believe in making it easy for families like ours and yours to enjoy meat you can trust. Food that honors the American farmer. Food that brings people together.
Visit GoodRanchers.com and use code RANCH40 to get $40 off your first order, plus free meat for an entire year.
GoodRanchers.com, American meat delivered.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get Mr. Mac's Performance Missionary Package. 1 performance suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 ties, 1 mission belt, and 1 pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy shoes. Just $695. Visit one of our 9 convenient Mr. Mac locations near you.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands. You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands.
It is time for another edition of Whole World News right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, remember, tomorrow, Mountain Land Supply is going to be hanging out with us in studio. Talk about their Valley View Open Golf Tournament. Raises thousands of dollars every year for the Giving Hope Foundation. Love being a part of that. So that'll be coming up on tomorrow's show with Mountain Land Supply. All right, Hans. I know that, let's. I'm going to take you to Ohio and introduce you to Tia McCreary. Tia went to Taylor Kia back in February of last year, and she bought a 2022 Kia K5. The finance manager arranged the loan through Global Lending Services. She drove off the lot in her new K5. Everything was good.
2022 Kia K5.
Yes. However, this Global Lending Services later concluded there was not enough available information to finalize that loan. So, a month after driving that car off the lot, Taylor Kia showed up at her work, towed the vehicle away, and said it's repossessed because essentially your loan, the lending service initially approved you. We allowed you to drive off the lot, but we're sorry, we're taking the car back.
Kind of waiting for Jake to do that to me with Mazda.
Yeah, just like, we changed our mind. Well, she was upset. She's like, you could have called me. I could have brought it back in. Why did you let me drive the car off the lot? if it wasn't initially, or if it wasn't fully approved.
That's understandable.
You embarrassed me at my work. And so she's mad. I mean, she's fired up. So she started to check out legal options. And in doing some research, she found out that the Taylor Automotive Group, they're in Northwest Ohio, had failed to submit a renewal application for the registration of the name Taylor Kia of Lima, which is the name of the dealership. So she then decides to register the name of the dealership under her own name, and it gets approved. She then sends a cease and desist letter to Taylor and says they can no longer use the name Taylor Kia of Lima because it is now registered to her.
That is so vindictive.
And she says that you can no longer transact any business under the name of Taylor Kia Lima without my consent. And the only way you can get my consent is if you pay me. Well, of course, they fire back with a lawsuit, and ultimately the 3rd District rules that although McCreary signed an agreement to settle legal matters through arbitration, that was limited to the transaction of the car sale. The name Taylor Kia Lima was not subject to arbitration, so yes, the courts.
She owns it.
She owns it, and if
she
they
owns the name.
She owns the name of the dealership that repossessed her vehicle, and she is demanding if they are going to conduct any business under that name, they have to financially reimburse her. And as of right now, even though it is going back to court under an appeal, but they cannot conduct business.
I would hate it and I'd be mad, but I would just change my name.
And I think that's probably what they'll do.
And then I would find a way to get back at her.
Yeah, and I'm sure they will.
You know, I've got her credit report. I've got her life and details in my hands as well. So if you want to get ugly and you want to make a fight out of this, I'll find a way to ruin your life.
And
don't come at my business all vindictive like that. I mean, you think you're funny and creative, but I've got time and money too.
I'm a little surprised you're siding with big business on this one.
Well, yeah, but I am. It is big business because it's Kia, but it's also personally owned, right? This is Tia's Kia.
Taylor, it's the Taylor Automotive Group of Northwest Ohio, which I'm sure is a
large corporation.
Large corporation.
You know, I know some people try to get in business and they'll attach a name to it and they try to build. It's not that I'm trying to defend large corporation. Sometimes you just got to walk away from it. You don't got to leave a nasty Google review. You don't got to be a total jerk.
Yeah, but they did. I mean, look, if
it sounds like there was a bit of paperwork that slipped through the cracks.
Yeah, and that's what it sounds like. Like, if you're not going to approve me for a loan, don't approve me for a loan. That's fine. But don't let me drive a car off, own it for a month, and then show up at my business and haul it away.
I'm curious where this story's coming from because I guarantee she left out the details that there were 3 voicemails left.
That's what I would like to know. Because there's no comment from the dealership, was not available for comment, and it would be nice to be like, hey, yeah, we called and left her a message 3 times saying we need you to bring that car back.
Right. And I guess I'm a little bit used to dealing with Jake, and I guess what I'm doing is kind of standing with Jake here for some reason because I know Jake would never do something like this.
Jake would not do that.
You know, and I don't – the Tim Daly brand –
They would not
do it. And I can't imagine somebody getting so vindictive with the Tim Daly brand that they're like, oh, and they trademark it, cease and desist it, sue it into oblivion.
I do love the creativity of the whole thing.
Well, that's vindictive. That's crazy. But now she's got to – look, she started a chess match. And when you get into a chess match like this, you got to know, okay, I'm dealing with big business and big money.
Yeah.
Big corporations have big attorneys. Big attorneys dive real deep, and they'll get to the root. And you've just got to make sure all your ground is covered.
She's got one round of court cases going in her favor because that's what they filed the lawsuit, said, hey, look, if there's legal issues, and a lot of times you'll sign this and you don't really pay attention to it when you're getting a car loan or whatever, but if there's issues, it says you will go to mediation on that or something like that, or arbitration. And so they're saying, hey, look, this is a legal issue between me and us and her. This should have gone through arbitration. And the court ruled, no, This is about your name. This has nothing to do with the car thing, even though it does.
Yeah.
Legally, this doesn't have anything to do with the car issue. It's the fact that she owns your name. So, yeah, you can't go to arbitration on this.
Wow.
And so they've already lost once in court, which only means that they're going to pony up even more. So you're right. She's in the spotlight.
We're going to have to follow up on this
I want more information on this one because I think it's fascinating.
I could see her ended up arrested and thrown in a jail cell with Marcus Morris.
Jeez.
You just mess with the wrong people, man. Marcus is like, what are you in for? Oh, I got creative with a car dealership. What are you in for? Oh, I stole money from Vegas.
Yeah. Well, guess what? We ended up in the same place.
Yep.
All right, Hans and Scotty, we're live here at RGS Exteriors, Hans, where there's so many great opportunities for you to fix your home. And when we say fix your home, we're talking about updating your home, making it look new, because there's a lot of people that will go to RGS and they'll say, we want you to do this, and Greg will come into the home and Greg will give you the computer renderings, and so you're pretty sure what you're going to get. But then you come back home and you pull into the cul-de-sac after you guys have been there a couple of days. You're like, hey, whose house is this?
Brand
that's
new.
my house, because it looks brand new.
Yeah, we get it all the time. Homeowners come home and their neighbors come over like, what are you doing? This is beautiful. This doesn't even look like the same house. We get homeowners tell us that all the time, that not only do they not recognize, but their neighbors are coming over to find out, how is this happening? It's so good looking.
I want people to understand how much that changes a daily perspective. Okay, I'll put it this way. Just think of it this way. We're going to scale this way down. Have you ever reorganized your sock drawer? You just clean all the garbage out of the sock drawer, and you take the holy socks out. You've got only the good socks that feel good on your feet, and then it's all kind of organized, and all that junk's gone. And you open it for the first time after you organized it, you're like, oh, that's so nice. And it just clears your brain. Think about that on a massive scale. When you pull up into your driveway, you've got this brand new, beautiful home. It's rebuilt and just makes you feel good. I bet you get feedback that's just people's perspective on their days have to change.
Oh, yeah. And you can read some of them on our website. I love to hear it. We get homeowners all the time. It's like, you get those blind spots. Like you said, all those clutter things, all those damaged things that after a while your brain stops looking at them, stops seeing them. But once they go away, it's like, wow. It's such a perspective shift, people being able to see their house. And, like, they're looking forward to looking at it when they come around the corner. Like, yesterday it was you were tearing it off. Today you got the bottom half done. I can't wait to see what that shake's going to look like when it goes on the corner. When the houses are done, it's like it's an excitement daily to be able to come home and see what the house is, what it's going to look like when they come around that corner.
It all starts with a simple phone call. Call right now, and Greg and the crew are ready to help you out. 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports Insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code. Boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
We spotted the ocean, the head of the trail. Where are we going? So far away.
Oh, little Toad.
Yeah.
You got Toad the Wet Sprocket over the weekend. Now you've got Footloose coming up tonight.
Yeah, and I've got a round at Old Mill coming up Friday after the show.
Really?
Yeah, it's been a week of fun events.
You are back in golf.
Yeah, I'm going to go golf another round. I've enjoyed whipping my daughter's boyfriend's butt.
Is it another round with him?
Yeah. It's a grudge match.
All right.
Yeah, and I got to keep him under the thumb a bit.
Just be like, know your role.
Humble him.
Yeah.
And it's funny because every round has come down to the 18th hole, and it's been tough, but it's like, crank up the tempo, and that's when I feel like I'm at my best in golf.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, when I really need it, that's when sometimes it'll just show up for me. So headed out to Old Mill on Friday after the show. Have you ever played that course?
I've not played Old Mill. I've wanted to, and I just have never gotten around to it.
It is such a classic course. A lot of wide open, so you can really be sloppy with your drive.
He's sloppy. He's picking up the tab for this, right? That's got to be his birthday.
That is correct.
Okay, good.
Yep, that is correct. So excited to get out there and have a little bit of fun on Friday. But, yeah, it's been a great week, man. It's been a fun week.
All right, so
the older you get, the more you got to kind of, expand out the whole birthday thing. You got to milk it for all it's worth.
I would agree with that because because deep down it's a depressing, like, I don't know what age, maybe it was 30. I don't know, the age where you look forward to your birthdays to the point where you don't look forward to your birthdays because you start to sense the end of your own mortality.
For me, it was 38.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, 38 is now midlife. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
Because 77's average, so
yeah.
38 is like midlife. So I hit 38 and then it was like, nah, I don't. And every year now is like one closer to my death.
Oh, yeah. No, you got like a foot in the grave. And it gets a little further down in the grave.
Leading up to 38, it was like every year is just another step closer to adulthood and retirement.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like, oh, I'm just going to die. Anyway.
Yeah, we're going to be dead here before too long.
Gosh, I feel bad for people that are in their 60s.
Yeah, I mean, might as well be dead.
Yeah, it's like, geez, you've had a good life. Wrap it up. Stop taking your time. Wrap it up.
Just go. You don't have to go home, but you just have to go. But happy birthday. And if you've got birthday wishes for our guy, download the KSL Sports app. Go to whatever app store you like. Download KSL Sports. And in the bottom right of the app, you'll see a little thing that says call in. You can leave a message. It'll go right to Lloyd. Oh, wait. No, Lloyd has left for the day. Surprisingly. Christian is back, and Christian will get him on the air. And Christian can screen a little bit better than Lloyd. So you're not going to sneak one past Christian.
No, but we've had some good entries, and big shout-out to Nate Solberg, who has trained every one of my kids.
That is awesome. And is, you know what? A lot of their success is due directly to him and what he's done.
It is speed and agility.
All right, BYU camp has begun for the Cougars, and, of course, all eyes on the quarterback position. No Jake Retzloff. So who takes over? Well, good chance it's McKay Hillstead.
Hey, before we jump out to that, you're going to hear from McKay Hillstead here in a second. Greg Wrubell just put out a tweet that I thought was interesting. So 10 BYU quarterbacks have gotten starts as a freshman. 7 were true freshmen. So 7 true freshmen have earned a start for BYU. But he said BYU has never started a true freshman quarterback in a season opener.
Interesting.
So why is that interesting? Well, because Bear Bachmeier is a true freshman. Well, no, he'd be a redshirt freshman.
I would think so because he was at Stanford last year, right?
1 year at Stanford. So he's a redshirt freshman. So he says BYU has never started a true freshman quarterback in a season opener. Earliest start for a true freshman quarterback belongs to, and you and I were there for it.
Oh, that was the
Taysom got injured in game 1.
Yep. And so it was Mangum.
It was Tanner Mangum.
Yeah.
Started game 2.
Nebraska.
Our second year together on air in 2015.
The infamous trip to Lincoln, Nebraska.
Yeah, the trip that apparently ended it all because we never took one after.
Oh, well, that was Lloyd. We got all upset because you tried to feed him.
Well, that and
on I-80.
You and I were doing the post game while he was driving home.
Yeah.
And somehow we ended up in the middle. How did we end up in the middle of the freeway? Didn't we end up in a ditch or something?
I think enough time has passed because we were driving one of Tyler's vehicles at the time, and I don't remember, but yeah, we crossed over into a ditch. Yeah.
Why?
I don't remember how it happened.
I just remember we ended up in the ditch, and you and I were doing the show, and Lloyd couldn't explain it.
It was. Lloyd's gotten through.
He said he had a bad tooth.
Yeah, that's all. All right, here he is. Perhaps your starting quarterback, week 1, McKay Hillstead at BYU.
How was first day?
Good. Yeah, really good. First day back, going against the defense, which we did a little bit during the summer, but good experience. You learn a lot of really simple things, and it's good getting back into the swing of things. Really, so good day. Yeah.
How are you treating this competition? It's kind of like all three of you guys at the same level. Are you hoping to differentiate yourself, and how will you do that?
Yeah, I think for me, just playing my game. I think that's the same for all the other guys. You can't try to be anybody else other than yourself. So just put that all on tape, be your best self, and try to go get it.
Where do you feel like you've improved the most since last year when you were going through your first fall camp here?
Yeah, for me it was just, getting reps and just experience with the guys. Obviously coming from a different offense at Utah State, we were RPO heavy, and not that we don't do that here. It's just a little bit more pro style. So just figuring some of those things out and getting versed in some of that stuff, and mastery of the offense has been big for me.
How well have you mastered the playbook?
I don't think when I'm out there, I'd say that's where I'm at. I can get guys where they need to be going. So I think full mastery, really.
You got a chance to make a few starts at Utah State before coming here. How's that experience helped you in kind of competing for the top job at quarterback here?
Yeah. So Utah State, true freshman season, obviously you learn a lot. Good things, bad things, and I had ups and downs over the course of that season, but I think learning the speed of college football is a big thing because it is different for sure. So learning that, and then obviously learning from some of the mistakes that you make, but then still going out there and playing your game when it comes down to it. So that was a big thing, just gaining that confidence while I started a few games up there.
How do you get
most about this offense and this game?
Yeah, I think we're super versatile. We incorporate a lot of things. I think it was talked about in our quarterback room. There's opposing teams or other coaches that will talk to our coaches and talk about how multiple we are in our playbook and how many different things we do, which I think makes it really hard to game plan us. Because of that versatility, we're able to attack all sides of the field. We're super good up front with the O-line, super good run game, and then we have elite receivers as well. So super versatile, like I said.
How do you guys push each other? You're all friends off the field, but it's a competition as well. How do you guys make each other better?
Yeah, I think just positivity between all the guys is big. We're all super positive with one another because, like I said earlier, when it comes down to it, ultimately you're competing against yourself. You have your things that you're working on personally. So like we're all super positive with one another. I think we're all super focused on how we can all improve, and I think that's pretty much what gets us rolling in the right direction.
How did Jake's situation, as it unfolded, affect your preparation and mindset the last 3 months?
Yeah, obviously we love Jake. The situation was, pretty crazy, but I think when it comes down to it, stay ready soon enough to get ready is my thing. So I'm, even last season where I wasn't going to see the field really. Gary was the backup. You prep like you're the starter regardless. You're knowing all the coverages of the opposing team, knowing obviously what you have going in the install to each week, and that's just my mindset. Always stay ready so you don't have to rush and be like, oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? It's like, no, I've known what I'm doing, so it's really just second nature when I get out there.
How do you combat being not the tallest quarterback on the field?
Yeah, it's how I've been my whole life, really, So yeah. I think obviously there's, just things that I've figured out, and I see it the way I see it, and it doesn't slow me down, because obviously I can't just grow automatically. I can't choose that, right? It's out of my control. So yeah. I think really just figuring out the game how I have up to this point all throughout high school at Utah State and now here, and just being confident in my ability, which I am, and just going out there and trying to win. Watching Jake for an entire season, win 11 games, what did you learn from him? What are the positive things you want to pick up from him? Yeah, something about Jake, that I touched on is just, the willingness to win. Jake's super competitive, and I thought that was super cool. Obviously, never faltered during a 2-minute situation because he just wanted to win. I think sometimes you can get distracted with, how can I manage this? How can I manage that? But ultimately, the goal is just, okay, how can we win here? How can we get it done? And that was something that I thought was really cool that Jake had.
There you go, McKay Hillstead. Probably your week 1 starter at BYU.
Yeah, that's the way it's trending. That's the way I see it going. That's what I predict. And that probably means it won't happen.
I got a sneaking suspicion it will.
I've hit on a couple.
Just a couple.
But I do expect it. As things stand right now, I fully expect McKay Hillstead against Portland State. I sent out a tweet about this. I thought it was interesting because I spent part of my morning watching Bear Bachmeier, Trayson Bourget, and McKay Hillstead's interviews. McKay was about 5'20", Bachmeier was about 6'15", and Bourget was about 4'50". So few minutes in front of a big throng of reporters and having questions hurled at you and having to be ready for whatever, for anything. Bear Bachmeier went off on namesakes and how his brother ended up with Tiger. And
got a kid brother named Cougar. I saw that retweeted about 800 times.
Yeah. So this is all by design. I think that it's smart, but I think the coaching staff was like, we're going to put them all out there. We're not going to hide that there's a quarterback competition. We're not going to hide a freshman. Scotty, you remember the years where BYU wouldn't even let you talk to a true freshman?
No.
Or a incoming freshman.
Yeah.
Or an incoming transfer, if I remember. If it was their first year in the program, you couldn't talk to them.
Couldn't talk to them.
And they were like, all right, Bear, go.
Which is the right thing to do.
It's the right thing. And what I'm looking at is I'm looking at BYU doing big boy things. Not, hey, we're a private school. We'll do it the way we want to do it. We're going to keep contracts private. We're going to underpay. We're going to do it our way. BYU is like, no, let's do it the right way. Let's do it the way the NFL does it. Let's do it the way big-time college programs do. They just rolled out all three of their quarterbacks and said, have at them. And yeah, I think it's smart because it gives us all an inside look at what they're attempting to do here.
And I think it's also important for these quarterbacks to get the full experience of what it's like to be a quarterback at BYU. So even though it was 20 minutes and there wasn't a lot of media observation time, people saw some things and like, okay, what about that throw? What about that throw? And get whether you're Bachmeier, Bourget, or McKay Hillstead, they all have to answer questions. They all have to face the music. And it's part of big boy football.
It is. And according to Mitch Harper yesterday, Bourget came out in the first drive and threw a pick.
Yep. McKay did too, didn't he?
To Raider Demooney. No,
okay.
Just Bourget. Through I think it was a slant, and Raider Demooney stepped in front of him, which is great for Raider Demooney, and it's a great indicator defensively that he's doing what you're being asked to do. But and by the way, listen to Kalani Sitake's interview too, and he did it subtly, which means that it was probably pretty pronounced. The defense kicked the offense's butt yesterday.
Yeah, which you would expect.
He did it subtly. He's like, the defense had a nice day, which means the defense tore the offense up.
Yeah.
In certain categories, including the pick on Bourget. But I personally would have open scrimmages, open camp practices where fans can come, parents can come, media can come, and I roll all three of those quarterbacks under just a little bit of pressure.
Yeah.
So I put him under pressure in front of the mic and the camera. I put him under pressure in front of the coaches and the team. And I put him under pressure in front of the fans. There's a reason the NFL camps open up certain aspects of camp. Now, people pay a lot of money, and it's a different level of fandom. You know, if you think it's college football is crazy here, wait until you're in an NFL town around camp season, because it is crazy. But even back in my day, they would open up 4 or 5 practices where they'd let people come down into our practice field and we would scrimmage. And they had a reason. They want to put a little bit of pressure on people. So I would like to see those 3 quarterbacks, all 3 of them, be very visible for the BYU fan base. It also takes pressure off Aaron Roderick and Kalani Sitake because people are going to see it.
People will see.
And they'll understand the decision so that when you get there wasn't all of this hidden discovery, and then you get there and you roll out McKay Hillstead, and McKay Hillstead throws 2 picks, and everybody's like, what? Well, then you can look back and say, well, you guys saw the 3 scrimmages. You saw what we saw. We're not trying to hide anything. This was not a political victory for McKay Hillstead. He did not win it because it was granted to him when he came from Utah State. He won it because you saw it with your own eyeballs. Yeah. He took us up and down the field in 4 different scrimmages. In 8, you saw 12 different offensive series where he scored 7 touchdowns. You saw why you know what I mean? Just take the pressure off of you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a good way to protect yourself. As a teammate, though, how long does it take you to figure out who the guy is?
I know already.
No, I mean, like, is it after just a couple of practices?
Yeah, I know through spring.
Yeah.
Because these 2 2 of the 3 were there at spring. Yeah. I already know through spring. A lot of why I'm going with McKay Hillstead is because of what I saw in backup reps from McKay, because Jake Retzlaff was out there in spring. But I know as a player from spring, I know as a player early on, and on the defensive side, I don't, because I don't care. On the defensive side, I'm just like, hey, just don't lose it for us, and don't put us in bad situations. On the defensive side, I'm like, hey, just don't be a jackass. Stay out of my area of the locker. Don't sit in my seat.
Yeah.
Don't eat my toast and eggs. Like, just keep your idiot self away and don't mess things up.
Quarterbacks are an avocado toast kind of people anyway.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they'll throw a little bit of sliced tomato and fresh provolone on it.
Yeah, like I need a bagel with some lox and cream cheese.
Yeah, and can I get some of that everything bagel spread?
Yeah, nobody likes those guys.
I know. I don't either. But so defensively, I don't care. Offensively, I already know. And that's why I'm predicting McKay Hillstead. Well, and based off of his high school film, the guy was electric.
He was. He absolutely. The tape, and again, I'll say, go back and watch that Utah State James Madison. Everything you need to know about McKay Hillstead's in that one game.
So I think that there's enough package there that I can maybe pull some of the mystery out of it for BYU fans. Like I'm hoping that I can pull some of the mystery out of it. If it does change, we'll see it. We'll know. Whether we have observation period or not, we'll know.
All right, 2:30 straight up. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks, RGS Exteriors, Greg and the crew ready to get you squared away, whether you need rain gutters. And a lot of you have put that off, and you thought, okay, you know what? It wasn't too bad last winter. I can probably get through another one. Guess what? If it means we have a weak winter, that means the next one's probably going to bring the heat, which means if your rain gutters aren't up to par, that means that you're going to have ice dams, you're going to have all kinds of issues that will cause hundreds of thousands of dollars to your home, of damage to your home. Get the right rain gutters. 801-280-3110. It only takes a quick phone call. Somebody will come out to your house for free and make sure that you have the best system possible. You want the heat tape, you want the leaf gutter protection. These guys can get you the best and make sure it's installed properly so that it works the way it's supposed to. You need to do a complete overhaul to your home? Guess what? The siding, brick, whatever you want done, they've got it for you as well. RGS Exteriors, 801-280-3110. Give them a call right now. Anybody who calls that number and has a RGS rep come out and give you a bid, they'll give you a free Minky Couture blanket. That's right, free Minky, just for calling 801-280-3110 and scheduling an appointment with RGS. 801-280-3110 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
People expect Texas Tech to maybe be in the running this year because of the talent they've added through the transfer portal.
I love that Texas Tech is getting all this run. I don't think they're going to be good. Maybe they're okay, but Bozo's going to bozo, dude. I don't know. I guess BYU basketball is an example where you can have a huge cash influx and really take a giant step, but football and basketball are different.
And BYU's always had really good culture. But along those lines, I just think it's going to be difficult for Texas Tech to shake being the fourth or fifth team in line in that state. It's just always going to be the reputation.
Well, they're going to be fourth or fifth in the league. I'd bet on it.
Right.
That's where they always finish.
Right, that's what I think too. You know, if you end up at Texas Tech, it's not like they're out recruiting Texas.
Texas has had every advantage in the book.
Yeah, it was finally good last year.
And was good once in the last 20 years.
So you're always going to kind of have that reputation as being lesser than, and generally I think you play that way.
I think a university is dysfunctional.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The wait is over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now open. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offer something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant is now open. See you there.
Mark your calendar. It's Hercules First Federal Credit Union's Member Appreciation Day, August 15th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join Hercules at the Taylorsville and Harriman branches for music, games, food trucks, and more. Not a member yet? No problem. Earn up to $400 just by joining Hercules First Federal Credit Union only on August 15th. Get $200 same day when you open a Hercules Visa credit card. Earn an additional $200 after 60 days when you open a checking account. At Hercules First Federal Credit Union, August 15th. Offer available to new members only.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City fat loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You know, you've talked about your disdain for NFL training camps. Mm-hmm. Does it suck right out of the gate? Is it the worst in the early part and then it kind of gets a little bit better, or is it just miserable the entire time?
Entire time. From report right on through is miserable. And, you know, you would think that it would get easier as the years go on.
Yeah.
But as I was coming into my 3rd year, still on the bubble, it's nice to see your contract go up monetarily.
But it actually works against you.
It works against you.
Yeah.
And you also know that 3 years, 3 games, now you're talking about being vested. And in order for a team to invest that level into you or the league to invest that level into you, they're going to pay for lifetime benefits, lifetime, and then you're going to get a pension, and there's all these things that come with it, and so teams have to make tough decisions. So every year, more and more pressure gets dumped on you. You're watching the draft, and then you're seeing the draft picks come in. You're looking at who they pick up in free agency, and those free agents start to come in, and you're just like, here we go again. It's just a nonstop competitive aggression. I'm glad that I went through it because it gives me a perspective on life in general, but it's the hardest thing I ever did.
You haven't done anything to match that?
No.
In terms of just the sheer pressure?
Everything, physical, mental, everything. Wrestling would be second to it.
Wow.
Wrestling was extremely difficult. My wrestling coach was really hard, but it's a far distant number one in terms of difficulty of anything that I've faced, emotionally and physically. But if you can make it, it's good money.
Yeah.
If you can make it, it gives you an opportunity. I mean, look, I'm not sitting here on a headset talking football, calling BYU games if I didn't have it. I don't think. I think the NFL gave me an opportunity to do something that otherwise I would never have been able to do. You know, they're not gonna take a college football Hans Olsen and give me a morning show all those years ago when I started into the radio business.
Yeah.
I had to have those pro career years. And that's what I do believe has given me a leg up. So I attribute everything I've done in radio, or the opportunities I've had in radio, I attribute it to the fight that I went through to make it through those camps.
Everybody thinks that it's the life, and frankly, I did too, until spending a lot of time with you, and yet knowing every morning it could all be taken away from you. Because the NBA, Major League Baseball, you sign a contract, bare minimum, at least I'm getting this.
Yeah.
You sign a contract in the NFL, it means jack squat. That's why when we talk about contracts, we're like, okay, that's nice that he got $150 million. How much of that is guaranteed?
Well, we still work in a very competitive industry. You and I do.
Oh, yeah, we do.
It's competitive, and you have to perform, and you got to perform daily.
Yeah.
If we were making $1.5 million to call 13 college games a year, it changes everything.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the pool expands, and everybody wants to do it.
Yes.
Hey, and guess what? Everybody can talk football. Everybody's got a voice. Everybody's got a different sound. So let's say you're making, $1.2 million calling 13 games, and people are looking at it like, man, that would be an amazing living. All I got to do is call 12, 13 games. I got to be at the top of the game, understand football. I know football. I love football. That would increase the pool of interest 1,000 times.
Mm-hmm.
And every year you would be trying out for your job.
Yep.
Every game that you're calling, every eyeball would be on you. Everybody would be trying to stab you in the back because they want you out of that chair. And that's how it is, man. It gets daunting. It's difficult.
You and I called a game with a guy that was and he still is an up-and-comer, and he landed an NFL job last year and was on the NFL rotation of calling NFL games. And so last year was his big break, first year doing NFL games full-time. And then I saw the release of the NFL announcers this year, not on the list. And he
didn't make it.
He didn't make it. And it's like, you know what? He got his moment, and I watched a few of his games, thought he did a tremendous job. Guess what? For some reason, somebody didn't think it was up to snuff because you've got thousands and thousands of people that will do anything to get that job. Yep. And are very good at their job. So,
and there's a good chunk of money in that.
Yeah.
And, I definitely I know that you're happy with what you make with Utah State. I'm definitely happy with what I make for BYU. And there's probably a lot of curiosity, like, I wonder what they do make. I wonder what they make to call a football game.
Take a guess and divide it by about 20.
Yeah. Honestly.
Well, me.
Look, Scotty and I do it for the passion of the game.
It's fun, yes. We're not doing it.
Honestly.
We're not paying any bills with it.
I do it for the passion of the game.
Yeah.
If anything, I could take my kids on one vacation in a year.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, but there are a few things that I've done in life, professionally or recreationally, that has given me as much of a rush as calling a close game in a fourth quarter.
Right, and I do think that it assists with our primary job, which is this show.
1,000%.
I think that you and I can bring perspective that nobody else is, because you're calling a game on a weekend, I'm calling a game on a weekend. We bring our experiences to the middle, and I think that just helps with what we do.
Yep.
And that's why we have Lloyd, our producer, who's doing pre- and post-game stuff for Utah, because Scotty and I, we like to be informed on all three. We have a passion with all three universities and in the state, and it goes beyond that. I mean, Weber State and others, but we're not retiring on it. I promise you. If anything, Scotty and I are buying $500 in crypto.
Yes.
And
come on, baby.
Hoping to quadruple it.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I need to start gambling on preseason NFL games. Help supplement the old cash flow. I'm sure that's a good investment.
Got our new tech who's shaking his long hair over here looking like Michael Landon.
I know, right? All right, let's get to it. Sports Roulette. Christian back in studio. Go ahead and spin that wheel.
Getting what he deserves.
Oh, he is. He doesn't know who Michael
No,
Landon
he's
is.
Googling him. It's okay.
Oh, man.
It's all right.
Oh, stop it, Brant. Oh,
dude,
we're getting harassed by both of them.
We got a couple of early 20s here, and they're yelling at us. He died before we were even born.
Oh.
Yeah, but he was ultra famous before you were
I
born.
also don't know who that is.
Christian.
Oh, Christian, knock it off.
Christian, you don't know who that is? Michael Landon?
Oh, man. Highway to Heaven. He got a good head of hair, though, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. All right. Conor McGregor in the news again. Tried to appeal a civil sexual assault ruling that went against him last year, and it has been thrown out. He was found liable of sexual assault back in November in a civil case in Ireland's High Court. The case stemmed from an incident back in 2018 when his accuser said that he attacked her in a hotel room. A jury ruled in the woman's favor and ordered McGregor to pay her 248,000 euros, which is essentially 257,000. He appealed that, but the High Court again ruled against him, saying, nope. You, in our estimation, you are guilty, and you need to pay her money. Civil court suit, and so Conor McGregor, unless there's another way he can appeal, will have to pay that money to that accuser. And good. That's all I got to say. In fact, she should probably get more money than $250,000.
Well, this is the hard thing. This is the hard thing. Until we get criminal conviction and you take away somebody's freedom,
yeah,
it just doesn't do nothing.
Nope.
Doesn't do nothing. Sorry for the bad English, but it doesn't do nothing. Conor McGregor sold his stake in the whiskey brand.
The whiskey, yeah. I was going to say vodka, but it was whiskey. Yeah.
For $600 million. Now, he's spent a lot of it. You see him with all his stupid toys, and he hasn't really made a penny since. He made some money fighting Floyd Mayweather. And what did I say? I said he'll never win another important fight.
And he never did.
Never did. Never will. And I saw that he's submitting drug testing. I don't know if he's trying to get back on a UFC card. Rumor is he wants to be on the card that's going to fight in the White House lawn.
Of course he does.
He and John Jones. If you have John Jones and freaking
Conor McGregor on the White House grounds fighting,
I'm telling you, like, Dana, don't do it, man. If anything, just take the most suitable fighters, like the most respectable fighters.
Yes.
If you're going to put them on the White House land, can we at least do that? Can we vet them out and just make sure that they don't have a sexual criminal history or hit-and-run history? Hitting a pregnant woman, fleeing the scene, coming back, getting your drugs, and then fleeing the scene again?
It's not too much to ask, right?
No, it's not.
I don't think that's going on a limb and saying, hey, if you're going to bring a couple fighters to fight on the White House lawn, can you not get somebody who's been convicted of sexual assault and somebody who did a hit-and-run with a pregnant woman, high as a kite, and a car full of drugs?
Please?
Do you have any of those fighters available? Dana's like, we'll have to get back to you on that one.
We're going to have to go to the women's division.
Yeah.
It's going to be an all-women's card.
Oh, man.
It's just going to be Rose Namajunas, and that's it.
Yeah.
But to this story, Scotty, I think with everybody, I mean, we don't even need to limit it to athletes because there's a lot of perpetrators out there, a lot of predators, and a lot of bad people. If we can find him liable and the high court can find him liable 3 times, then why can't we reopen a criminal case?
I couldn't agree more.
Because $257,000
is nothing to him.
Doesn't teach him anything. 3 years of a person's life,
that'll wake you up pretty quick.
That teaches you something.
Look, when Mike Tyson went away in prison for what? It was about 3 years, wasn't it?
2
or 3 years.
Two. Yeah, I think it was 2.
I mean, that got people's attention real quick.
Yeah. And that was a crazy conviction because that was Robin Gibbons, wasn't
Robin
it?
Gibbons, yeah.
His wife at the time? Fiance at the time, I think.
I think fiance.
Fiance at the time.
Yeah. I don't know if they ever actually got married.
I don't know if they did either.
Yeah.
But I know that they were together at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and look, you change, you serve your time, you go through the process of conviction and serve, and you come out on the end. And look, Mike Tyson has found his way back into the gracious areas of people's heart. Nobody really even recalls the whole mess.
Yeah.
Or any of the other things that Mike Tyson has done along the way. We all just look at him fondly. And it's like, Conor McGregor, he shouldn't be a free man.
No, he should not. All right, 2:50, we'll wrap this thing up next. JJ and Alex coming up here in about 15 minutes from right now. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
We're seeing people talk about Utah. The vibe has been, last year was an outlier for what we typically get from Kyle Whittingham, right?
How do they address the offensive issues? When's the last time Utah had a offense that's had 7 rushing touchdowns in a season? So you can understand how important it was to address this offensive situation, and I feel like what you're seeing right now is people like Joel Klatt and others look at what they did and what they did to address the offense, hiring Jason Beck, and brings that quarterback with him, and you're thinking, okay, you take that offense, you plug him into this team with that defense, just that alone is going to get you a winning season.
Right.
The question is now going to be, can Devin Dampier improve his passing stats and numbers to take Utah from flipping it to a winning team to a championship team?
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country, you're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Save $35 on your American flag set when you go to showallegiance.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Home sellers, do not lose money selling your home the old way. Make more money when you sell your home with a Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Average interest rates are in the mid to high sixes, but Save Right Realtors will market your home with a fixed rate as low as 4.75%. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate gives buyers monthly payments that are hundreds less than comparable homes. When your home is much more affordable, you get a larger pool of potential buyers who can buy your home. When buyers compare homes and see your home is hundreds less per month, you'll get a quicker offer and a higher sale price. Do not lose money selling your home the old way. Sell faster and make more money. Sell with Save Right. Sell with the Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you. Let them see we're crazy. I don't care about
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, wrapping up another edition of the show. Fun one today. We'll be back with you tomorrow for a Friday edition as we get you ready for the weekend. Fast week, but college football, folks, is here. And NFL is here. You will actually have a real-life football game coming up tonight, the Hall of Fame game. We'll all be excited. We'll all sit around and we'll watch for about 2 minutes and like, ugh. Okay, well, this doesn't really count. And then you move on.
Hey, hold on, Scotty. I think we have a Kenny Dillingham come apart after practice.
Really?
I'm going to try to play this from my phone. I guess it didn't go well.
I mean, like I said, our offense in general, too many drops on offense as a group. It was a bad day. I mean, it was a really, really bad day on offense. And it all stems from passion we play with. Is it okay to not make a play? And if you accept it, then you accept it. That's who you're going to be. Don't be mad going 5-7. It's okay. Don't be mad going 6-6. Don't be mad going 3-9 because somebody has to go those records. There's going to be tons of teams who do it. Why not us? We didn't practice bad. What I mean by that is, like, we didn't bust. We didn't MA. We threw one pick. Like, we didn't practice bad. We didn't practice with passion. We didn't care if we scored a touchdown. We didn't care if there was an interception, right? We didn't care if somebody made a great play for most of practice. We were just out here practicing.
Wow.
That's day 2.
Wow.
That is day 2.
That's a guy who's feeling it after winning the Big 12 last year, as all of a sudden realizing, wow, I have to do this again this year. And
by the way, he's pacing while he's doing it. He's pacing past the mic and like stopping and like yelling into the mic. And Kenny comes with a high level of energy, and he's just trying to get his team to not have a slow start and to pick up for when they finished last year.
Do you know who received the first offer to coach Utah State before Blake Anderson got it?
No.
Kenny Dillingham.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So,
it was the OC at Florida State at the time.
So Utah State went after Kenny.
Yep. And Kenny apparently
turned it down?
Came pretty close and decided, and he turned it down.
He was waiting for something bigger.
Yeah.
Well, he's obviously a heck of a motivator. But this is day 2 of camp, man.
Boy.
Like, if I saw my coach like that after day 2 of camp, I'd be like,
hey, man.
Hey, dude, we've got 12 transfers here that are trying to figure out your stupid offense. How about you shut your mouth?
He essentially went Jim Mora on you guys and that was like week 11 or 12 of an NFL season. He's doing it day 2 of camp.
Well, you remember I told you the story about when a former Utah State Aggie who was a teammate of mine on a professional team got cut day 2 because our O-line coach was crying.
Yeah.
And this Utah State Aggie said, or the Utah State Aggie got up and went to the bathroom and got a bunch of tissue and handed it to the O-line coach and said, clean yourself up. And they cut this O-lineman. Do you remember that story?
Yeah, I do remember that story.
They cut him.
Clean yourself up.
He said, clean yourself. And we were, but he was right, though. Like, it was day 1 or day 2.
It's like, pull it together.
And our O-line coach was crying, I failed you guys. I failed you in the offseason. I failed you to start this camp. And we're like, jeez, man. The O-line coach got in a fight on the sideline with our head coach, and then he got fired within 7 games of the season. It was a wild.
I do remember that. Yeah,
that was a heck of a
yeah, and it's like Amanda watching you watch Les Mis and just being like, "Hey."
Oh man, I was in tears. I still can't watch that movie without having a snotty nose.
It's a good movie. They did a good job. I mean, a lot of people feel that way when they see Maximus sing, or who was the guy that played Maximus in Gladiator?
Oh, Russell Crowe.
Yeah,
yeah, he was the low end on that.
Yeah,
he was the low end for sure.
But all right, hey, happy birthday!
Thanks, Scotty.
RGS Exteriors, where we're at today. Greg's with us. We wrap up another edition of the show. Greg, it's always fun being out here because we know people are putting a big fat exclamation point on their house when they have you guys come over, and it's a show off. Because, you got the best-looking house in the cul-de-sac. You can flex a little bit on the neighborhood.
Yeah, especially now. I didn't have to go buy a new house. I got this one here. I just fixed
exactly.
it up. Yeah, no, it's always great having you guys out here. I really appreciate it. You guys do a great job, and we love having you here.
We love RGS. We love what you do for our listeners. We've had so many great listeners have amazing experiences with RGS, and they've shared those experiences. Whether it's just a simple gutter fix or it's a full exterior redo, people love how RGS handles their business. And I'm looking down your core values list that's so boldly printed on the wall. And the second core value
still hanging in there.
Absolute accountability. It says absolute accountability at all times. And I know that is the Tim standard. If there's a mistake, you guys will fix it. So understand, when you get your job done by RGS, there might be a bump. There might be a twist or a turn. They will be there to fix it. They will hold good to their word until you're happy with the product.
Yeah, we pride ourselves in doing a good quality job. No job is perfect. Any retail work, new construction, remodel, all construction has its challenges. The difference between most contractors is the fact that most of them don't stand behind it. We will. We pride ourselves in doing the job and doing it well, doing it right. But if something does happen, we want to make it right. We want to make it better. We want to fix it. We want you to be able to say, yep, we had a problem, but they took care of it and we couldn't be happier. That's our ultimate goal, is to make sure that everybody's happy with the job, that you would in the end say, yep, I would definitely recommend you to a family or friend and have you come work with them.
801-280-3110. Anybody who calls, sets up an appointment, you're going to bring out a free free Minky. Yeah.
Minky
blanket. There we go.
Minky blanket for come out and have us give you an estimate on a project. You'll get a free one.
I love it. Let's go, folks. 801-280-3110. RGS Exteriors, back with you tomorrow right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers, a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek is right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
The wait is over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now open. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offer something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant is now open. See you there.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back to the program, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thanks for being with us on the show. Producer Alex on the other side of the glass. Everything good, bro? You good?
It won't stay. If you're on our YouTube channel.
What's going on here?
I don't know, it's broken axle or something.
Broken axle on the microphone?
No, it's staying, but it might
there
be a little too low.
It'll.
Because if it does this, then you can't see me.
You got to do one of these. You give it one of these adjustments right here. So do the, okay, there
it's
you
like
go.
one of those I don't know where to put my hands
What is this,
situations.
your first day in radio? What's going on here?
There it goes again. All right, I'm good to go. I fixed it.
All right. I always tell people, I'm like, make the microphone adjust to you. But if it's not doing it, then I can't, you know what? We might just call this one early. This is like a pulled hamstring situation.
We've got an equipment malfunction. We're gonna have to pull the plug on the show today.
Hey,
we're off to a terrible start. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is on me.
No, listen, it's all good.
We can rebound. Trust me. We got 4 more hours.
Here's why, though. Here's why it's going to be easy to rebound. We got more sound from camp, dude. We got lots going on here. Gosh, we got so many things to talk about. I don't know if I'm more excited about the football season aspect of all this or, the reality is that Kyle Whittingham looks pretty good, doesn't he? I was watching video of Kyle yesterday, and I was like, not that he's ever been in bad shape, but I'm like, he's kind of owning the guy who rolls up. He lives the lifestyle of rolling up to practice on that motorcycle, rolling into the stadium on that thing. He doesn't care, man.
The energy's there.
I love it. I think that there's a wry smile on the dude's face now because he kind of knows what he has on offense. And to not have to have a quarterback battle, to not have to have a
that's it.
And listen, knock on for Micah. What do we have going on? Do we have real wood in the studio?
Oh, heavens no. Gosh dang it. I think this is.
Can't knock on. There's MDF under here somewhere.
MDF.
There's wood.
Knock on your MDF.
There's some wood somewhere in this. All right, knock on wood. But when you don't have an injured guy, you're not worrying about it right now. There's not, it's a good time to be a Utah fan, and I don't care what you think about the BYU quarterback situation. There's reason for every team in the state to be excited. Broncos bringing in energy. Kyle is excited about this thing. I think Kalani is as good a space as that they've been as a program in a long time. You can't. Here's the thing, though. You can't worry about the stuff that you don't have control over. The Jake Retzlaff situation, they have no control over.
Right. They're having to roll with it.
Right.
And fix it on the fly.
If Jake would have torn an Achilles last month and we were like watching BYU go through this whole situation you do the same thing where you go, oh, man, wring your hands and be like, I don't know what's going to happen, but you have no control over who's going to be the next person. So it's going to be exciting to watch this whole thing go down. We've got tons to talk about. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. Make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other places in the refrigerated section. Give it a shot. Let's get going with the program here. Let's get going with the cut. That's how we start every show off in every hour. So let's get it going right now.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trade you Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Listen, radio is a business, if anything, of blackmailing our fellow co-hosts, and we just always are pulling audio that could get us in trouble. Look, it's just part of the deal.
Yeah.
All right? This is the world we live in. I wouldn't have it any other way. All right, let's start the show off officially.
Can we start over?
We have a lot. Yesterday was offense day, and with Utah at the end of practice. Today, we're going to get some defensive sound at some point. I know that our guy Steve Bartle will be up there hustling. Timing is always an interesting thing, but we'll see. We'll bring you whatever we can give you. But for right now, let's start things off with Kyle Whittingham and what he's got on the offensive side of the football. Obviously, guys like Devin Dampier, we're going to hear from him. Wayshawn Parker, this is a name that everybody's excited about at the running back position for Utah. You still have a recognizable name at tight end, Dallin Bentley. You know what he could do, but that tight end room and your offense is totally different now. So you brought it up yesterday. What are you going to look like on offense? We'll hear from him as well. And one of the potential offensive linemen who's going to be an All-American, Caleb Lomu, also in this mix. But let's start things off with the boss, Kyle Whittingham. First day of camp and them getting going in practices. Hope springs eternal. Everybody's undefeated right now, so let's get it going.
Day one is different than it was 5-10 years ago. I think I said this last year, but with the way the NCAA allows you to do certain things in the summer now, it's more a continuation of what we've been doing in a sense than finally getting a chance to go out and play football. So in that regard, you expect to be further ahead, and it's a good thing they changed those rules because with the influx of new players that everybody has, it helps those guys make that transition. So I thought today was a really good start. The one thing that was really impressive when you contrast it with spring is the way the offense operated as far as just subbing the groups in and out, getting the plays underway. Just the operation itself was much cleaner than what we had seen in the spring. So very evident, very obvious that these guys have worked a lot on their own this summer at that execution and the timing of the stuff.
Where is kind of their comfort level in learning the playbook and kind of getting the plays
learned.
down?
Yeah, it's learned, from everyone that was here in spring. Now we have about 30 guys that are new that were not here in spring, so they're playing a little bit of catch up. But again, very pleased with the operation of the way the offense today, handled it, and very few substitution errors, 0 delay of games, false start or 2, but that's to be expected on day 1. But overall, very good, clean, very clean practice.
Kyle, this is a different style offense than you've had at your tenure at Utah. I mean, what adjustments have come with that as being the head coach and just, adapting to it, really?
Well, no real adjustments for me. I mean, we're not going to huddle. I mean, it's going to be a little more up-tempo, but still it's not ridiculously fast where you're going to snap the ball with 25, 30 seconds left on the play clock. It's not that, but it is a different way to operate, but there's a lot of different ways to be good on offense, and this is Coach Beck's system and what he's used to, and we're going with it.
What excites you most about that offense? What is it that you think will be best?
Probably our big play capability at quarterback. I mean, Devin Dampier is a big play guy, and this offense suits him to a T. He's a true dual threat, and this offense features a lot of QB run game, a lot of RPO, and really is going to take advantage of his skill set, just like you saw last year if you watched him play.
Wayshawn Parker guaranteed a 1,000-yard season from himself. Yes, he did.
All right, well, with the offensive line we got, then that's very realistic. And the offensive line better be good. Everyone's telling them they're good, including me. And so, as the offensive line goes, so will go the running game. But we've had a 1,000-yard rusher here many times, and so that's not something totally out of our character.
How about 2,000?
Haven't had that. I can't remember having that. But that if he goes for 2,000 yards, we've had a great season. How about that?
Now, with the backup spot for quarterback, what's kind of your expectations for that with Bird and Isaac? Like, how are you trying to develop them as you go through this?
Well, just as complete quarterbacks, we're judging it on every single thing they do. Accuracy, taking care of the football, command of the offense, just everything. Execution-wise, cadence, I mean, it all is factored in, and whichever guys we feel is going to do the best job of getting us in the end zone and keeping the defense out of bad situations is the guy that will win the job.
Kyle, you've coached a lot of quarterbacks, Alex Smith, Cam Rising. I'm just curious, where does Devin compare in terms of leadership and skill to you at this point?
Yeah, leadership-wise, he's as good as any we've had. He's a terrific leader. He's made a great bond with the entire football team, not just the offense. He's one of those guys that's got that it factor, the charisma that you look for in a quarterback. He's a different style of quarterback than Alex and some of the guys we've had, but he gets it done his way. Last year, I keep going back to last year, but those numbers that he put up last year were pretty impressive, and if he can duplicate that this year, then we're going to be in good shape.
What makes Devin an effective quarterback in a spread scheme like this one?
Well, probably his overall athleticism, number one. His quick release, he gets the ball out quick. His ability to extend plays. He only, as we've talked about before, was only sacked 4 or 5 times last year, which is an incredible stat. And he's got a real ability to keep his eyes downfield as he's on the move. He doesn't escape the pocket and just tuck it and run. He continues to look downfield before he makes that final decision to take off.
Coach Kyle Whittingham, why does PK have to poke the bear like that? How about 2,000 yards? That was our own Patrick Kinahan. I love it, though. And Wayshawn Parker, I want to hear from him right now. Then I want to see what these predictions are.
Really bold.
Here was Wayshawn Parker. Yeah, he says he's going to run for 1,000 yards, and PK brought it up with Coach Witt. I know that those types of quote unquote guarantees probably the stuff that makes your head coach roll his eyes a little bit. But I love that running back is going to come in with some predictions. Here's what Wayshawn Parker said, brand new running back into the system, about what he can do behind that awesome offensive line.
The offense is running way smoother, coming together, and we be in one group, so we wait for all these 30s to hit.
Wait, Sean, what has your ramp-up process been like? Obviously, in the spring you were a bit banged up, and now you're full go. I mean, just how nice is it to finally be full go and all that?
It feels great. I mean, surgery that I had, bouncing back for that, is like, I'm hungry for it.
Right.
I'm ready to go again. I'm ready to catch 1,500 yards this year. I want to touch that 1,000 for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it, huh?
Yes.
Where's your comfort level with the offense coming into fall camp?
My comfort is like very chill, but I always want to be on 10 toes no matter what it is, what's coming. I just want to be prepared for anything that come my way, and I can just handle it.
What have you learned most since your freshman season?
Coming from high school, like everybody as fast as you, as smart as you, it's just that what can you do differently? If you can make yourself pop out than everybody else, you're going to be on another level.
for you, just what are some of the things that you want to maximize on that you did last year and you kind of improve on?
What I want to maximize on is like breaking more tackles and be able to like make big plays, bust big yards, and get my yards, but also move as an offense. I want to move everybody as an offense, and when I'm not getting the ball, I want to block. Make sure my QB protected, make sure he can get the ball to the receiver.
What's the biggest difference between Washington State's offense and Utah's offense?
Oh, the run game for a fact, but at the same time, I feel like it's a spread offense. He likes to feed everybody like individually, and that works because we got a lot of weapons on offense.
You worked with a dual threat quarterback last year, Washington State, and John Material. Has that helped with, I guess, your sort of chemistry with Devin and trying to fit into his offense?
I mean, yeah, because I've already been through it before. So with Devin, it's like, okay, I got another runner quarterback. So that's just on threat for defense, not for me. So that just helps me out when I want to run the ball, when I want to catch the ball, because he can do all of that.
Utah has a strong tradition of producing, 1,000-yard running backs in recent seasons. Is that something that kind of appealed to you, like when you were in the portal and kind of looking for your next place?
Yes, it was. I mean, coming here is a special place for me. One of the running backs that came out of my high school, Devontae Booker, made 1,000 yards, and I want to top that for sure.
Ooh, throws out Devontae Booker's name too.
Love it.
You start dropping ghosts of running backs past out there. But you know what? What I like is that this is a guy. What guy's going to come in and even know who Devontae Booker is? Who's a young kid coming out of Washington State?
I think they went to the same high school, but we're in the same region. But
right,
yes.
but I mean, like
that's a kid you looked
having
up to
having an idea of, hey, there's a pass here.
Yeah,
there are guys who can, your Zach Mosses and your Devontae Bookers who aren't just good backs; they're NFL quality, right? And they get there, and it's just one of those things. Throwing Jamal Anderson, right, where you go, guys who have a pass of being in this program and running for a lot of yards, and why not have that? Having these offensive linemen is it's massive for these guys. I mean, Utah's had good offensive lines in years past, but this might be the best of the best. This might be the most veteran on top of the fact that, and the guys who are, I mean, think of Spencer Fano's going into his junior year?
Yeah.
And you have senior leadership that's older than he is, and he's the one who, and Caleb Lomu, they're the ones who have that All-American kind of, check next to their name. But make no mistake that having Mokofisi there, having Jaron Kump, guys who have played dozens of times, like who have gotten dozens of starts under their belt, that's a massive thing. What about the quarterback? How about Devin Dampier? Here's what he had to say about that first set of practices. Wouldn't be a fall camp, by the way, JJ, or media availability without the jugs machine going in the back.
Gotta have it.
They're like, what can we do to make this sound
it's a Utah staple?
Awful.
That or the kids' day when the youth football teams come up and they put them right next to
you. They're just screaming. But you know what? It sounds good. It's good audio. Let's get to Devin Dampier, new quarterback at Utah, and what he's settling into up there on the hill.
Glad to be with the boys. I mean, this is what you dream for. So getting closer to the season, we got high expectations during these practices, and I think we made a good impression first day.
It seemed like in spring there was a good amount of energy of trying to just get after it. How different is it in fall knowing that there's a game in a moment?
Yeah, we practice in a way that's very safe, but at the end of the day, we're still going 100%. So it's definitely the way we have it structured. We're still allowed to go 100% while still having safe practices. So practices are real.
Devin, do you have to take a different approach with your leadership and being more assertive now that it's fall camp and the season is right around the corner?
Yeah, I try to be the same person throughout the year, but, obviously we have new people that just got here. So just to be able to give them that impression and get them caught on, they got a shorter amount of time to get with the program. So just to make sure we're emphasizing that's the leadership that I'm on right now.
Is there anything that's really kind of changed or evolved about Coach Beck's offense coming from New Mexico to here?
Just small tweaks. Coach Beck is the coach that, he looks for the best out of his players, and, he finds a way to get them in their best situation. So, different guys can do different things, and, we explore those talents.
You have a lot of new receivers. Obviously, Tobias and Larry are there. What have you kind of done to help bring them along, get them acclimated to Utah and so forth?
Yeah, just the extra work. Summer, we're not allowed to be with the coaches, and just to tell those guys, hey, let's go outside and work. And, I mean, they were there every day that we did those type of practices. So, they're willing to grind.
Do you have anything specifically that you want to work on during these next few weeks leading up to the first game?
Yeah, just continue. I mean, you're never going to be 100%. You're never going to be perfect. So just continue to learn the game. And right now, just connection with the receivers. Again, we got a bunch of new guys, so just be able to make that connection right now.
What's your first impression of Merriweather?
Tobias is the guy. He came out here, and obviously he stood out today. So, huge kudos to him. But he's going to be ready at UCLA for sure.
Devin Dampier, quarterback. JJ and I have been chatting about some stats that I want to come back from the break with, and that's it got us thinking about Wayshawn Parker and if he can get to 1,000 yards rushing, and what the implications are with that, and then to be able to have that kind of a talent and that kind of production, and then to have the quarterback that could potentially bring you the same thing. JJ did some professional digging while we've been sitting here on some work.
Don't do that without a license.
No. And don't strain anything while you're doing that either, okay? We're looking after you. You've got TV to do. I want you to look good. So here's the deal. There's some numbers we want to throw at you. We're going to wait till we come back from the break here. We'll come back. When we return, I mean, don't you get the – and again, people are happy during camp. People are excited when camp starts up. They're chomping at the bit. They really are. But there's a different feeling. I think that, to be able to have some solid guys in the backfield, to have position groups that are figured out at the quarterback and running back positions, to not have to wonder if it's going to be a three-headed monster. I mean, heaven forbid Wayshawn Parker fumbles once during camp and then Kyle Whittingham goes, well, yeah, it's going to be a four-person battle at running back. No!
Yeah.
It's the last thing you want.
Here we go again.
But we still want to hear from Caleb Lomu and Dallin Bentley. But before we do all that, when we come back, there's a schedule of rankings of the strength of schedule, or the strength of schedule rankings of the Big 12. Very interesting where some of these teams have landed, and we've got a list for you. Utah and BYU could not be any different when it comes to the possibilities of what these teams are going to have. Strength of schedule is always a weird one, because you never really know what the strength of schedule is going to be, because you don't know how good these teams actually are. Strength of schedules last year in the Big 12 was thrown out the window when you figured out that the strength of some of the strong teams were not actually that good. So it depends on how these teams really actually are. But right now, we'll give you an idea. Plus, we'll have some of those numbers on what it looks like to have not just a 1,000-yard running back rusher, but a 1,000-yard quarterback rushing situation. It's happened here. It's happened here in the state of Utah before. But the duos that can figure it out and make it happen can be very successful. But we'll take that break. We'll come back. We'll wrap some of that sound from camp as well up at University of Utah. We've got a Would You Rather coming up. We do have some awesome guests today. Radio play-by-play voice of the Cincinnati Bearcats and the Bengals. We've had Dan Hort on before. This is a guy who calls Bearcats games and Bengals games. So he's got quite a bit, and this guy's a historic figure in Cincinnati. He's awesome to talk to. You don't want to miss him. But also, Riley Nelson, our guy, going to come on in the 5 o'clock hour as well, talk about the beginnings of camp and some of the things that are going on inside quarterback battles. Something tells me he's been a part of a quarterback battle before, JJ.
Yeah, I think so.
Remember Lockergate?
I have some really good insight on how this all works.
You remember Lockergate back in the day?
Lockergate.
Hey, kid, that's my locker. That's not yours.
Oh, boy.
4J keeps.
Oh, boy.
We've got more to go around the corner. Stay with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Hans Olsen.
What is your timetable as far as approaching the quarterback deal?
Whether they say it or not, PK, they've already got their guy kind of circled. And inside the first week, if he doesn't answer that circle, then they'll uncircle him and they'll open it up a little bit. Right now, I assume it's McKay Hillstead. Everybody's kind of looking at, like, let's make sure that he's the guy. He'll be with the first team, but then we'll sneak a couple first-team reps in for Bergay, and we'll sneak a couple first and second-team reps in for Bachmeier, and we'll make them feel like we're opening up this competition. I don't think it'll be announced for 3 weeks. I mean, we might not get an announcement until the week of game preparation for Portland State, but I know that Roderick knows who he thinks it is, and we'll just see if he keeps the circle around his name.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fort during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
The Hans and Scotty Invitational is back at Cedar Hills Golf Club Monday, August 19th.
$400 is going to get you a 4-person team with lunch, prizes, gifts at check-in. The shotgun starts at 8 a.m.
18-hole scramble style with prizes for 5 closest to the pins and the top team. Only 36 teams max, so grab your spot now.
Get registered at Cedar Hills.
Send an email to Wade Doyle, wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov. That's wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th, streaming on Hulu.
Hi, this is Jason Smith. Big news, everybody. Today is officially Miracle Treat Day at DQ, where every Blizzard treat makes a difference for children in your community. So head over to DQ right now and grab your favorite Blizzard treat, because $1 or more from each one sold is donated to your local member hospitals of Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Blizzard treats taste even better when they're for such a great cause, supporting heroes at local hospitals and providing care to kids in your community who need it most. DQ, because happy tastes good.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on a beautiful Thursday. It's beautiful because football is getting closer. Looking forward to having as much audio as we can get from the camps around the state, and we'll bring it to you, of course, as soon as we get all those. So, JJ, we've got more to get to here because we've got sound from the University of Utah up on the hill. We were just listening to Wayshawn Parker and Devin Dampier, who both have the possibility to make an impact on this run game. Kyle Whittingham would be a happy camper if he could have a 1,000-yard rushing duo, both people running for 1,000 yards. But the caveat is one of them has to be the quarterback. That's never a fun thing. Ask Kyle Whittingham how much he likes his quarterbacks scrambling. But when you have a talent like you do with Devin Dampier, who ran for how many yards last year? What was the total that he had run for last year?
I'll pull it up, but it was over 1,000 yards.
Oh,
Sure.
I think it was even like, well, it was steep. Regardless, it was a steep number, and it got JJ's head going. How many did he run for last year? How many did Taysom run for? It was over 1,300 the one year that he ran for 1,000 yards.
Taysom
plus.
Hill, where did I put that? Let me get that. Hold on.
Because you've got a lot of guys who
Taysom Hill ran for 1,344 yards in the 2013 season. Jamal Williams ran for 1,233 that same season, and they combined for 17 touchdowns on the ground.
On the ground.
Yeah.
So the running game.
Devin Dampier rushed for 1,166 yards and 19 touchdowns last season.
19 touchdowns on the ground.
He averaged 7.5 yards per carry.
Now, 1,000-yard rushing quarterback, 1,000-yard rushing running back, it is not something that happens very often. But Taysom Hill and Jamal Williams did it in that 2013 season. You pointed out, too, you go, and that team only went 8-5. What a disappointing season.
It was a disappointing season.
To have those guys.
That team underachieved.
Big time, especially considering that the independent schedule that they had. And they beat up Texas, but they lost that dumb game to Virginia in the week before Texas game. Both, by the way, I remember the Virginia game was delayed. You were out there in Charlottesville, right?
I was there.
And I remember being on the sideline for the BYU game when everything started up, and then lightning comes in again. The second week in a row, they had it was like an hour and 40-minute delay. The game got over at like 12:50 after everything was said and done, and BYU scored 40 points. And had almost 700 yards of offense that game, 259 of them on the ground from Taysom Hill, who also, conversely, went 9 for 26 through the air. That's pretty good.
It's not good, but if you can run the ball like he did, you forget about it, don't you?
You do not.
When we talk about that Texas game, nobody talks about his throws.
You do not care.
Nope.
You do not care that Cody Hoffman was their leading receiver with 2 catches.
Oh, my gosh.
Because BYU had 700 yards of total offense, about 680. And
got somebody fired, didn't they?
Was it Manny?
It was Manny
Diaz.
Manny Diaz. Yeah.
And then that led everybody
revived his career somehow.
That led everybody in Texas going, Mac Brown, do you belong here? I mean, it was not long. It was not long after that he was escorted off the 40 acres. So in the end, a 1,000-yard rushing quarterback and a 1,000-yard rushing running back is not something that happens very often, but it has happened, and it's something that why wouldn't we be able to see something like that happen this year? Do you think that they'll allow Devin Dampier, if he gets on a tear, to let the offense that is a legitimate spread offense become a 2,000-yard rushing team between their running back and their quarterback?
Absolutely. That's what they want.
Why not?
You didn't bring in Devin Dampier to throw the ball 40 times, right?
Yeah, and Kyle doesn't like to throw the ball 40 times anyway. Come on.
I think he'll be better than 12 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. And he has shown the ability to throw the ball just fine. He just needs to be more efficient about it. But you're excited about Devin Dampier because he moves the ball all over the place because he's a video game. He's a human video game. The dude is unbelievable. His highlights, if you've seen them, he's one of those guys that you just love to pop the tape in. I sound like I'm from the 1980s.
Is it beta or VHS?
Either one. Hopefully you bought VHS because beta didn't
work out.
But if you go on YouTube and you watch the videos, they're really entertaining. He's electric, and you want to use that electricity, and you want that in your offense. So this idea that we're going to be like, well, Devin Dampier rushed for 1,100 yards in New Mexico, but we need to be careful. Like, we don't want him getting hit. Like, this isn't Cam Rising. Like, this is different. It's just different. Okay, so you can get over that. But I think that's exactly what Utah wants. I think they're hoping that their offense has enough volume to give him enough carries and to give a Wayshawn Parker or whoever wins that job enough carries and still be able to throw the ball as much as they need to. They want to be more up-tempo. That's going to create more plays, maybe even an extra possession in the game, and I think that's what they're hoping for, so that they can be more productive offensively. They're not getting enough out of their offense. They're putting too much pressure on their defense. That's been the problem the last 2 seasons. That they're hoping that with this new offense, that's going to change. But you look past in history, it's either a 1,000-yard rusher at quarterback or running back or 2 running backs that do it. We had one last year with Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins of Ohio State. That was the national championship team. They had 2 1,000-yard backs. Georgia in 2017 made it to a national championship game with Sony Michel and Nick Chubb both passing 1,000 yards. At Oklahoma, 2018, Kyler Murray, the great season he had. They also had Kennedy Brooks rushing for 1,000 yards. These are great teams. Auburn in 2010, Cam Newton and Michael Dyer. Boise State had 4 seasons with both a 1,000-yard rusher at running back and at quarterback. Did you know Kellen Moore rushed for 1,000 yards one year at Boise State? That happened.
It does not seem like something that he was a specialist at, but he was also insanely talented. He had a tremendous run at Boise State. But
the point being, if you have that kind of production from 2 guys on your offense, you're tough to stop. That means you were really successful. And why not make that a goal if you're Utah? Why not try to achieve that?
You know, it's interesting to think of that when this team has had a hard time putting together 1,000-yard receiving season, 1,000-yard rushers. It's not just about 1,000-yard rushers because they've had the talent there. They haven't had the consistency, not just injuries, guys who can't hold on to the football, and that's the biggest sin you can commit, obviously, in the Kyle Whittingham locker room is if you don't take care of the football, you're done. Your time is done. And it's not a moment. It's not a moment that people can mess around and say, hey, what are we going to try out here in this offense? They're expecting to hit the ground running immediately. But I really do like hearing Wayshawn Parker talk about, the past and being able to pull off. He's going to be a sophomore, right?
Wayshawn Parker will be a sophomore.
I mean, if this is a bona fide 1,000-yard rusher this year, I mean, he says, hey, I'm writing it down. That's my goal. And that means that he feels like there's enough that the team has told him that he might be able to get enough carries to be able to do that because that's been the problem in the past, right? Just splitting the reps way too much.
Right.
And just going, well, is it going to be you? Is it going to be you? Is it going to be you? How many names did we hear going into camp last year that just didn't even work out? Like, you're like, I thought we had heard more about this dude. What about him? And they're like, oh, is he banged up? No.
Yeah.
Anything else?
You had Mekhi Bernard, who somehow found a way to 1,000 yards last year.
He had to, and
there was no help.
Right, and you know what he had to do? It was almost by accident because it was like they were hoping that it was going to be a 2 or 3-headed monster, and instead it ended up being you're asking a partially injured, like it seemed like the last 2 years of his career.
He wasn't 100% last year.
That's what I'm saying. Mekhi Bernard was not. He was not 100%. He told us that.
Yeah, we talked to him about it.
We've been banged up. I've been banged up.
He wasn't going to make excuses.
I've been banged up more than people think. And I was never going to be the type that would just say, take me out of the game. Never. So it's interesting to see how this thing is going to work out. Now, I wanted to get to this because our producer, Alex Napolis, brought this up yesterday. It was the strength of schedule rankings. And, again, strength of schedule rankings, this is one that needs to come out at the end of the year, typically, but no matter. Don't let a small thing like us trying to get down actual numbers instead of just guessing get in the way of us putting a good list together. Why?
If we did this last year for Indiana preseason, you'd be like, they're going to win 3 games.
Oh, yeah.
They ended up with a soft schedule, which is the most bizarre thing. And the same thing happened in the Big 12 with everything flipping. The toughest schedules in the league turned out to be the easiest.
So, strength of schedule, according to CBS Sports, in the Big 12, the number one strength of schedule, meaning the toughest, so this goes toughest to least tough, according to what the strength of record and strength of schedule of these teams are that they're going to be facing. Baylor, number 1. TCU, number 2. Those are 2 teams that we've talked about as being potential dark horses to win the league. And not in Baylor's case, I don't even think, and in TCU's case, I don't even think really necessarily dark horse. But they represent 2 teams of a lot that we would go, why not them? Why not them? Why not them?
Look at their schedule. And we're not going to spend too much time on each team, but look at Baylor's first 6 weeks.
By the way, this is where the SEC looks and goes, thank heavens we don't play that. They're out.
Where's the FCS team in there?
Right.
Where's the break?
The Baylor Bears are going to take on Auburn, SMU, Arizona State, Kansas State, and TCU before October 18th.
Brutal.
And they also get Utah in the back half of the schedule. They at least get it at their place down in Waco. But that is a killer. That is killer. They said, look, now here's the good news. Auburn and Hugh Freeze have been struggling. I think that's a team that is really set to just you could see those guys have a losing season.
Baylor wins
easily.
that game.
SMU. We still don't know what we're going to get with Brett Lashley's guys their second year in the ACC. Don't know. Could they have a continuation of what they had last year, or are they going to fall off of the map? Who knows? Arizona State is going to be as good as we think. Kansas State is one of these question marks, but people lean toward, but you have one of the most talented guys at quarterback in the entire league. And then TCU, same thing. Josh Hoover, really good. Sonny Dykes and his guys, they won 9 games last year. And I think that they could be well on their way to do the same next year, or this season. So TCU is number 2 at the strength of schedule there. They have SMU and they have North Carolina. They've got road trips to Arizona State, Kansas State, and BYU. Those are tough. Utah is your 3rd strength of schedule, the 3rd toughest. All right. Now, how difficult is that UCLA game going to be out of the gate? Utah, I think, could get lucky getting them when they do, because you could punch that program in the mouth and maybe they might figure things out by the end of the year.
Yeah.
I don't think that Deshaun Foster's guys are ready yet, though.
They're picked to finish 15th in the Big Ten.
So
15th.
There you go. Regardless, you still have very tough games on the road. Kansas is never an easy one, and I don't think they've ever even played in Kansas, certainly not in this iteration of the Big 12. But, yeah, they're playing the numbers 1 through 4 teams in the preseason poll that CBS Sports did, all right off of the bat, right? I mean, out of the gates, they're playing Texas Tech. Arizona State, BYU misses Arizona State, by the way. That's a tale of something to come here later. Kansas State is 4, Colorado 5, West Virginia 6, Arizona State, middle of the pack at 7, with the 7th most difficult schedule. Now, I'm going to take you all the way down to the bottom 4 here. Kansas has the 4th easiest schedule according to this. Texas Tech, who's the team you don't want to give an easy schedule to, they've got what people are calling the 14th or the 3rd easiest schedule, basically. Houston is number 15, and then BYU is 16. The quarterback change is tough, but it might be coming at a decent time for them because they have 4 of the teams picked in the bottom 5 of the conference, and they don't play a serious contender according to those preseason metrics until they play Utah on October 18th. So whether or not that's going to end up being the case, I mean, it's still Big 12 football.
Look at their schedule, though. I mean, you're right. This is a very important point to make because if you're breaking in a new quarterback,
Portland State's a great place to start.
Absolutely. And I don't want to beat up on Stanford. I think they're in a tough spot. I really do feel for their program and what they're going through right now, but they're picked to finish last in the ACC. They're coming to Provo. BYU should smash them. Whether they do that or not, as far as obliterating them, I don't know. We'll see how the offense is. And at East Carolina is going to be good this year. That's a team that wins 8 or 9 games this year. But again, a group of 5 team, you do have to go 2 time zones, but BYU should win that. And then if you're going to start the conference on the road, Colorado's a workable game. You can win that game, and then West Virginia is in your place. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. BYU, in my opinion, should have no trouble starting 5-0. And then after that is when it can get a little bit more tricky, because then you go to Arizona. Again, I think BYU's better than Arizona, but you're in Tucson. And we'll see where BYU's at that point, because BYU needs to stack the W's in the first half, because the second half of the season is going to be war. Utah, Iowa State, Texas Tech, TCU. Cincinnati could be good this year. They could be better. I like their quarterback. And then UCF and Provo at the end of the season. That stretch between Utah and TCU will define BYU's season. But before that, you better stack the W's. I can see why BYU's strength of schedule is 16th right now.
And yet that second half, when teams are figuring it out, and or injuries are piling up or whatever it might be, it's a tough one to try to figure out for these guys. So, yeah, we'll have to see how this one shakes out. We'll have to see how this one the strength of schedule, the reality is the best strength of schedule like that you can actually guess on, or we'll be able to actually see how good these teams were by the end of all of it and say, yeah, maybe it wasn't that difficult, because there were teams last year who we had preseason easy schedules compared to others, but it was because they're taking on Arizona State, BYU. BYU was 2-7 the year before in conference play and was picked to finish between 13th and 15th in a lot of those people's polls. So suddenly BYU and Arizona State became the two toughest teams to play in the conference, in Iowa State and Kansas State. But Kansas State wasn't the juggernaut that people thought that they were going to be. So when they were on the schedule and you give a team wow, that's a difficult. Suddenly Kansas at the end of the year, even though they had a losing season, they were actually one of the more difficult teams to play.
They were the spoiler in the conference. Colorado and BYU missed the Big 12 championship game because of Kansas.
Yeah. And it's tough. It's really tough to watch teams by the end, how injuries can stack up, or when other teams, quote unquote, figure it out. Baylor was one of the teams that figured it out by the end of the year.
TCU
figured it out.
Remember how much hype we put into that Utah-Oklahoma State game last year? It seems funny now.
But on paper,
that was the game we all circled.
On paper, you're like, Utah has to go to Stillwater and beat the Cowboys.
And they won that game, and it's like, okay.
And it was the first conference game. Yes, producer Alex, exactly right.
We're got
can you believe
State.
it? I've got this one circled on my calendar. And it ended up being the worst football we saw all season long. Those two teams stunk up that stadium. It was a bad game. Am I wrong?
Well, looking back on it, it was not a well-played football game at all.
It was bad.
And, but after that game, we're like, okay, Utah go Oklahoma State. Let's see how Cam Rising's hand looks next week.
They were 4-0 after that game. They were 4-0. Man, wild. Okay.
And then everything fell apart.
Yes, it did. We'll take the break here. We'll come back. When we do, we've got a Would You Rather right around the corner. Want to remind you, by the way, Mountain Line Supply going to be with Hanson Scotty tomorrow talking about the Valley View Open Golf Tournament that raises thousands for the Giving Hope Foundation. Check it out tomorrow, 12 to 3 right here on the KSL Sports Zone. Hanson Scotty with Mountain Line Supply. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Would You Rather next right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Hillstead has played. Bachmeier has not played. So you may not actually know how some of these guys look until they are taking live snaps in an actual game. Maybe Hillstead looks more experienced and seasoned, but Bachmeier's upside is higher. So maybe he gets to play the second half against Portland State, and then you end up with this bleeding into week 2. And I think that's always the danger there.
There's no putting it to bed in week 2. It's going to be weak all year. I've seen it a zillion times. The star Frosch doesn't get the job. The guy that's a little bit more senior, but you're not really sure of. The conversation is always there until the Frosch replaces the upperclassman. And then you know what happens, Ben? The freshman struggles.
Yeah.
And then for the rest of the year, you're going, well, maybe we should go back to the other guy.
Yeah.
Tale as old as time, Ben.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Parker McCullum. Get the man I am. What kind of man do you need? Live 2025. Friday, August 1st, 7:30 p.m. Maverick Center. Multi-platinum selling artist Parker McCullum. Special guests Cameron Marlowe and Hudson Westbrook. On sale now at Ticketmaster. Parker McCullum Live.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, this is Jason Smith. Big news, everybody. Today is officially Miracle Treat Day at DQ, where every Blizzard treat makes a difference for children in your community. So head over to DQ right now and grab your favorite Blizzard treat, because $1 or more from each one sold is donated to your local member hospitals of Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Blizzard treats taste even better when they're for such a great cause, supporting heroes at local hospitals and providing care to kids in your community who need it most. DQ, because happy tastes good.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
Thanks to DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Get ready to join the climb, Jazz fans. It's time to place your season ticket deposits for the 2025-26 season. Place your deposit now and receive priority access to select your seats, exclusive gear, and more. Season tickets give you access to every home game, plus exclusive member-only discounts and benefits. Call or text 801-355-DUNK or go to UtahJazz.com to lock in your deposit for next season.
This summer, when you have Any Hour Services give you an estimate to replace your air conditioner or you purchase a new AC from Any Hour, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for by Any Hour Services. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody, welcome back. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, thanks for being with us on the program. I know that it's fun to win. I know that it's fun to win championships. Would you rather have the Eagles winged? Have you seen their championship ring?
Yeah.
That pops out. The wings pop out now. Yeah. That's where we've gotten.
Isn't that cool?
Championship rings are now apparently the same toys that I played with Voltron.
They're Transformers.
They're Voltron. They're Transformers from when I was a kid. So the
more than meets the eye.
The Super Bowl ring with the wings that pop out, or a gold medal.
It's a gold medal because of what it takes to accomplish that and how rare it is.
Oh, okay.
But,
Super Bowl, easy to come by, apparently. Write it down.
I think the toy's pretty cool.
The toy. What about the one? Whose was it that they took the thing off and it had like the? It must be the Chiefs because they were the ones who won it most recently. But there was one that had like you took the top off and it was the stadium on the inside.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it was like magnetic. Click to it.
Whoa.
I'd lose it. I know I'd lose it. I've got
find
kids.
a way.
I've got kids. I'd be like, where's the top of my Super Bowl ring? Everybody, stop right now. We're all going to reach into the couch where we're sitting, feel around things to find Dad's top of his Super Bowl ring.
Your infant flushed it down the toilet.
Or gold medal or the green jacket.
Or a yellow jacket.
Oh, the gold jacket?
The one that belongs to Mr. Gilmore.
Look, this is a no-brainer.
Gold medal, but I know for you, you're a golf guy. Oh, it's because you're a golf guy.
It's not just that. Let me make the argument here. The gold jacket. Yeah, see, you got me now. Shooter. The green jacket is something that you don't get with the gold medal, which is invited back every year to clap. You get to eat the dinner that the guy won in the year before.
Do they play the Masters once every 4 years?
No, but you get to go. JJ, you win a gold medal in the downhill ski event. And? When you're 70, they don't invite you back and go, you're welcome to join in. You're welcome to get on the hill.
I can go get dinner anywhere. I don't need to go have dinner in Augusta.
Get out of here.
Those stupid pimento sandwiches or whatever they're called.
They don't give you the pimento sandwich for dinner.
Oh,
no, like
the
Tiger
winner gets to choose the meal, right?
You get a phenomenal meal every year, and you get to take a picture with those guys every year. And, because think about it. Say what you will, but like Patrick Reed, the guy who has no business hanging out with all the Masters champions, but he's a Masters champion, so now he gets to show up and be like, hey,
do you think they blow him off?
Oh, 1,000% there are guys who don't get talked to. You think Zach Johnson gets you think everybody wants
guys?
Nobody wants to.
Hey, Jack, remember me?
Mike Weir, for all the things that Mike is, he won a green jacket.
Does he get to eat the full meal, or does he only get dessert?
Hey, give everybody the same chance.
Mike lives here. We'd have to have him on and ask him. I'm kidding.
You play. You can play in the tournament until you're done.
I get that.
Do you, though? Because the gold medal.
They don't have the Masters every 4 years.
You chose a Super Bowl. You chose a gold medal over a Super Bowl.
It's more difficult and more rare to win a gold medal. Even if it's in trap shooting or whatever.
No.
Kind of silly.
Hey, we have don't say silly. We have I think our guys won the last 4 gold medals in team trap.
Like in the Norwegians have that.
Yeah, cross country.
That gun game they play in the snow.
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea what that is.
What are you talking about? It's the biathlon, first of all, and that's how 007 murdered a lot of people, was playing that exact sport.
Did 007, did James Bond win a gold medal in the 1952 Winter Olympics?
I'm telling you.
Sean Connery.
Roger Moore killed a lot of people in the snow on skis.
World-class biathlete, Sean Connery.
Suck it, Trebek. Oh, my goodness. Okay, we'll take a break. That was That was a lively discussion. I just saw somebody posted because they press it in the wings.
We have very strong opinions about.
The wings go, fring. They come out, fring, on the ring. It's cool, man.
It is cool.
Did you see my description? Fring. All right.
Still not as cool as the yellow jacket.
A gold medal in ping pong. Is that what they call it?
Hey, table tennis is the 6th most popular sport in the world. So
apparently.
Don't make fun of it.
We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Dan Hoard's going to join us next, radio play-by-play voice of the Cincinnati Bearcats and Cincinnati Bengals. We'll ask him about both, but we want to see what the matchup between our local teams here and the Cincinnati Bearcats. What is Brendan Sorsby going to do to get that team better this year? We'll see. And is their coach on the hot seat? That's another question. I think the answer is yes. Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. the type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. At Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call At Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO, because Utah deserves better.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages. Beep, 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 beep. What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Summer is upon us, and do you know what your lawn wants? It wants Revive Organic Soil Treatment upon it. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn all summer. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. You'll see the difference. Revive is surefire defense against summer drought and skyrocketing water costs. Make the most of your watering with Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Happy Thursday to you. Thanks for being with us. Waiting for that signature Jimi Hendrix Purple Haze. Oh, I love it. Tomorrow, by way of announcement, you're going to get a... while I kiss this guy. Tomorrow, if you wanted a camp update, you're going to get it. BYU insider Mitch Harper and Utah insider Steve Bartle going to be hosting the program for JJ and I tomorrow.
We thought, you know what? It's camp week. Let's just hand the show over to the two guys that are buried in a bed.
They're the ones we were going to call up and ask for a couple hours.
You don't need us tomorrow.
Answers anyway. That's fine. So there you go. Yes, excited about it. Pumped about it too, because the cool thing about it is, these guys, like, they're hustling and doing their grind, and they meet up here at the studio, and it's like, what's going on in Provo? What's going on in Salt Lake? Like, it's fun to see this thing combine. And if you think that either one of them doesn't know something about the other team, they know. You know what I mean? So it's going to be awesome to be able to get that insight tomorrow. Speaking of insight, let's jump into the program. Our show brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, all in the refrigerated section. Give it a shot. Like I said, let's kick things off with the cut. Let's get this hour going. Let's talk some more conference football in the Big 12, and we'll jump in right here. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And, of course, this portion of the show brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. We appreciate all their support. And we appreciate coming on again for another year. And it's always a treat for us to be able to get Dan Horde on the program. He is the radio play-by-play voice of the Cincinnati Bengals and Cincinnati Bearcats. Dan, thanks for being on the show again, man.
My pleasure. Thanks for the invite.
Well, this is a fun year for us because both Utah and BYU get to face off against the Bearcats. It's one of these interesting things where the Big 12 has handed us all sorts of crazy outcomes. What's going on in Cincinnati, and what is Scott Satterfield doing to make sure that this is not going to be one of those years that everybody talks about this being a hot seat for him?
Yeah, there is definitely some of that talk because this will be his third year as Cincinnati's head coach, and the Bearcats have not had a winning record yet or gone to a bowl game yet. I think that is the expectation from the fan base for the next logical step in order for Coach Satterfield to avoid hearing more of that hot seat talk. So that's the mission. At least that's job one, to get to at least 6 wins and go to a bowl game, and I think that's very realistic for this team this year. They've got a returning quarterback and a good one. In Brendan Sorsby, the Athletic named him the number 20 quarterback in college football, number 5 in the Big 12. He's a really good player. They've got a tremendous defensive tackle in Dante, the Godfather Corleone. They've got a possible first-round draft pick at tight end in Joe Royer. So they've got some really good pieces. And I think, again, it's a very realistic possibility that they're going to win at least 6 and hopefully more.
Yeah, the Luke Fickell era was just tremendous. Making the college football playoff, it just had to be thrilling for Cincinnati fans. How difficult and how patient are they going to be having been to that height and then patiently waiting to return there?
Yeah, fans these days are not that patient. I do think the ones that are realistic about this understand that the timing was really tough for Scott Satterfield. Luke Fickell left just before Cincinnati made the transition from the American to the Big 12, so that was going to be difficult for anybody. And it was compounded by the fact that you're in a easy-to-transfer era, an era where players can be bought legally with NIL money. So all of that combined to make the transition very, very tough on Scott Satterfield. I think it was, reasonable to give him several years to get this thing going, and this is year 3. So I do think that expectation to finish with at least 6 wins and get back to a bowl game is probably where this program should be now.
Utah, of course, is their second year in the Big 12. BYU and Cincinnati going into the conference at the same time. This is their third year. How have the Bearcats handled kind of the whole transition? We've watched BYU go through it at the same time, and it's interesting to see teams have to make that jump. Some teams do it better than others, but how has Cincinnati handled just that whole transition and how the fan base has dealt with it also? Because basketball is difficult, but it's a fun league to be in. Football is more difficult, but who doesn't want to have a challenging schedule and higher stakes for this thing? But how have the Bearcats overall handled that transition now going into year 3?
Yeah, it's been difficult, particularly in football. I think Cincinnati very quickly realized that players in the Big 12 are bigger, stronger, faster than what they had faced in the American. And while BYU transitioned really nicely, last year and had a great season, if you look at the schools that made the jump from the American to the Big 12, none of them have done well yet. Houston hasn't done well. UCF hasn't done well. Cincinnati hasn't done well. I think fan bases in all of those places realize it does take some time to move from that league to a league like the Big 12. And I think Cincinnati is poised to have the best team of any of those schools this year. I feel pretty confident in saying that, but it hasn't always been easy to watch the transition.
What's the buzz among fans playing Nebraska in the opener in Kansas City? Kind of an odd start to the season, but seems like that could have some juice.
No doubt about it. That game was originally scheduled to be in Cincinnati. It probably wasn't going to happen at all if the Bearcats weren't willing to move to a neutral site. So originally the game was moved to Indianapolis, and then Arrowhead Stadium came in with an offer that the Bearcats could not refuse in this era where every dollar counts. So it essentially becomes a Nebraska home game, even though Cincinnati will technically be the home team. So it's a very challenging opener. But I think Cincinnati fans look back to a game several years ago in Luke Fickell's second season as the head coach. They did not do well in his first year. Expectations were not particularly high, but they opened on the road at the Rose Bowl against UCLA. On their third series of that game, a redshirt freshman named Desmond Ridder became their quarterback. They won the game, and they were off and running, and they won 10 or more games in each of the next 4 years. So I'm not saying that a win at Nebraska or a win versus Nebraska would necessarily do the same thing, but there is some hope that maybe they can jumpstart a great season by pulling off an upset in that game.
In a conference where last year we were shocked by how the flip happened from top to bottom and bottom to top, it wasn't just that a couple of teams that were not supposed to be necessarily that good or maybe middle of the pack. It's bottom of the conference was at the top and then vice versa. Why not Cincinnati? What makes them able to do something like that? Or do you think that they have the talent to be able to flip the script totally of what we've seen from the Bearcats of just the past couple of seasons?
Yeah, I do, actually. If you look back to last year, Cincinnati was 5-2. And in contention at that point of the season in the Big 12. And then, unfortunately, they bottomed out. They gave away some games. They lost some tough ones and didn't win another game the rest of the way. But the team that you were referring to, essentially, Arizona State, picked for last place and then went on to win the conference title and almost win, a college football playoff game. Cincinnati beat Arizona State and beat them handily at Nippert Stadium. So they've got some talent on this team, and much like that Arizona State team, they've got a really good quarterback. It obviously starts there, and I think they feel really good about Brendan Sorsby. This will be his third year as a college starter, one at Indiana, now two at Cincinnati. He did a lot of good things last year, and I think the talent level around him is better this year. They've upgraded their wide receiver core. They've got two really good running backs. I think their offensive line is going to be solid. So I think hope begins with him in particular and then the offense in general.
Yeah, his stats were impressive. 64% completion rate, 2,800 yards passing, 18 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Really impressive season, but I'm sure they would like to take him to take another step. What is that step for him? What does he need to do to get better?
Well, I think it's going to help that he's got wide receivers that can get open against Big 12 competition. I think as the season went along and Cincinnati played some of the better teams in the conference late in the year, their wideouts couldn't get open. So what do? They went to the portal and got guys with the ability to separate. Cyrus Allen comes from Texas A&M, great speed and quickness. I think he's going to be a weapon. They brought in a guy named Jeff Caldwell from Lindenwood University, so nobody's ever heard of him, but he dominated at that level, and he looked great in spring football, and he's looked good in the first few practices of fall camp. I get to see T. Higgins on Sundays, and Jeff Caldwell's that kind of guy. He's 6'5", big arms, big catch radius. We'll see if he can make the jump from Lindenwood University to the Big 12, but at least so far he's been impressive.
We've seen weirder things happen, right? There's just these guys who come from wherever. It's like, look, Cam Ward was the number 1 overall pick in the draft. That guy played at Incarnate Word, and he had 0 stars coming out of high school. So why not? I'm looking at the Cincinnati schedule too. And I think the Bearcats are poised to have the possibility of something special happen, at least in terms of a flip of that script. Like we were saying, the Nebraska opening, fine, but no Arizona State, no Kansas State, no Texas Tech. Those are teams that people think are pretty solidly in that contender category at the very least. Iowa State, Baylor, and BYU are all going to be at home. 4 true road games. This sets up nicely for the Bearcats.
Yeah, I agree with that. And 7 home games is significant. So, yeah, I'm not including the Nebraska game. That's technically a home game, but obviously isn't. But they've got 7 true home games at Nippert Stadium.
Wow.
That's going to help them in Big 12 competition. I would like to think that even some of the really powerful-looking teams going into the season that they wind up playing at home are teams that they wind up beating just because of the home field advantage. So that's going to be a big key to them having the kind of year that they want to have and Scott Satterfield needs to have.
Do you think there's a swing game on that schedule that could really tell us a lot about them or determine just how good they are this year?
I got a couple games that I kind of put in that category. Home games against Iowa State and Baylor. Obviously, both of those teams are picked to finish ahead of Cincinnati in the conference, but getting them at Nippert Stadium, you'd like to think that if you're a good team, you're going to beat a so-called better team at home at some point. In the Luke Fickell era, they did that consistently. They had one of those wins last year against Arizona State, so hopefully they'll have at least one this year.
It's hard not to have a conversation with you about. I feel like we have this conversation with you every year, and then we end up talking about the Cincinnati Bengals. You brought up T. Higgins, but I know the Trey Hendrickson drama. Probably it feels good to have one of your superstars back at camp, right? I mean, how did that whole thing play out? And in the end, what ended up being the deal was I know he kind of brought up like, it was selfish for me to be that tough of a holdout, and I want to be a good teammate. It's a weird balance to have because these guys want to get paid too. Are things starting to settle a little bit now surrounding the Bengals camp?
Well, keep in mind that every day Trey missed cost him $50,000. So there's something to be said for holding in as opposed to holding out. Yeah. At least you're not going to have a big chunk of money taken out of your paycheck. I'm not sure that people around the country fully understand the situation with Trey. He's under contract. He's not a free agent.
Right.
So he is going to play for the Bengals this year, and they've acknowledged the fact that he's outplayed his old contract. They're prepared to give him a raise. They're prepared to give him a big raise. They just haven't been able to agree on the number and the number of additional years that they would like to put on an extension. I think Trey would like at least 2 years beyond this one. I think at the right price, the Bengals would do that, but he's in his 30s. I don't think they want to commit to something huge a couple of years from now, so they've got to agree on the number. I do think the two sides are pretty close, and if I have to make a bet, I think there'll be an extension by the time the season begins, but I'm not sure it's going to happen anytime within the next few days.
The slow starts for the Bengals are some kind of weird phenomenon. It's really held them back. Did they talk about that? And have they tried to figure out why that is, why they've started so slow with Coach Taylor?
Absolutely. They talk about it nonstop, and they hear about it nonstop, and deservedly so. This will be Zach Taylor's 7th season in Cincinnati. If you look at the first 6 and just take the first 2 weeks of the season, they're 1-11.
Jeez.
I mean, they keep digging these early season holes, and to their credit, they generally dig out. They have an incredible record in December and January. So one of the things that Zach has done to this point is never play starters in the preseason, have relatively little contact at training camp in hopes that guys will not get hurt and be fresher late in the season, and it's worked. But at some point when you're digging these holes, you've got to mix something up. You can't keep doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result. So this year they're mixing it up. And some of it's, little stuff that you don't really know if it'll make a difference, but you just do it to do something different. So, for example, they're practicing in the morning this year. They used to practice in the afternoon. Zach Taylor has already said starters will play in the preseason, maybe in multiple preseason games. Their camps have been more physical than they've ever been before. So they're very cognizant of trying to avoid another bad start. They're doing all of the logical things and also just doing some different things just in hope that different will be better.
Dan, you've been doing this a long time. Have you ever called a game at Rice Eccles Stadium in Salt Lake City?
I have not. Looking forward to it. I've had a couple of opportunities to call games at BYU, and that's been great. Not necessarily the outcome, but the experience. So looking forward to getting to Utah for the first time.
Well, talk a little bit about what the Bearcats face with. I mean, when you see a guy like Kyle Whittingham who's been coaching, this is now his 21st year, and a guy like Kalani Sitake is going in his 10th year. BYU and Utah are additive to this conference. This is something that we talk about a lot. These are teams that I think really love being in this conference. Obviously, being able to play one another as a rival again. Talk a little bit about what you think Utah presents as an issue and BYU as well.
Well, with Utah, I just keep reading about the offensive line and hearing about the offensive line. So obviously that's something that's getting a lot of national buzz, and the quarterback situation. Just talking to some of the Bengal scouts the other day, they were bringing up some of those offensive linemen. So that's the first thing that comes to mind with Utah. As for BYU, boy, before the quarterback situation, I might have picked BYU to win the league, and I wouldn't have been the only person doing that. I don't do that anymore just because that's such an unknown at this point, but those are obviously going to be two very challenging games for Cincinnati.
Dan Horde, he's the play-by-play voice of the Cincinnati Bearcats and the Cincinnati Bengals. He's the busiest man in football every year. Dan, we appreciate you joining us on the program, and we appreciate your insights, and we'll chat with you as we get closer to those games in November between the Bearcats and the Utes and the Bearcats and the Cougs.
Sounds good. Thanks again for having me on.
You bet.
Thanks,
there you
Dan.
go, Dan Horde.
Wow, respect for, that's one of the best in the business. And you just carved out 20 minutes for us, so I appreciate that. How many guys in the country do college football on a Saturday and turn around and do NFL on a Sunday?
Come on, Dan, give somebody else a chance, would you?
It's impressive.
I mean, how cool is that, though, to be able to travel around and do all that? That must be, you think Greg Wrubell's got a crazy – he's one of the craziest travel schedules. And, anybody calling games on the football side of things and the basketball side of things, when it gets to that – October, November time frame.
Soccer too, right?
Yeah,
so it mixes
all of
that
it.
into it.
So there's a ton that's there, but an NFL schedule with a Big 12 schedule.
You're prepping for 2 football games a week, and you have to do the calls on back-to-back days normally. Obviously,
Wild.
there's some Thursday, Saturday,
I wonder if
Sunday
he
mixed
does.
up.
I wonder if he does
Monday.
basketball too. Does he do basketball too? That's a good question. There's no way, right?
I can't imagine.
At some point, you're starting up the basketball season, and then you're like, yeah, but the Bengals are playing on January 3rd, and, the Bearcats are playing the night of January 3rd.
Well, you have a year like they did in 2021 when they go to the Super Bowl, and you're playing football until mid-February.
Yes.
That's pretty much all, and there's no way.
No.
What an impressive accomplishment.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, this is going to be an interesting one,
Cincinnati's, no one's talking about them at all.
It's because
and we talk
it's
about
a little bit scary because it's a program that, first of all, they actually recruit very well, and they're in a perfect spot to do their recruiting too. They're in the. I mean, you've got this kind of foot in the Midwest, foot in the East kind of a deal.
A little bit in the South too.
You can dip down into those Floridas and pick out some people. And again, it's a place that's had success before. Why not again? And they brought it up. I mean, they were 5-2, and then they gave some games away. And
yeah.
He does do basketball too.
Bless that guy's heart.
Good luck.
So, what do we talk about? You got to have number one. You got to have to win this league. You got to have a quarterback, right? They got one.
Yes.
Not everybody does.
Yep.
I mean, look at where the nervousness of BYU right now.
Sorsby.
If you have a guy and he passed for almost 3,000 yards last year, I think they'd like to see him throw more touchdowns, maybe improve that ratio. But he completed. I said the numbers. Over 60% of his passes. That was as a sophomore. He's technically a sophomore.
Yeah.
But he's going to be his 3rd year starting in college football. He's experienced now. He's proven. They went out and got some dudes in the transfer portal, like he just said, with the receiver position. They upgraded their offensive line. We should keep an eye on Cincinnati throughout the season. And you're right. You look at that schedule, and we talked about strength of schedule earlier. It's not the hardest slate.
No,
they could be a factor in the end.
Yeah, it matches up well for them. And one of the teams that faces both BYU and Utah, and they're doing it within a 3-week span, I think, too. Yeah. West Virginia's like that, where it's like BYU, I think, goes out to – or no, BYU hosts West Virginia, and then Utah goes out to West Virginia, and I think it's 1 week after the other.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Cincinnati – I think that's a February, or it's like a November 8th game for Utah. Then it's like a November 22nd game. November 1st, is that what it is? Yeah, and then in November.
Yeah, October 18th
22nd.
For BYU, right?
No, 18th is.
Oh, I'm looking at
Utah
Utah's schedule.
BYU.
I apologize. I'm back on Cincinnati's. Yes, Utah on November 1st, BYU on the 22nd.
Crazy. All right, let's take a break. We've got tons to get through still. We've got some audio from up on the hill. I still want you to be able to hear from. Caleb Lomu, and I think we've also got some sound. Let me see here. Is it Dallin Bentley? We've got some sound from him as well. Yeah, so we've got tons more still going on here on the program. Let's take a break here. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Multiple lanes closed off on southbound I-15 because of a crash and a spill just before 5th East and American Fork. Backups go all the way back to Timpanogos Highway. Southbound I-15 also super slow in Salt Lake County from around 39 South down to the South Interchange. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepoulos here on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hanson Scotty.
Let's do it.
Kalani Sitake.
What is the most you've paid for a concert ticket, and what concert was it?
For me, MC Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I had the parachute pants, you know, all that stuff ready to go. I mean, don't get me started, guys.
No,
you
we
can
won't.
still listen to the stuff right now. It's good, clean, wholesome music.
Exactly.
You know, the whole family can have parachute pants and go out.
That's true.
And then do their dances and stuff like that. You know, Can't Touch This. I mean, he even had some slow songs. You know, songs about praying.
Pray.
You know, come on, man. Like, he's got it all.
What kind of a show is this? Catch Hans Olsen and Scotty G every day from noon to 3 on 97.5 1280 The Zone, powered by KSLSports.com.
Selling or buying a home, you're losing a lot of money if you're not using the Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the SaveRight Realtor team at Realty Path. Nothing compares to the Bank Buster loan. Home sellers, you get a quicker sell and a higher net price. How? The buyer of your home gets a rate as low as 4.75% with a payment that saves them hundreds every month. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate is not a seller concession that comes out of your pocket. It's all thanks to our affiliate lender, SaveRight Mortgage, and their Bank Buster loan. Hire the SaveRight Realtors when you sell or buy a home, and you automatically get a preferred lender and a Bank Buster loan. Buyers, you can start with a rate in the ones. Don't lose tens of thousands of your hard-earned money. Sell and buy your home with a Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OEC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
R.I.P. Queen. Somebody pointed out that, I don't know if it's true or not, but Salt Lake City apparently during their drone show for Pioneer Day had a Julia Reagan nod.
Of course they do.
And if you know, you know.
Rest in peace,
Julia Reagan is taking over the country.
Is she the most popular Utahn of all time?
Best unintentional viral marketing. I mean, that's what viral means, right? But like at the same time, like, amazing. Amazing.
It shows you the effectiveness of billboards still in the year 2025, I'll tell you that.
What's wild is, my favorite is when people are like, I knew Julia Reagan just dropped. Oh! Check it out. She's wearing the floral blouse. Oh. Collect all of them. Yeah. All right.
I want to see a younger Julia Reagan. Is that possible?
Oh yeah.
I just want them to take us through the years. I want to know more.
How dare you?
I'm curious.
All right. Hey, you can nominate the Youth Sports Volunteer for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. What does that mean? Well, we honor the people that are awesome youth sports volunteers in your area with your nominations at kslsports.com/contests. And then every Thursday, we read off a winner for you. JJ, today's Thursday. Let's do it. Help us celebrate the volunteers that do an awesome job with the Hercules Hero of the Week award to honor the youth sports volunteers in your neighborhood. Brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. This week's winner is Matt
Tuai.
Tuai. Yes, Matt Tuai, nominated by Matias Avalos. Coach Tuai coaches the Hunter Wolverines in the Girls Tackle Football League. How about that? After starting as the defensive coordinator, he was unexpectedly placed as the head coach halfway through the season. Since the moment that he became the head coach, he's put a huge emphasis on team bonding, overcoming adversity, and playing for one another. He's a positive influence on the team, and he is my nominee for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. He's not just a nominee. He's also the winner of this week's Hercules Hero of the Week award. So congrats to Matt Tuai. How do you want to say it? Tuai?
Matt Tuai?
Matt Tuai. Okay.
It's either Tuai or Tuai.
Either way.
I think it's Matt Tuai.
We honor Coach Tuai and all he's done for the folks at the Hunter Wolverines Utah Girls Tackle Football League. So what does he get? Coach Tuai gets himself a Visa gift card thanks to the folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union, and Beehive Meals throws in $200 his way as well. And we can't say enough. Like, that's not even enough, but it's a little something for us to honor those Hercules Hero of the Week awards. But Coach Tuwai, we appreciate your efforts, and Matias Avalos, we appreciate your nomination as well. You can hit us up with a nomination with somebody who deserves extra love with the Hercules Hero of the Week award right here. All right, I've got for you. Listen, I shouldn't like this guy. You know what I mean?
Why not?
Is it a program that I don't really like all the time? Has a little bit of an attitude that sometimes I don't like too.
I thought he acted like a little bit of a clown after the Utah and BYU games last year.
I'll
be honest.
There's some antics there. A
little over the top.
I don't think it's disingenuous, though. And this is a program that needs someone who's genuine. And I think Kenny Dillingham is as genuine as it gets. Am I wrong about that?
He's real. I think he's real.
He's replacing a fraud, right? I mean, let's be honest.
I agree with that.
Herm Edwards talked the talk, and then he just kept talking the talk, and then it ended
baloney.
up. Yeah, and he's not the guy you want.
That Graham guy before him was even worse.
And so I just think that Kenny Dillingham on day 2 of camp. Do we have day 1 too? You said we had day 1 too. Let's listen to day 1 yesterday. So day 1 was yesterday across the entire Big 12. And I can't wait for you to hear both. So here was day 1 of Kenny Dillingham giving his estimation of the defending champion Big 12 Arizona State Sun Devils.
I thought that was our best first day. Like I said, I don't like to sing as many praises as I like to do, say more negative, especially when our guys are getting a lot of praise. But today was a good day. And the one thing I'm not going to do is be fake just to say it. Today was a good day. Kudos to them. Tomorrow could be shitty. We'll find out.
Well, there you go. Coach Dillingham. He's our favorite.
Didn't hold back.
No.
Don't know if you caught the end of that, but didn't hold back.
So here, I hope you didn't catch the end of it. So, Coach Dillingham, day 2 of fall camp, went the non-phony baloney route. He said, hey, I'm going to go. He said, I'm not going to be fake just for being fake sake. Oh, he got right back to it. I don't like heaping praise on guys when they don't deserve it. Today was a good day then for him. Here's what he sounded like on day 2.
Yeah, we got to be better. I mean, like I said, our offense in general, too many drops on offense as a group. It was a bad day. I mean, it was a really, really bad day on offense. And it all stems from passion we play with. Is it okay to not make a play? And if you accept it, then you accept it. And that's who you're going to be. Don't be mad going 5-7. It's okay. Don't be mad going 6-6. Don't be mad going 3-9 because somebody has to go those records. There's going to be tons of teams who do it. Why not us? We didn't practice bad. What I mean by that is, like, we didn't bust. We didn't MA. We threw 1 pick. Like, we didn't practice bad. We didn't practice with passion. We didn't care if we scored a touchdown. We didn't care if there was an interception, right? We didn't care if somebody made a great play for most of practice. We were just out here practicing. And to me, the best teams, it matters all the time. You want to win everything. And today we didn't have that mindset. We didn't want to win. We wanted to practice. And those are 2 different mindsets to me.
Right.
Good practice of complacency. It was a good practice for a bad team. It was an average practice for an average team. That's what today was.
No, it's cool. Like, you want to go
practice of complacency.
Hey, you want to go 7-5? Great. 6-6, awesome. Hey, own it, because that's the way you're practicing. Then I have a little bit of like a John Gruden vibe to it. Hey, I like it. We're kind of a 5-7 team right now. Like, that's the attitude that he got. Like, where he's like, and I'm okay with it. I'm not gonna tell you you're gonna win games based off of how you practice. And like he is. I like the Kenny Dillingham. I like that he said, "Hey, tomorrow could be crappy," and here we are. And here we are.
He nailed it. It was.
So, but this is the kind of, again, I'm not trying to heap praise on Arizona State when they don't. They're the defending champs. But
I wouldn't mind if they went 3-9.
Kenny Dillingham, little slice of humble pie, right? But it's hard.
He knows how to push the right buttons.
He does,
for those guys.
and I just think that say what you will about that program, you would hire Kenny Dillingham to come and speak at your AlphaCon. He could get the excitement going. Am I wrong?
2025 AlphaCon. Join the bull.
Who's had their
Kenny Dillingham?
Who's had their 200 grams of protein today? Raise your hand. You weaklings. All right. So there you go.
Come ride the bull.
All right. So we love lists. I told you this. And one of the
AlphaCon.
I don't know where that one
Kenny
came from.
Dillingham and AlphaCon.
Just showing up. He's like, just got off my private jet with my
Jeremiah
hot
the
wife.
Bull Evans, Tim Ballard, and Kenny Dillingham.
Hey, you pay $6,500 to be here. You're going to learn something, okay?
This is an AlphaCon of complacency.
Average practice for an average team. No, it was good. No, it was a decent practice for somebody who wants to be a loser. It's cool. It's great. All right, so there was again, we love lists, but this was an interesting one because they have that Yahoo Sports put together a list of 10 college football teams that could be poised to disappoint this year. Now, this is in the vein of did well last year, underperformed this year.
And history tells us somebody or multiple teams is going to do this.
Why would we expect Syracuse, who shocked everybody last year, and they went 10-3, but kind of a forgettable 10-3 too? I mean, they beat. Did they beat Miami at the end of the year?
They blew up Miami's hopes of getting into the playoff.
And you know, Cam Ward was like on the sideline for half that game. Everybody's like, "What is going on here?" So they're on the list. That's a team that they got 10 wins last year. Great. That's not a team that typically wins 10 games. Missouri's on the list. They went 5-3 in the SEC. They went 10-3 overall. Double-digit wins for a Missouri team that is looked at as kind of not just afterthought's not even good enough. Like they are beyond an afterthought in the SEC, right? And Illinois kind of lives there also in that same. These are all teams that could be poised. I think the only reason they make the list is because we're used to not seeing them win double-digit games in a season. Illinois went 10-3. Missouri went 10-3. Syracuse went 10-3. All right. Tennessee went 10-3. I don't know how good they are either.
They don't have. Do they have a quarterback?
They don't have a quarterback.
That's a problem.
So we'll see how that works out. Now, my favorite on this list. Can I just? I want to heap praise on this Yahoo Sports writer, Andy Backstrom, who chose violence. Woke up this morning and chose violence, and he put USC on the list of teams that could fall off. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, did they have a good year last year? No, they didn't. They were 7-6.
They had a losing record.
They had a losing record in conference play, and he still has them falling off even further off the face of the earth. You can't hate that. If you're a USC hater, which a lot of you are who are listening right now, no problem. Now, Big 12 teams. Iowa State. Could they be the ones, JJ, that go 11-3? First time they've ever won double-digit wins in the regular season. And Matt Campbell's a great coach. That's the part that I have a hard time trying to wrap my brain around is that can Matt Campbell, and they have a quarterback, Rocco Beck, do they fall off after going 11-3 last year? They sort of finished with a little bit of a, last year. Not just in the Big 12 championship game. They were not sharp the last 3 games of the year.
They kind of
they
backed in, didn't they?
They could have easily lost to Utah up here on the hill. You remember?
Could have easily lost to Kansas State.
Yes.
And Kansas State just couldn't get out of their own way.
Kansas State was like already equally over it last year, right, at that point. So do they fall off? I just don't see it.
It's
only because I think I really believe in Matt Campbell. I think he gets his guys ready.
So what would falling off be?
If you're Iowa State,
11-3 last year was the first 10-win season plus season in their history.
In their history, 133.
I'm looking at their history right now.
Yeah.
They never won 10 games in their history, let alone 11.
So this is only the second time that they finished in the AP top 15.
Wow.
By the way, both times were under Matt Campbell.
The other time was in 2020 in the COVID year.
Yes. So I just don't think that they fall off nearly as much as they. Falling off for them, I think, means they lose at least 3 conference games, and they're not even in the discussion about getting to the Big 12 championship game.
I know what you said about Matt Campbell, and I have nothing but respect for him and what he's doing at Iowa State.
But that could very well happen. Yeah.
They've been pretty mid. I'll go through their seasons. Matt Campbell has been there since 2016. It's a long tenure. He's 3-9 his first year. After that, 8-5, 7-6. They had that 9-3 COVID year, if you want to count that year. Weird year, right? Mm-hmm. But they did go to the Fiesta Bowl that year and played Oregon. Finished 9-3, but then 7-6 in 2021, 4-8 in 2022, 7-6 in 2023. They have that great year last year. History actually will tell us that Iowa State will fall off Not down. It's not like it'll completely fall apart, but 7-6 or 6-7, very possible. Very possible. Because they've typically been 8-5, 7-6 on average. And I know that you wouldn't think that because Matt Campbell has exceeded expectations there, because in the past they just plain stunk.
Yeah.
But
by the way, they got their butts handed to them.
They could regress to the mean this year, and that mean is around 500.
They got their butts handed to them in the Big 12 championship game, by the way, if you recall.
It wasn't even close.
Now, Abu Sama, back again, and he's a really good running back.
Rocco Becht, back again.
Quarterback.
Very good quarterback.
You got a quarterback name right there, right? And I get it. You have 2 NFL draft picks at the defense at both at wide receiver and the defensive back positions that are gone. But I do think that you're going to see a lot of improvement in other areas that could make Iowa State just kind of keep that same momentum that they've had. Vanderbilt. Let's go back to being Vanderbilt again. They're on the list. They were 7-6 last year. They were 3-5 in conference. I don't know, with all those promises that Diego Pavia's making. Come on, man. They're poised for a win. Because you know what? It's easy to win the SEC if you're Vanderbilt, right?
Their offensive line lost 4 starters.
Colorado also poised to fall off of their 9-4 pace last year. They were 7-2
as well.
They were one of the 7-2 conference teams last year at the end of everything. Colorado, I don't know how. Look, Coach Prime is going through what he's going through. I think that is going to negatively reflect onto the rest of the team.
It just has to. I hate it. I hate that. And what he's going through is difficult, and we're obviously wish the best for him as he continues to recover, but he hasn't even been in Boulder. We've talked to media there. He's not even been around. He's been battling cancer. And they don't have the talent at the level that they had last year. And how does that team get better? I don't see it. I think they're going to struggle. I do. I agree. I think that Colorado, if they get to 6-6 or 7-5 regular season, that's a really good year for Colorado, because I think it's going to be worse than that.
All right.
I just don't think they have enough talent. They're not bringing enough guys back. You lose a Heisman Trophy winner, you lose an All-American quarterback, and you can't replace that production. I mean, I just think they're a pretty mid-level team in the Big 12, and it could come crashing down. Another team that, is on the list here, I'll mention real quick, we got to get out, but UNLV in the Mountain West. New coach. I don't know, man. UNLV historically has not been good for consistent years, and I don't think Dan Mullen coming in is going to be able to wave a magic wand and keep that thing going with some of the talent that they lost. So I think the Mountain West is, outside of Boise State, I think the Mountain West could be as unpredictable as the Big 12 was last year.
Crazy. So there you go. Colorado and Iowa State, those are the two Big 12 teams. They're like, UNLV could fall off. They went 11-3. Remember that 6-1 Mountain West team, UNLV? Then they hired Dan Mullen. And then he's going to see what he can do.
Yeah,
I just can't see. I can't see them picking up.
I get why they hired Dan Mullen. You just don't wave a magic wand at UNLV. It's tough to win there. Historically, it's been very tough.
Right.
And I don't know. I have my doubts. Iowa State tracks. That would track. If there's a team out there that was in the top that could drop down, I think that tracks. I see a lot of the other teams that felt like they finished strong last year. And I think Iowa State's the one to watch, that not necessarily have the bottom fall out, but drop back in the pack and not be a contender.
Okay, we're going to take a break. More to go around the corner. When we return, we've got tons to get into because I have a top 10 list for you guys. This is going to track toward the more difficult level.
Uh-oh.
But I think there might be an advantage that you have that I'll describe for you when we come back. So our top 10 is going to be football related. It's going to be stat related. You don't want to miss it. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A right lane is still blocked on southbound I-15 at the South Interchange, and it is really heavy and slow going by there. Southbound slowing actually continues, not to the same extent, but all the way down to 5th East in American Fork, where you had an earlier spill that blocked multiple lanes. Advanced Window Products. Get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I've been hearing people tell quarterbacks to run less forever, but then all of a sudden they turn into below average quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The reason that they're D1 starting quarterbacks is because they run.
Yes.
You can say, hey, we're going to need you to go out there and sling it and hand it off more, but that's not what makes him good. That's not why he's the quarterback at the University of Utah. He's the quarterback at the University of Utah because he can throw well enough and he ran for 1,200 yards. He's capable of that. I mean, get ready for it. I think the coaches are cheering for him to have 1,200 yards, I would guess.
Huh.
Yeah, why not? Go be dynamic. Go get 1,200 yards for a quarterback.
Yeah, of course. If you
Think
do
Michael
that,
Vick in college.
Yeah, right. No, I get it. If he is getting 100 yards a game on the ground and can do anything through the air.
Hey, we're going to need you to be less productive, pal. No,
No,
come
of
on,
course
that's
not.
crazy.
No,
They're
of course
absolutely rooting for that to happen.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has been just an absolute it was a godsend for me because I started this program last April in 2024, and I dropped 65 pounds on the program. What's great is that I have moments of kind of ups and downs, but it's more down than it is up. And if I have a moment where I kind of get away from the program a little bit, I can come right back to it again because I dropped the 65 pounds in the reduction phase, but the maintenance phase has been so good for me that I've been able to make that thing work long term here. Dropping those 65 pounds, keeping it all off, that's the key to success on Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
Yeah, losing weight, especially a lot of weight, and losing it quickly is one thing, but keeping it off is the key. What's the point of doing all that work and sacrifice to get yourself back to a place where you're happy and then to go right back where you were? That's not where you want to go, and Salt Lake City Fat Loss can help you with that. You've probably tried a lot of diets. If you're overweight and you're trying to lose weight, you've tried probably everything, right? Well, this is a program that may finally give you the results you want long term. That's the key. And that was the key for me. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. More than a year later, I'm keeping that weight off. This program will give you every tool you need each and every day during the program to help you lose the weight fast without starving to death and then keeping the weight off long term. Join us on this weight loss journey. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. Learn more about this. This may be a perfect fit for you. This may be exactly what you're looking for. And don't you want to lose that weight and keep it off? That's got to excite you. At least take a look at it. See if it's a good fit for you. slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
The Hans and Scotty Invitational is back at Cedar Hills Golf Club Monday, August 19th.
$400 is going to get you a 4-person team with lunch, prizes, gifts at check-in. The shotgun starts at 8 a.m.
18-hole scramble style with prizes for 5 closest to the pins and the top team. Only 36 teams max, so grab your spot now.
Get registered at Cedar Hills.
Send an email to Wade Doyle, wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov. That's wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers, a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
O'Reilly.
Stay cool this summer with AC Pro refrigerant at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. If your vehicle's AC is blowing hot air, beat the heat with AC Pro. Visit your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Get Mr. Mac's Performance Missionary Package. 1 performance suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 ties, 1 mission belt, and 1 pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy shoes. Just $695. Visit one of our 9 convenient Mr. Mac locations near you.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Welcome back to the program. Happy Thursday to you. Let me see here. I've got a top 10 for you.
All right,
now,
let's roll.
I told you this one's going to be the level of difficulty on this one might be a little bit tougher. Don't do that. Don't make that noise. Come on. I know. Listen,
grumble.
I get it. However, I'm going to. Okay. All right. Fine. I'm going to just do it. Okay. It's going to be deep cut. It's going to be the top 10 list of the most rushing career yards at the University of Utah.
Most career rushing
yards, University of Utah. The 10 players that are on that list. Are you ready, JJ?
Yeah, let's go.
Alex, our producer, you ready? He just took his headphones off. He's like, I'm out. No, he's in. Come on. Here we go. Without further ado, we're going to drop the timer, and let's get this thing going. Go.
Zach Moss.
Ding.
Eddie Johnson.
Ding.
Carl Monroe? No. Devontae Booker.
Ding.
Eddie White.
Oh, hold
Juan
on.
Johnson.
Hold on. Yes, ding on Juan
Chris
Johnson.
Fuamatu Malafala.
Ding on Malafala.
Oh, gotta go back. Who else in the 90s?
Wait, did you say what? You said
I said Juan Johnson.
You said an Eddie in there somewhere.
Eddie
too.
Wide?
No.
Okay.
Because you said. Wait, you said
Matt Asiata.
Ooh.
No. Okay. Who am I missing?
Some guys that are more recent than
Anderson.
That.
No.
Nope.
Dang it! It's not Jamal. Jamal didn't get that much. I got Fuam. Crap. Who am I missing?
Alex, our producer. Any? You're just gonna hide in your cave over there? Okay, fine, perfect.
I know I'm missing some big.
You are
names.
missing some big names.
John White.
Ding.
Dale Rogers. Yeah, Dale Rogers. Popcorn Rogers.
Ding. I'll give it to you, even though the timer was up. Okay.
There's some guys in the 2000s I missed. I know.
Yes. Zach Moss, number 1. Eddie Johnson, number 2. Tony Lindsay.
Oh, yeah. That's
3.
early 80s.
Early 80s, late 70s, yes. Devontae Booker, 4. Ma'avala, 5. Del Rogers, 6. Juan Johnson, 7. You did really well, by the way. You're going to kick yourself on last couple.
I know I am going
John
to.
White, number 8.
Good.
Makai Bernard, 9.
Oh, Makai made it to 9th?
Yes.
Congratulations, Makai. That's a new one. I didn't know that.
He did have 6 seasons here.
He got a little extra time to do it, but he did it.
Number 9 with 2,217 yards total.
Good for Makai.
And then Eddie Lewis.
Eddie Lewis. Yep.
Number 10. You know
Guy
what?
from the 90s, right?
That's big time. That's a big time move by JJ over here. You got 7 out of 10 or 8 out of 10? 7 out of 10. Phenomenal.
I miss Tony Lindsay. I'm actually kicking myself over that.
Miss Tony Lindsay, Miss Mackay Bernard, Miss Eddie Lewis. Those are the 3. That's it.
Okay, I can live with that.
Yeah, because you added John White at the end there, and then who else? You guys added somebody else. No, that was it. Yeah. All right. No, you guys did well.
All right.
I say
Utah
you guys.
fans, did I do okay? Did I embarrass myself?
I say you guys did
Did
well.
I let you down?
JJ did well.
I got him in a minute.
I had Del Rogers.
I got Del Rogers. You know what?
Do you know Del Rogers is a long-time sports broadcaster in Sacramento?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Very successful after his playing days.
Single season rushing record, though?
Single season?
For touchdowns.
For touchdowns.
Yes.
That's still got to be Zach Moss, right?
Tavion Thomas had 21.
Oh,
Remember
that's
back
right.
in 21?
Yeah, in 2021. That season was
Tavion
really special,
Thomas,
and then
we hardly knew ye.
He did not deliver after that.
No. All right, we'll take a
that
break.
2021 was special for him, though.
We'll come back. Riley Nelson, former BYU quarterback, somebody we love having on this program. He's going to chat with us. We'll talk quarterback battles with Riles. So stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
So, Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code. Boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fort during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Parker McCullum. Get the man I am. What kind of man do you need? Live 2025. Friday, August 1st, 7:30 p.m. Maverick Center. Multi-platinum selling artist Parker McCullum. Special guests Cameron Marlowe and Hudson Westbrook. On sale now at Ticketmaster. Parker McCullum Live.
The wait is over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now open. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offer something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant is now open. See you there.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Today is officially Miracle Treat Day at DQ, where every Blizzard treat makes a difference for children in your community. So head over to DQ right now and grab your favorite Blizzard treat, because $1 or more from each one sold is donated to your local member hospitals of Children's Miracle Network hospitals. When I'm in the mood for a Blizzard, I take my daughters, and Daddy has to get the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup Blizzard. It has been serving me right for 3 decades. That's my go-to. Is it delicious? DQ, happy, tastes good.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-444-2013.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Before I get to Riley Nelson, our dude Riles, we're talking about some receiving yard records, or we're talking about rushing records at University of Utah for seasons, and we just were talking about the possibility of having not just a 1,000-yard rushing quarterback, but a 1,000-yard rushing running back, having both in the same season. It's not totally impossible. I shouldn't be shocked by this, but the single-season record for a wide receiver in yardage is David Reed. It's 1,188 yards.
Yeah, in 2008,
in 2009. That's it. Yes. There's only actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Utes who have ever accomplished.
Drez Anderson was the last. Well, no. Carrington. Wasn't it Darren Carrington was the last?
No, Carrington had 918.
He came up short.
Yeah.
So Drez was the last?
Drez was last in 2013. You're right, yeah. And he had 1,002.
So who are the guys?
David Reed, Carl Harry, Dennis Smith, Paris Warren, Brian Rowley, Lewis Thomas, and Drez Anderson. 7 Utes in the history of the program have had 1,000-yard receiving season.
It's been 12 years.
It's
somebody's got to change that.
We'll see. Spread offense comes back to Utah. Bonkers. All right, guess what? Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives. The G2G Bar, the perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other retailers in the refrigerated section. Give it a shot. Let's get things started off here with the cut. We'll jump in right here. We have one of our favorite guests of all time, somebody who's been on this program many times, Riley Nelson, former BYU quarterback. He's been in a quarterback battle before, so let's jump in right there with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJAN Wealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Riley Nelson joins us on the program. What's up, Riles?
QB competition season, fellas. My favorite time.
I bet.
Good
memories, huh?
Phone always rings off the hook when there's a quarterback battle somewhere in the country. Your spidey sense starts to tingle, Riles. Anytime.
Listen, I just wish I was good enough to not have to be in one at the beginning of every season, but I wasn't, unfortunately.
Very few guys are.
Listen, getting thrown into this is kind of interesting because I think that BYU, obviously, they a couple of months ago wouldn't have thought that they'd be in this spot, and yet here they are. But we were saying if it's an injury, if it's something like this that takes a quarterback name out of that list, and then suddenly you have to have a conversation about 3 guys, it becomes very awkward. Is the timing, and tell me, is the timing the thing that makes this thing the most difficult when it comes to getting to know who your first reps guy is going to be if you weren't even thinking you were going to be in this spot in spring?
So fall camp, and I think some of the numbers maybe have changed, but back when I was there, before game week practice started, but you had 28 practices for fall camp, and you have 15 in spring. So, the 15 is a whole third, a little bit more than a whole third of the entire evaluation period. So yes, the timing cuts down your evaluation period by a whole third. You have 35% less volume of reps, evaluation, practice, installs, performances to do your evaluation as a coach. And so, and as we've seen many times over, even when you have the full gambit of, say you graduate a senior, and so going into spring ball and fall camp, you're going to have to replace him. Even when you have the full, what's the success rate on picking the right guy out of that? Like maybe 50-50. So even when you have the full evaluation period, it's like a coin toss. When it's reduced to what it is for BYU, it makes it that much more difficult.
So what does a quarterback have to do, especially in these situations where it feels pretty even? What does a quarterback have to do to separate themselves in these battles?
The first thing is they have to be genuinely themselves, and that's as far as winning over the hearts and minds of your teammates. Humans, kids, like football players, they can smell, a front, a facade. They can smell the fakeness a mile away. So you can't try and be what you think everybody wants you to be. You have to be yourself. And if the team doesn't respond to that, then that's just the way, that's just the way the cards are dealt, sort of a thing. That's first and foremost. But second is you have to be able as a player to know what is the number one thing I'm being evaluated on, and then the second and the third thing. But primarily, like, what is most important? And I would say in this BYU, and I've heard Coach Roderick emphasize it more and more above anything else, he values decision-making, and decision-making specifically tied to protecting the football. You want to get benched under Aaron Roderick's offense quicker than anything else. Turn the ball over. Have pre-snap procedure penalties. Have sacks and negative plays due to indecision. Go backwards. Aaron Roderick is all about first and foremost limiting downside, and then from there he says, "Listen, let the players around you, let us put you and use the weapons at your disposal for all of the upside. We don't need for you to be, filling some artificial deficit with your playmaking ability. Your job as quarterback is to set our floor at no negative plays, and then let us do the work beyond that." And so my opinion is, whoever demonstrates that the best in fall camp for BYU will have the significant advantage of getting that week one start.
Riley, as you see these things that have come out of camp, and everybody, has their thoughts about this guy and the other, and you talked about, those are the number one skills, and yet there's the stuff that you don't necessarily see. But we have been able to see a little bit of McKay Hillstead. We saw him in high school, of course, at Sky Ridge, and then we see him up at Utah State for a handful of starts. How far do starts, like 4 starts at Utah State, go for you if you're a quarterback who's trying to get that starting spot at BYU right now?
Well, it should go a lot, especially. So I'll piggyback off what I just said. I was at McKay Hillstead's first start up at Utah State in Romney Stadium when he threw for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. You want to know what the next line item in that stat sheet was? 4 interceptions. And that's why Utah State lost that game. Each one of those interceptions is a lesson. It should hopefully be. It was a mistake made, but then transformed into a lesson learned that if McKay is the player that he hopes to be, that he will never make again. And that's the inside track that a guy like McKay Hillstead has over Barrett Bachmeier. Now, you've got Trayson Bourget out there who he's gone out there. He's made some mistakes of his own, but they're not so much valuable in that. So again, we're talking about limiting upside first limiting downside before we can build upside potential. McKay and Trayson should have a head start on Bachmeier as far as being able to limit that downside first and then build upside from there. So those starts that those guys had should be immensely valuable, as long as they're not. Now, there are certain players out there who are dismissive of their mistakes, right? And those guys can have certain strengths too, but maybe to protect their ego, they say, well, the protection wasn't quite right, or the guy broke too high coming out of his break. He broke too high. I thought we had talked about in practice he was going to be later than this. But if those guys, in those early starts as young college football players, if they took 100% accountability, if they bore the entire brunt of fault for those mistakes, those turnovers, those negative plays that they made in those starts, it should give them an exponential advantage on, meeting the needs that BYU is looking for in a starter going into this season.
We've talked about it with you, the last couple of years, even off the mic, about your opportunities to pick the brain of Aaron Roderick as your time as a BYU analyst, and I'm sure you've had some conversations. How important is it to him to have a quarterback that's a dual threat? How much does that matter in this competition?
In my conversation, and it's nothing, I don't think I'm giving up any secret or anything proprietary. It's why the entire football world has moved to a quarterback that, whether or not you have specific design run for them, a quarterback that can be mobile and extend plays with their legs. But the main reason why it's extremely important is because it buys you margin of error. Look, Coach Roderick is a very pragmatic guy in that he's confident in him and we keep talking about him. Of course, I want to mention the entirety of that staff and the continuity of that staff. I will say I'm envious of whoever these quarterbacks are. They're not also getting in there with a new OC or a new QB coach, or maybe it's an OC that's had to replace 4 of their assistants. Like, this BYU offensive staff has been one of the most continuous staffs, I'd say, in the country as far as being able to spend time together, and I'd say like number of game plans put together. But my point to that is that he's not so naive as to think that he can architect a play, or he can design a play that will eliminate any possibility for something to go wrong. And let's not forget, it's not just about, our guys aren't making mistakes. Don't forget there's 11 very quality players, and especially now that BYU's in the Big 12, P4 NFL type caliber players on the other side of the ball. Those dudes can make plays too. Those dudes are experts at their craft as well. So inevitably, something's going to break down. And when it breaks down, having a quarterback that, whether you want to label him dual threat, whether you want to label him a more mobile quarterback, but a player that can do 2 things. One, either expand your playbook so it's one more thing that the defense has to be aware of, so they can't just pin their ears back and tee off, or 2, when things do break down, that you can still be a threat and not simply give up on the play. Those 2 things buy you so much margin of error as an offensive play caller and as an offensive unit as a whole, that I would say that they're probably top amongst the list. Decision-making, 1, and limiting negative plays, and 2 would be your ability to use your athleticism to create opportunities.
Obviously, there's a connection, too, that you're looking for, and a lot of times these wideouts already had a lot more reps with Jake Retzlaff, and then suddenly they're asked to have a connection, and obviously you can't replace the logged hours that these guys had already had. How much of that goes into it? Or do we make more out of that? Like, I don't know, he's not used to his guy. But as soon as fall camp is over, are there enough opportunities to go, I made a connection with this guy? And obviously these 4 wideouts and this tight end over here, like, we have a connection just because it's like ultimately it's just football. Or is there more to that than just than what I'm kind of describing?
I think there's more to it, and I'll use a personal example. So, like, Ross Oppo, everybody always thought that Jake and Ross had this deep, tight connection, and maybe it had to do with same recruiting class and things like that, and that me and Cody Hoffman, because we were roommates, like, we had this connection. I loved Ross. I loved throwing Ross, but the reason why maybe Jake had more success with Ross, and I had more with Cody, had more to do with our individual skill sets and where we were comfortable within the offense. So Ross played to the wide side in our offense. He always played to the wide side of the field. Jake had a howitzer for an arm. Jake loved getting that field side one-on-one and throwing deep balls. Me, I was never as comfortable with that throw because, 1, I didn't feel like I could push it down the field far enough, and 2, I was always worried because I couldn't drive the ball as good as Jake. I was always worried about that safety coming over and making that play. Conversely, Cody always played into the short side of the field or into the boundary. I was much better at throwing into tight windows with anticipation. Jake was like, I don't need to throw in a tight window because I can just push things further down the field where there's more space. So he didn't feel as comfortable throwing into the short side of the field with the tight windows and that route tree and that route profile. So Ross, a bunch of success with Jake, working on the wide side of the field open because he's got the strong arm and those skill sets. Me, I'm more comfortable with tight windows, throwing with anticipation. That was much more conducive to Cody working the short side of the field. So we were all friends. I mean, like Cody Ross and me all hang out at the same things. It was never one over the other. Like you'd see us together all over campus. But why did Cody have more catches with me than he did Jake, and Ross more with Jake than he did with me? Was more a function of what my skill set and what I was comfortable with and my strengths were, and that just being different at the quarterback position. So I do think there can sometimes be an element of chemistry and familiarity, but I think more so it just has to do with what are the route concepts within the offense that the guy under center is most comfortable with, and then that's where the majority of the balls are going to go.
In 2010, you were in a quarterback battle where you split reps game one, I remember. Wasn't that against Washington, if my memory serves me right?
That's right.
So you look at this year, I mean, I don't know if BYU feels like they're going to have to do that again this year, but if they do, what are some of the pros and cons of that, and how did you feel that helped or hurt you as a quarterback?
Yeah, you talk about 2010. I think it might be a little bit more like 2012. And look, guys, you know me, and I hope you guys hear the sarcasm in my voice here. I don't care about stats or I don't care about numbers. But I'm going to talk about 2012 when we had a young Taysom Hill, true freshman, coming off of and listen, am I sour that he took away 3 of my touchdowns from bringing him in special red zone packages, touchdowns that either I would have thrown or I maybe could have run in? No, do I sound sour about that? No, of course not. I'm joking.
You sound
guys.
like Jameis Winston now.
I watched the personal phone call come down at Boise State when it was 7-6, and I did not see a happy Riles on the sideline with when that phone call.
You
ended.
and Jameis Winston want to know why Taysom Hill's taking away your red zone touches.
Yeah. Anyway, my point is, I don't know, and I haven't gotten my eyes on it, and I don't know where Bachmeier's development is at, but I don't know. I don't really foresee it being a 50-50 every other series like Jake and I were doing. I maybe see it more like a thing because Matt Mitchell, the kind of special assistant for the QB room, posted that. I don't know if you guys saw it. Posted on social media when Steve Young and John Beck came and visited the QBs, and they all posted a post-workout pic. And I'm looking at Bear Bachmeier and just the thickness of his joints, of his wrists and his ankles and his knees.
Different.
I'm like, holy cow. So I envision it more being like a Riley and Taysom in 2012, where maybe a guy like McKay is managing more the day-to-day, but there's significant involvement. Before the Boise and I got hurt and I sat out, Taysom had 2 throwing touchdowns and 2 rushing touchdowns all before, and then of course he came in against Hawaii and then got hurt against Utah State. But in the first 4 games of that, he was extremely productive. It wasn't just the token third down play or the token short yardage. We had strategic plays to utilize Taysom's build and his freakishness. I'm not saying that Bear is on the same level as Taysom. Football has proven that really no one in history is, but I envision it being more maybe of that scenario than switching off every other series.
Riles, what are the choices for the Nelson boys at in the football world? Are they going to be quarterbacks, or are you going to be okay when they go, Dad, I want to be a linebacker?
Man, I wish they were So one of my worries about my boys, my wife's family is they're all very tall and slender. They were all volleyball players down in Southern California. So
they don't have those significant joints. You need those significant joints.
But you know what? He might be able to win a jump ball, something that was never even in the stop for me. You might be able to line them up out wide and goal line and go win a jump ball in the corner of the end zone. But no, they my whole thing for the Nelson boys is whatever your natural skill sets are most conducive to, let's go play those positions, because Lord knows it's hard enough to find an advantage out on the field of play these days. So let's not push a rock up a hill. Let's go to where we're most wanted. So, if that's quarterback, if that's wide out, if that's putting his hand, my second son, the way he gets after my first, I can't wait to put his hand on the ground and have him coming off as an edge guy. He's just got that tenacity. So no, it's not quarterback only. I played the game this way, right? When I got benched, I played special teams. You just want to be on that field hitting somebody and having fun, and that's the only rule in the Nelson household.
So you're going to be coaching this fall, right? Youth football. How many teams you coaching?
Yeah, so I got all my three. I got my 7-year-old tackle team, the Scouts. It's not all football teams. So that's tackle football in the Ute Conference, the Scouts. Then I got flag, and then I got my 6-year-old in flag and coaching that one, and then I got my 4-year-old in soccer. Luckily, the soccer is more babysitting than it is coaching, but we'll see if we can't dial up some fun for the flag, and then. My oldest finally made it to the Scouts level with the 7 and 8-year-olds in the Ute Conference, and we'll see how that goes. So if anybody out there has got any play suggestions, hit me up on Twitter.
I'm sure the moms in your group me of your team are going to let you know.
They'll have some suggestions.
How was the draft?
Absolutely. So living in Woods Cross, Bountiful, where we are, we're in Bountiful, but it's Woods Cross boundaries. We were just under having to split. So because these are the young dudes, right? These are the 7 and 8-year-olds, and a lot of parents are still a little bit apprehensive. So we didn't have to split, we didn't have to draft, but I think we got a good squad. I was really pleased. My biggest thing, guys, after two full practices, I got 3 bona fide linemen. And I'm wondering, do we go guard, center, guard with them, or do we just load them up guard, center, tackle, all on one side? So we've got like a dominant side and then a weaker side,
I like that.
do I evenly distribute it? So those are the kind of decisions we're at this point in the season for the Woods Cross 7-year-old scout team.
Yeah. Well, I got an 8-year-old playing scout down in Riverton. I hope to see you down the road.
Oh, listen, some playoff action. Some playoff action, absolutely.
I like that.
And they have like 19 teams down there in the Riverton area, so it's going to be a lot to pick from.
Well, almost 4. I'm not joking.
Riles, we appreciate it, man. We're looking forward to breaking down some more of these games as the year gets closer. And, we'll hit you up. When a final quarterback decision gets made, we'll overthink it with you. Is that okay?
Love it. That's what I'm here for. Thanks for having me on, fellas.
There you go.
Thanks.
Riley Nelson, everybody.
Always fun.
I
can't imagine.
I pity the parents.
I envision Riley right now watching film of 8-year-olds.
No, I pity the parents who
hours and hours in the film room getting ready for Saturdays.
I pity the parents who walk up and go, "Now, have you thought about this?" Now, hold on. Maybe we need to think about this a little bit more. Excuse you. Riley,
don't you know who I am?
No, it's not even that. It's not even that because he won't do that. What he'll do is be like, I mean, he's going to be the smartest guy on the field as it is. All right.
This is one of the smartest guys I know.
So you're not going to just let him cook. All right.
Let Riley cook.
Let Riley cook. I'm going to make the T-shirts.
8-year-old scout football.
Let Coach Riley Nelson
Woods
cook.
Cross UC Conference football. Let Riley cook.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We appreciate Riley taking some extra time with us today. Let me see here. When we do return, we've got ourselves an NFL Blitz. Oh, my goodness. We got some drama in Washington. Not a good start if you were thinking about making a return to the NFC Championship game with the Washington Commanders. Stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A super long stretch of slowing this afternoon on I-15 from Murray all the way down to Linden in Utah County. The slowest spots are southbound going by the South Interchange and heading from the Point of the Mountain to the Pleasant Grove exit. Deseret First Credit Union is turning 70, and now it's their turn to say thank you with special member giveaways happening all year long. Visit dfcu.com to learn more. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Hans Olsen.
What is your timetable as far as approaching the quarterback deal?
Whether they say it or not, PK, they've already got their guy kind of circled. And inside the first week, if he doesn't answer that circle, then they'll uncircle him and they'll open it up a little bit. Right now, I assume it's McKay Hillstead. Everybody's kind of looking at let's make sure that he's the guy. He'll be with the first team, but then we'll sneak a couple first team reps in for Bergay, and we'll sneak a couple first and second team reps in for Bachmeier, and we'll make them feel like we're opening up this competition. I don't think it'll be announced for 3 weeks. I mean, we might not get an announcement until the week of game preparation for Portland State, but I know that Roderick knows who he thinks it is, and we'll just see if he keeps the circle around his name.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Shamrock Plumbing, we are serious about plumbing. We want you to know that we hire only the best plumbers. We want the guys who are the best at what they do, even if it means they are boring. As a matter of fact, once we interviewed a guy who came across as just a little too charismatic. So he says, "Do you love me?" And she says, "No, but that's a real nice ski mask." Right. When you call Shamrock Plumbing, we dispatch one of our experts. We promise they will not be entertaining. No jokes, no smiles, no charisma. Will they be male models? Sure. But no unnecessary jocularity will be sneaking its way into your toilets when Shamrock Plumbing is on the job. Just listen to our commercials. Solemnity is in everything we do. In fact, Solemnity was my great-grandfather's middle name. Ernest Solemnity Flannery. What a guy. So I guess you could say it's sort of in our blood. Shamrock Plumbing, we're serious about plumbing.
Hi, this is Jason Smith. Big news, everybody. Today is officially Miracle Treat Day at DQ, where every Blizzard treat makes a difference for children in your community. So head over to DQ right now and grab your favorite Blizzard treat, because $1 or more from each one sold is donated to your local member hospitals of Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Blizzard treats taste even better when they're for such a great cause, supporting heroes at local hospitals and providing care to kids in your community who need it most. DQ, because happy tastes good.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
This is Hanson Scotty.
Let's do it.
Kalani Satake, what is the most you've paid for a concert ticket, and what concert was it?
For me, MC Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I had the parachute pants, you know, all that stuff ready to go. I mean, don't get me started, guys.
No,
you
we
can
won't.
still listen to the stuff right now. It's good, clean, wholesome music.
Exactly.
You know, the whole family can have parachute pants and go out.
That's true.
And then do their dances and stuff like that. You know, Can't Touch This. I mean, he even had some slow songs, you know, songs about praying.
Pray.
You know, come on, man. Like, he's got it all.
What kind of a show is this? Catch Hans Olsen and Scotty G every day from noon to 3 on 97.5 1280 The Zone, powered by KSLSports.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, if you've got an awesome business or an awesome product and you want to get some awesome endorsements going on, we will do it for you. Let us let that company grow along with you by putting your partnership with the KSL Sports Zone. You get your business on the airwaves with us. JJ and I will absolutely talk that product up. We will partner with you and endorse that product, and you'll see your business grow. Let me give you the text number for it. 57500 is the text number. Just text JJ to 57500. And the sales staff will get a hold of you, and then we will work right along with you on how to make that product sing, man.
Yeah, we've had so many great clients here that we've helped to build their business, and we're retaining many of them. Culligan is one. Doug Smith Mitsubishi.
Oh, yeah.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss has been
obviously
very successful. Mm-hmm. We're thrilled to be part
Advanced
of that.
Advanced window products, anything that like
the list goes on and on.
We'll put our name behind it because we believe in our listeners, man, and we believe in our clients.
It was great to see Kenny J.
Oh man, not tough to get behind that one.
Right. So we can help you.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's do it. Football season's here.
Oh yeah, even better.
We're gonna have
Everybody's gonna be excited.
A lot of eyes and ears. So let's go.
Just text JJ to 57500. So the NFL music, of course, in the background. It looks like what we thought might be coming to an interesting end. You know, holdouts are tough, and people want raises. And a lot of times when you have a super talent or you have somebody on the team you feel like is going to help you get to that next level, it's easy to make some sort of a deal. Terry McLaurin was one of those guys that I thought for sure the Washington Commanders were going to figure something out with. Terry McLaurin has now requested a trade from the Washington Commanders, JJ, as of today.
Took an ugly turn.
As of this afternoon. Yes. No, it's a real bummer because if you're Jaden Daniels, you're going, excuse me? Excuse you? What are we doing here? We're going to do this without Terry McLaurin? I don't think so.
Jaden Daniels learning quickly that the NFL is a business.
It's a tough one too.
He had a career year last year. I get what he wants, and I get why. We talked about it, I think, when this all started. He was second in the league in touchdown receptions last year.
Yeah.
Only Jamar Chase had more, so I understand why he wants to get paid. But, I mean, he's Terry McLaurin, right? How good is he with a mid-quarterback? He was in the league quite a bit.
Well,
he's had seasons where they're like, okay, that's fine. He's a good receiver, don't get me wrong.
Second team All-Pro.
Are you top 3? Top 5? How should you be paid?
So, final year of his extension with the
Commanders. Why the Commanders might be a little hesitant to.
Here's the thing, though. He's going to be 30 this year, too.
Exactly. That's my point.
So, here are the specifics for this year's contract. Base salary is $15.5 million. Okay. A bonus is $5.6 million signing bonus, $2.8 million roster bonus, $850,000 bonus per game, $500,000 workout bonus, and then the $250,000 other bonus. So guaranteed money is $2.8 million. Salary cap hit is going to be $25.5. He's going to make about $20 million, $20.5 million this year if all things kind of go. And I think that I will say, though, he's had 5 seasons in a row of 1,000 yards plus.
That's good.
He's
consistently good.
He is consistently good.
13 touchdowns last year is a franchise record.
Yes, and he's had, but again, he's had at least 75 receptions and 1,000 yards every year since 2020. And in 2019, he only played in 14 games and still had 60 catches for 919 yards and 7 touchdowns. He delivers, JJ. He delivers. There's a reason he's paid well. The thing is, he wants to get paid best in the league money, and
he wants
that's tough to do.
4 years, 130.
Yeah,
at
the
age
problem
30.
is that the number. Look, the amortization schedule of a guy who turns 30 in the league at wide receiver, the production goes down. And so no owner wants to sign up for the most money you've ever been paid in your career for the very end of your career. Now, that's a tough thing to do. So there you go.
I understand what he's doing. It's the bummer if it gets broken up because it's been a nice pairing, at least one season. And McLaurin's been there for a while. That's business. It's the NFL.
Okay. Next up on the NFL Blitz here, JJ. I'm bummed about that. I don't like when teams get worse, and he's going to end up at the Cowboys, and then I'm going to be really upset. So there you go. Actually, you know what? Head on up to Seattle. Come on, man.
They got money.
Let's give the Seahawks. Yeah, they got tons of cap space, man. Let's go.
They cleared some space.
Yeah, there you go. Come on. Let's
go
get
up there
it
and catch passes from.
The Hall of Fame game is tonight, by the way. Who's facing off? 2 head coaches who are coaching teams that they played for.
Are you ready for some football?
No, I'm not actually. I'm not for this. The Hall of Fame game sucks. They play. Sorry. I mean, I know it's football.
Are they playing it in Canton on that?
Yes.
That
hardcore
1970s
yes,
AstroTurf.
The AstroTurf is as hard as cement, and in the background is the Pro Football Hall of Fame that is shaped like a juicer from the 1970s. So there you go.
Everybody's got one of those in their drawer at home.
I mean, look, I love the football's back, but we fool ourselves at the Hall of Fame game, don't we?
Where's the Martinelli?
Yeah, let's get it going. Football's back, sort of. When's the first real preseason game fire up then?
The real preseason?
What? Hey, you heard.
Next week. There's games on Thursday, August 7th.
Hey, you heard the voice of the Cincinnati Bengals say that Zach Taylor's making the starters go all 4 games. Or all 3 games.
Yeah, there's only 3 now.
Yeah.
So that should help.
Come on. Anyway.
Week 1 is Thursday, September 4th is the season opener on KSL and NBC. Cowboys, Eagles. That should be fun. We're a little over a month away from games counting. It's coming though.
Next up on the NFL Blitz here, you ready? Speaking of Jaden Daniels, he notices a night and day difference in the second season. Is the night and day difference that Terry McLaurin's not there?
That'll be different. Oh, I don't have a receiver that's going to get 1,000 yards and 13 touchdowns? Looks different.
I always hate when guys are like, I've gotten better in the offseason. Everything's slowed down for me. You're like, ooh.
When's somebody going to be honest and say, like, dude, I kind of slacked.
I'm going to go through the sophomore.
I ate a lot of pizza.
This is going to be sophomore slump situation for me. Sorry, back to you guys.
I played a lot of video games, and I'm just not as good as I was last year. Just being honest.
Crazy.
That would be refreshing.
No, for sure.
Drank a lot of Mountain Dew.
Let me see
I just
here.
described Zion Williamson's off seasons.
You just listed off all this.
A lot of Mountain Dew, a lot of Taco Bell.
Come on, man. Stand up for the chubby guys. Stand up for us chubby guys. Me and Zion Williamson, like, don't discriminate against us. We're the same, all right? But yes, Trey Hendrickson, we were asking about it earlier, and I think that he has explained it as a quote-unquote selfish holdout. He wants to prevent training camp distractions. He's going to be a great teammate. Also doesn't want to lose $50,000 a day. Also, I think that they probably told him, listen, we're going to make a deal. Can we have a good faith, like, showing on your part? Because, I think we know that they're going to get an extension done. I think they might be a few dollars off, a couple dollars here and there off on both sides, and they'll get it worked out, and I bet you're going to see an extension before the season even starts, right?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Let me see here. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got our best and worst next, and we will wrap up the hour and then get you going for the 6 o'clock hour. Here we go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
people expect Texas Tech to maybe be in the running this year because of the talent they've added through the transfer portal.
I love that Texas Tech is getting all this run. I don't think they're going to be good. Maybe they're okay, but Bozo's going to bozo, dude. I don't know. I guess BYU basketball is an example where you can have a huge cash influx and really take a giant step, but football and basketball are different.
And BYU's always had really good culture. But along those lines, I just think it's going to be difficult for Texas Tech to shake being the 4th or 5th team in line in that state. It's just always going to be the reputation.
Well, they're going to be 4th or 5th in the league. I'd bet on it.
Right.
That's where they always finish.
Right, that's what I think too. You know, if you end up at Texas Tech, it's not like they're out recruiting Texas.
Texas has had every advantage in the book.
Yeah, it was finally good last year.
And was good once in the last 20 years.
So you're always going to kind of have that reputation as being lesser than, and generally I think you play that way.
I think a university is dysfunctional.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Look, dropping weight has never been easy for me. And there have been times where I've had a lot of success with the weight coming off. And then the part that really stinks is when it gets, you don't just gain weight back, you gain it all back and then some. That puts you in a weird headspace. When you're struggling like that, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is able to help you with all of those things. Not just dropping the weight, but keeping it off and making sure that you stay away from not just putting weight back on, but not putting any of it back on. And even if you do, here and there, add a couple of pounds in there, you can take it right back off again because you know what the process is like. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has helped both of us, and you can get $200 off of the program that JJ and I have used, and you can do it right now. Go check out the website, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Lose a lot of weight fast, keep it off long-term without pills, without injections, without prepackaged meals, without some crazy workout plan. Sounds too good to be true, but that's our experience. It worked for us. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. More than a year later, I've kept that weight off, and in that period, I learned so much about how to manage weight, to lose weight, and it's really been a game changer for me because that was the key. That's the difference. It's hard to know exactly what to do and exactly how to lose weight and then keep it off all the time. Somebody needs to teach you. You need to learn the tools. You need to have the knowledge that it takes to be able to make the right decisions day in and day out and to develop good habits. Salt Lake City Fat Loss can help you with all those things, and that will change how you lose weight and how you keep it off, the whole thing. If you're struggling to lose weight, or if you've lost weight and then you struggle to keep it off, take a look at this program, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Losing weight fast without starving, keeping that weight off long term. That is the goal. That's what worked for us. slcfatloss.com can help you with that. Go get a free consultation. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages. Beep, 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 beep. What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fort during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Today is officially Miracle Treat Day at DQ, where every Blizzard treat makes a difference for children in your community. So head over to DQ right now and grab your favorite Blizzard treat, because $1 or more from each one sold is donated to your local member hospitals of Children's Miracle Network hospitals. When I'm in the mood for a Blizzard, I take my daughters, and Daddy has to get the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup Blizzard. It has been serving me right for 3 decades. That's my go-to. Is it delicious? DQ, happy, tastes good.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
Get Mr. Mac's Performance Missionary Package. 1 performance suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 ties, 1 mission belt, and 1 pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy shoes. Just $695. Visit one of our 9 convenient Mr. Mac locations near you.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show, as JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Best and worst brought to you by an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. It is the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. The Mitsubishi brand, also part of the family now, so nobody knows cars like Doug. Remember that old tune?
It's old?
Is
Do
it?
they still do it?
Do
You're
they still
keeping
do
it
it? I don't
alive.
know. I keep
You're
doing it.
keeping it alive.
I know. They had like a full
5
jingle.
days a week here
I
on
know.
JJ and Alex.
they had a whole jingle that went along with it. Let me see here. No, is it going to happen? Are the Twins going to end up trading
done.
Carlos Correa?
It's official.
Oh, no.
Welcome back to Houston, Carlos.
Gosh dang it. Here's the thing. Normally I wouldn't care. It's the AL West. And my Mariners are having a MVP caliber season from a guy. Historic at the very least.
Big dumper.
By Big Dumper. And they are, I think a full game out of that second wild card spot in the West, which means they're in 3rd place in the wild card, which means they're definitely not in 1st place in their division. And then Carlos Correa, I'm not going to say that he's going to, add something insane to the Astros. I think he's a little bit washed, but gosh, I don't like the Astros having anything nice. And Carlos Correa, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. He's part of that. He's part of that 2017 Astros team that we love so much.
Yeah, the most popular team in MLB history.
The reason that nobody, not a soul in this league, like the Houston Astros. So there you go.
Yeah, MLB trade deadline.
Did you put this as a worst for real? I mean, as a best for real?
Just messing with you.
How dare you? Screw you guys. Hold on a minute. I'm looking around. You guys did this.
Trying to ruin your weekend.
I know. You're getting there. Good job. My favorite part is I look at Alex, our producer. I go, "What's your problem?" And then he just pointed right at JJ.
He threw me under the bus.
It's him, dude.
He totally threw me under the bus.
Because I could just see you guys
Not
pre-show.
just one finger. He went 2 fingers.
I could see pre-show you guys going, "Watch this."
I didn't know this was a collaborative effort.
Hey, this is why you got to go over the rundown thoroughly before we start
Hate
the
you
show.
guys.
You can sneak things in there sometimes.
Watch this. I'm going to put in a Carlos Correa story. It's going to be in best.
We got the Mariners fan to say that the Carlos Correa trade is the best news of the day.
No, it's not, all right? Oh.
Sorry about that.
Sorry,
my guy.
I'll bring this up too. We in our group chat today, this is a big L for BYU, not because of anything they did.
This might be the best today, actually.
No, Conor McGregor
It's just funny.
He loses his appeal of a civil sexual assault case. Okay, fine. And the freaking picture they use is him sitting courtside at a BYU game with a big old BYU Cougars hat on. Look at this creep. And then they got BYU Cougars hat on. The one time in his entire life he wore a BYU Cougars hat, And this is what we get?
Thanks a lot, Bucked Up. Our good friends at Bucked Up. No, it's fun. Look, it's funny.
Oh, how dare you. No, you can't do this. Come on.
It was fun. See Conor McGregor at the Marriott Center was fun, but...
I got to give it up for my Cougars.
Yeah.
Like when he was yelling all that and we were all looking around, we're going, huh? So now, of course, what picture do they use? Him in a BYU Cougars hat. Come on. Do better, ESPN or whomever it was.
It was TMZ.
Was it? Oh, yeah. Even better.
TMZ used his BYU hat picture for this story.
Gosh,
that's our worst
Come
of the
on.
day. Well, it's what's even more worse is his...
the
sexual assault.
Don't
Get
case.
me wrong here.
Look, I'm glad.
Conor McGregor, not a good dude.
I think we realize that, right? Yeah. All right. Also in the worst category, Stanford head coach Troy Taylor filing a defamation suit against ESPN over a story about his quote-unquote bullying allegations. I was telling you this. When you run a story and you say, and you just kind of vaguely reference an inappropriate back and forth with a female staffer, people start to go down a certain direction.
You probably need to be more specific. Or this is going to happen to you.
It's just
ESPN's not going to win this case.
I hope at the very least they have to take a hard look at this and maybe settle, because the guy lost his job over this. The school was very quick to say, "Oh, we have enough to just fire him for cause." And I think that everybody ran with it. And I don't know if you've ever talked to Troy Taylor before, but it
didn't track.
Did not track. I don't know what went down, but at the very least they painted him like some in-office tyrant that even had like a tinge of like that there was like some sexual harassment on top of it, and that was not the case. Later, people kind of go, "Oh no, that wasn't what it was. It was because apparently he was a pretty strict boss." I'm like, "Oh, okay, that's very different."
Yeah.
By the way, very strict bosses, we've had them. They didn't get fired. You know what I mean? Like, and there's no...
So I think what we're saying is what really happened
I
here.
don't know.
And if they can't say, then you better be careful how you report it.
Yeah.
Because if you just let people assume things, that's not okay, and that ruins reputations. And I think Troy Taylor's reputation has been completely ruined. He has, if what ESPN reported is not true, he has every right to do what he's doing.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll come back after the break, and you'll get more of the program. So stay right here. Stay dialed in, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes.
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. wildflower meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure cells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Thinking about buying a new car? You might want to pump the brakes. With prices climbing across the board, that new car smell is coming with a bigger price tag than ever. It's no wonder more people are choosing to keep the cars they already own, and Maaco is here to help make those cars feel brand new again. Whether your vehicle's rocking a faded finish, carrying around a few dents from daily life, or your bumper's seen better days, we've got you covered. Maaco specializes in high-quality, affordable paint jobs and light collision repairs that bring your car back to life. Without the sticker shock, you'll be surprised how far a fresh coat of paint and a little bodywork can go. It's fast, affordable, and makes your car look great without blowing your budget. Don't wait. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Appointments fill up fast, and your car deserves a fresh start because now, more than ever, it just makes sense to invest in what you already have. Uh-oh. Better get Maaco.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey! This is JJ and Alex. I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied. As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports